This is Meteo Mundo.
Hi, my friends. Rusty back with you live on this Monday afternoon as we track together major Category 5 Hurricane Melissa as it begins its approach to the island of Jamaica. This is a dire situation. This is a very powerful, destructive storm. We're going to be on for you live, covering the storm as it begins to approach. We'll take a look at what's happening with the storm right now. Obviously, get you the latest updates as to the thinking of the storm and the intensity and the timing, and then bring you some live reports from the island as well, amongst other areas that will be impacted by Melissa as we go over the next couple of days. Meteo Mundo is sponsored by the Lien Law Firm of Central Florida, your hometown homeowners insurance attorneys, offering free consultation and policy reviews. They'll walk you through every step of the insurance claim process. They do cover the entire state of Florida. You get damage of any kind, go to lienonmelaw.com for more information. We appreciate them being sponsor of the channel to support us in the cause for what we're doing. I'm going to take a couple of seconds here, let a couple more folks join the chat before we move in. I imagine, of course, we're going to get a lot of folks in from Jamaica and other areas. First thing I want to say is our thoughts are with you guys. We're going to walk you through this. I'm going to do the best that I can to give you the pertinent information, and we'll discuss again the likely impacts from this storm. And then we'll obviously break down not only what's going to be happening in Jamaica, but for other areas where this storm could still be either a major hurricane or a powerful hurricane as it accelerates to the north and to the east over the next 48 to 72 hours as well. If you're watching in the area of Jamaica, let us know in the comment section below where you're viewing from, what's been happening with the weather so far. But I can tell you that obviously now that we're beginning to see the north turn from Melissa, the impacts are only going to get worse and worse through the remainder of this Monday, especially by this evening and overnight and through portions of Tuesday as well. You can see the statistics on the top of your screen. This is from the 2 p.m. intermediate advisory. We will get a full advisory coming up at the top of the hour. So in less than a half hour, we're going to have brand new information to pass along to everyone. But friends, the numbers that you see on the top of your screen are mind-boggling, they're jaw-dropping, and they're sobering. Melissa right now has maximum sustained winds of 175 miles an hour with gusts that are approaching 200 miles an hour. The pressure continues to plummet. It's down to 906 millibars. If you remember from last night's live stream, I showed you the half-same model, which was the most aggressive, and by landfall, it had it as a 913 millibar pressure storm, and it's even exceeded that already. As has been the case, when these storms get like this the last several years, the models just can't hold up on their explosive development. Again, the lower the number and the pressure, the stronger the storm, right? And it's still creeping. It's agonizingly slow right now, west-northwest at just 3 miles an hour. A slow forward progress uptick, if you will, in acceleration is likely the remainder of today, and especially as we go overnight and into Tuesday. So it will likely pick up some forward speed. The other thing with this storm is how big it is. This storm is large. The hurricane force winds extend more than 30 miles from the center of circulation, and the tropical storm force winds extend more than 200 miles from the center. The numbers that you see are wind gusts in miles an hour, and as you can see, we're starting to get more consistent 40-plus mile-an-hour winds in the Kingston area, and even stronger winds along the coastlines of St. Catherine and Clarendon, and especially on over towards St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes as well. Now, this is the track from the Hurricane Center as of last look. We'll continue to monitor, obviously, literally minute by minute, the progression of this storm, right? Now, exactly where landfall occurs has some bearing on what we're going to see. But unfortunately, the wind field is so expansive with this storm that even well away from the center, catastrophic impacts with wind, rain, and storm surge are likely through a lot of Jamaica. You have to take this storm as seriously as you've taken any storm. You should already be done with preparations. You should be sheltering in place and letting this storm pass by with whatever it's going to bring to your area. There's not much more that can be done at this point in time, as conditions are really going to be going downhill fairly quickly. Now, as of note, right, we're looking at the center, which is just this classic monster hurricane, right? About a 10 nautical mile wide eye. The lightning strikes, which are proficient within this storm. There was so much turbulence that the NOAA Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft that was out investigating this had to exit the storm, which is very rare. Those aircraft are hardened and ready to fly through these monster hurricanes, and they had to abort early, but they found a pressure of 906 millibars before they did. Now, if you look in the short term, you're going to see jogs within this eye. When a storm is going this slowly, right, it is not going to go on a smooth path. We've seen wobbles to the north. We've seen wobbles to the west. Now, obviously, in the last hour or two, you're seeing a little bit of a wobble towards the west. Again, you know, I don't want anyone to get their hopes up that this is just trying to shoot off towards the west. It is slightly west of this center. It's still in the cone of uncertainty, and down the road, we are still expecting this to make a jog back to the north and to the east. And we will look at all of these models, right? But there will be potentially a slight shift west when we get the 5 o'clock advisory. But I promise you now, unfortunately, they're still going to be calling for a landfall on Jamaica on Tuesday, right? And we need to prepare for the worst, right? Even if this scrapes the island on the western side, we continue to see Melissa, the worst part of the storm on the east side, be over the island for the longest period of time, right? So the most significant rain and the most significant winds are on the east side. So, you know, in some ways, right, exactly where this passes has very little impact on some areas as far as what you're going to see, and whether this makes landfall with winds near 175, and God, I hope it doesn't. But even if it drops down, going an eye wall replacement cycle all the way down to something like 140, remember, the practical impacts are still likely to be about the same. We mentioned this in yesterday's live stream, and I hope you understand this, that if a building is going to fail with 160 mile an hour winds, it's likely to fail in 140 mile an hour winds, and likely to fail in 120 mile an hour winds as well. A little bit farther west track might spare the far eastern third of the island with the sustained hurricane force winds. That's the one difference that I would see if, rather than tracking closer to western portions of Manchester or southeastern Elizabeth parishes, the center of circulation goes over Westmoreland parishes. And obviously within that inter-eye wall, when we're talking about these winds, they could be quite significant as they go over higher terrain. These winds are likely to be extremely significant as well and catastrophic. This is the radar from Jamaica, where we clearly see the eye. Again, all of the heaviest rain and the strongest winds are on the northeast side, and that is beginning to spread over the island, beginning east and southeast, and beginning to work its way to the north and to the west. And again, if you guys are in the chat right now, let me know in the comment section below exactly what you guys are saying. And I promise you, we're going to cover everyone, including the areas down the road that are going to be impacted by this storm. But significant, steadier rain and tropical storm force winds will begin building over the island the remainder of this Monday. Landfall may not be until daybreak tomorrow morning, right? It might be a while. As I said, it's still moving agonizingly slow at this point in time. Let's take a look at a couple of other things here real quickly. Let's make sure that I've got what I want to show you here. Okay, so as of the 2 o'clock advisory, and again, we'll get the 5 o'clock advisory and we'll see if this changed. Hurricane warning obviously continues for Jamaica and southeast sides of Cuba. Melissa is likely to impact southeast Cuba late on Tuesday and throughout the day on Wednesday. And now there's a hurricane watch for the southern and central Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Our friends in these areas need to start preparing for hurricane conditions as we go through our Wednesday, potentially moving through those areas as a Category 2 hurricane, bringing still some very significant wind impacts to that area. It's accelerating as it does so the rainfall flood threat is a little bit lower. That doesn't mean we couldn't see some excessive rainfall in the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos through Wednesday, but more concerned about the wind right now. Tropical storm warning continues for southern Haiti and the Cuban province of Las Tunas, a little bit north of where we have our hurricane warning. When we take a look at potential outputs, right, on the models, looking at the newest Google DeepMind that I was able to pull out, we still have 49 of the 50 ensemble members with a direct landfall. Now, I'll monitor this. We'll get an update a little bit later. We'll see if there's a little bit more of a shift west, but I want to be clear that As we go through the short term, the highest probability by a vast margin is still for a direct landfall. It may not be this far east, but it is likely to be on the western side of the island as a major hurricane. But as large and destructive as this hurricane is, again, wind impacts are going to be felt well away from the center, well into the eastern side of the island. This is a timing I put together for the most likely arrival of hurricane force conditions. Again, tropical storm conditions are already being felt in a more consistent and persistent way, the southern side of the island, and that will continue to spread across the island the remainder of this Monday, especially into the evening and overnight hours. But by very late tonight and overnight, we'll start to see the first hurricane force sustained winds begin to impact the south central and the southwest sides of the islands. Places like Clarendon and Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland parishes will likely feel the hurricane impacts first. The storm surge will be very significant near the center and off to the east. Friends, we're talking like 9 to 13 foot storm surge and higher in some locations. That's above ground level, not even putting into the equation the wave action and the swells and the breakers that will accompany this. There is likely to be a significant and life-threatening wall of water that accompanies Melissa as it moves on shore. Anyone who lives along the southern coastline needs to take that very seriously. If you're told to evacuate, you feel like you need to evacuate, you need to get to higher ground away from the coastline. That is certainly a worthy idea to do. That should have already occurred. But again, you always follow local government and local official messaging on that. And then the storm is likely to turn a little bit to the north and east as it moves across the island through the day on Tuesday, likely exiting the island sometime late afternoon, early evening. The timing is still a little bit up in the air. Again, if it jogs even a little bit farther west for the short term, that's a longer duration before it begins to swing back into the island. So farther west equals pushing the time frame back a little bit farther. If it tries to track more due north in the short term, we'll likely have a little bit earlier landfall on the island. But it's still a bit up in the air. I could see it anywhere from, the wee hours of this Tuesday morning and even a little bit after daybreak on Tuesday. Again, if you live on Jamaica, here's what you need to know. Catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding has occurred in a couple of spots already and will just become extremely widespread across the island. It is the flash flooding that will be most prominent across the island. The most people will feel the impacts from the flash flooding. The storm surge for the southern coastline along the path of the storm and east will be extremely significant, but even west of that center, it is likely to be exceptional. And again, if we have landfall near the western tip of the island into Westmoreland Parish, that means the vast majority of the southern coastline is on the east side of the storm with the onshore winds for the longest time and the most significant storm surge. Extensive infrastructure damage is expected when you're talking about a hurricane right now that has sustained winds of 175 miles an hour. If I were to, when I was working in Oklahoma City, equate this to a tornado, that is bark stripping off of tree kind of winds. All right. So extensive infrastructure damage is likely. Long duration power outages and communication outages for days, if not weeks. Significant landslides and mudslides into low-lying areas. This could wash away roads and obviously lead to isolation of communities in some areas. So the most extreme impacts are expected across Jamaica beginning very late tonight and then throughout the day on Tuesday. When we look at the potential impacts, I haven't changed this from yesterday, my friends. All looks to still be on track, if you will, because regardless of the intensity, right? Whether it comes in 150, 160 or slightly higher, we're probably going to get that 130 to 160 as far east as the Kingston area. Now, farther west track would put the Kingston area in the lower band of that and potentially even lower than 130. But I'm still expecting hurricane force gusts at the very minimum to get as far east as Kingston and St. Andrew parishes, even if the storm moves into the western side of the island, farther west than what's tracked at least at this point in time. Then you get to the northern side of the island, St. Anne and St. Mary parishes, you're looking at about 120 to 140 mile an hour winds. The rainfall in the eastern side of the island is going to be the most significant, 15 to 30 inches of rain. I hope we don't go higher than that, but I have seen some potential for locally up to 40. I will say the good news is, there's not much good news to glean at any of this, guys, but the European model has backed off a little bit in the maximum rain, but it's still dumping over 2 feet of rain, over 24 inches of rain, right? well over 500 millimeters of rain as a maximum through a lot of the southern and the eastern side of the island. And again, with this onshore wind, your storm surge is likely to be around 9 to 13 feet. Western side of the island, again, these numbers might have to be elevated. It just depends, right? You know, right now, expecting St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland parishes in that 120 to 140 range. But if the core of the inter-eye winds goes over that part of the island, those numbers will have to be up. And it'll be the same situation for St. James and Hanover parishes, and even east towards Triolani, where 90 to 120 is forecast right now. But I might have to up those numbers if we start seeing a slight shift west with this track over the next 12 hours. Rainfall totals on the western side of the island, 10 to 20 inches, locally up to 25. And again, even on the west side of the storm, a storm surge of 6 to 9 feet and higher is expected in some areas. So when we look at the European rainfall totals, again, through Jamaica, you see a lot of the 12 to 20 inch totals in those colors, those grays to purples to fuchsia colors, with a maximum of 25 inches. Significant life-threatening flooding is also expected in southeast sides of Cuba, from Santiago de Cuba to the Guantanamo Bay area, moving up to the north to the east. Now, once we get into the Atlantic, the forward speed of Melissa should increase, and while we could see 4 to 8 plus inches of rain in some areas, especially the southeast Bahamas, and that will lead to some flooding concerns, the faster speed of Melissa will not put as much water into those areas, including Turks and Caicos. That being said, of course, we will have to deal with the potential for some significant wind impacts there. And again, east side of the storm, if you look at our winds counterclockwise around the storm, that means it's all of an onshore flow anywhere east of the center of circulation. And that's why I expect the battering coastal conditions through a lot of Jamaica, starting now and through the rest of the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. The interesting thing about this, if you guys have ever been through a hurricane that's been significant, is once the storm passes you to the north and the winds turn back out of the north, it actually takes all of the water and pushes it back out of all the bays. So you actually go from a significant flood to, in some areas, being just mud flats. I've seen it happen several times. Now, let's take a look at the rest of what's going to be happening, and then I've got some videos to show you guys. We do have that hurricane warning for the southeast sides of Cuba. Look, the winds are already freshening up here, right? We've got 25, 30, 35, even 45, 50 mile an hour winds near Santiago de Cuba. This is still expected to be a major Category 3 hurricane as it moves over those areas late Tuesday and throughout the day on Wednesday. Again, picking up forward speed, your hurricane watches extend as far north in the Bahamas as Cat Island, including the Exuma area, Rum Key, Long Island, San Salvador, the Acklins, Mayaguana, Inagua, and all of the Turks and Caicos. Already a few 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Grand Turk. Now, again, that center line track, we're going to go from a 3 to a 2. So I do not want to underplay the impacts down the road we are likely to see in the southeast Bahamas near the center and east as far as wind goes, right? Significant wind damage is likely. You guys need to be preparing for also loss of infrastructure, loss of utilities, loss of internet and things like that. And make sure you guys are stocking up on the non-perishable foods and plenty of drinking water as well. Obviously, you know, I'm going to be monitoring the situation. A lot of live streams coming up between now and when we get the storm moving across that area. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Thank you for all of the support. Thank you, Raya Eagle Wings. I appreciate your $9.99 super stickers and your $1.99 super thanks. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Raya Eagle Wings, big friend of the channel, helping to support us here. Now, as I have mentioned, we do have some live elements from Jamaica. We're going to have some people giving us some live coverage of the storm and also, you know, giving us a flavor of what's been happening across the island. So I want to check back in here real quick. Give me just 1 second here. I want to make sure I got the order correctly. So if you guys know, we were watching some videos yesterday from Justin in Treasure Beach on the southwest side of the island. And very recently, he sent us another report. So let's check in with Justin out of Treasure Beach to see what's happening across the island on this Monday. Justin?
Okay, Monday, October 27th, Great Bay Treasure Beach. The time is 8 a.m. It's definitely getting loud outside now. The waves are definitely much bigger, more frequent waves as well. I would say about an extra 2 feet of sand has been brought up the beach and dumped. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, the frequency of the waves are definitely picking up here.
Okay, Justin, I appreciate that. And, you know, he's one of the people who's going to likely bring us and hopefully bring us some live coverage as we go through this live stream from the Treasure Beach area there, obviously in a safe manner. And our thoughts are with him and everyone else that lives along the southern coastline of Jamaica. You can just already see how churned up conditions are at this point in time, right? And this storm is still fairly far away. It's beginning that north turn in a very slow fashion, you know, while still jogging off towards the west. If we take a look at exactly how far away it is at this point in time, let me bring on my handy dandy measuring tool here, and we'll take a look at that. So from the southwest side of the island towards the actual eye right now, you know, it's getting a little bit closer, but it's still about 80 plus miles away, right? So the thicker part of the storm on the northeast side is beginning to spread over the southern side and the southern flank of the island right now. But obviously the core hurricane force winds, which extend about 30 miles from the center, are still well away from the island. So again, slow, agonizing progression right now of this storm. And the reason why it's so agonizing is, I mean, I know it's, you know, anxiety is up right now, you know, and I'm going to do the best that I can to walk you through this, to give you the information, to provide you guys as much knowledge as you have as the storm moves closer to this area. But the rainfall that could fall with this storm, because it's going so slow, is another big concern, right? Just the longer it stays over one area. So, you know, we want this storm to move away. That does not appear like it's likely to happen. And again, we're likely to see a landfall here in the western side of Jamaica on Tuesday. But to try and accelerate it and to get it out of this area a little bit quicker, you know, that might help suppress the rainfall total some. But the amount of rain that is going to be falling is going to be life-threatening in many spots. Okay. Others to check in with on the island as well. My friends, the Cameron family, they are on Old Harbor Bay, and they recently sent me this video again earlier from today. So let's check in with the Cameron family.
So time to leave now, guys. Watch out, the water reach in at the HQ. And we are leave now. We are take the warning.
The white house never real, guys.
You see, we take a video, come, make we go on home, go lock up. Better be safe than sorry. So guys, the water reaching at the HQ already. So we are leave and go to higher ground. We are going at the Airbnb. Watch ya. Watch ya. Tell me, but. You what? How? Me not looking at. I better left them out there. We are leaving now, guys. No joke. The breeze and the rain are coming here now. It's not a good look. So guys, stay tuned. We've come to the end of this wonderful video. Stay tuned and big up on yourself as always.
Okay, thank you very much, Cameron Family. You can check them out there at Cameron Family TV on YouTube. They'll be providing us updates as well. I want to let everyone know that we actually do have the 5 o'clock advisory in from the Hurricane Center. It just came in. So let me read this off to you guys, and then we'll take a look at it together. So we do have the 5 o'clock advisory. The winds are still going to be 175. There has been no fluctuation in intensity right now. Pressure is still going to be 906. So it's steady pressure since the 2 o'clock advisory. And it is now moving northwest at 3. So they think it's a little bit more of a north jog overall at 3 miles an hour. The system will automatically update the cone once the new information comes in. That will likely happen a little bit after 5 o'clock. I'm just going to take a real quick look here at myself here. It potentially might be just a few miles west. I want to be very clear that the Hurricane Center for the 5 o'clock advisory still has a direct landfall in the western side of Jamaica, but they have slowed up the timing a little bit, it looks like. This was the 2 o'clock number earlier. This might be a little bit closer to the coastline. So the slow movement of the storm is actually now more likely at least, to bring a daylight landfall to Jamaica. It could be after sunrise tomorrow that we get the landfall. So again, an agonizingly slow storm here, no doubt about it. Let me see if my system has picked up the 5 o'clock advisory, and we can read it together. Again, I like doing this, and I'll update this real quick as well. So let me just delete that part, and then again, we'll change it here, and I'll get it to the chat too, I promise you. Again, when we start these live streams, there's just certain information I want to make sure I get to you guys, and it's in my head. And then I'm happy to answer any questions. I want to hear from you guys in Jamaica, other areas of the Caribbean and the Bahamas as well. Please let us know what's going on with you guys. How you're doing, how you're preparing. Hopefully you guys are prepped up and ready to go as best as you can in Jamaica. And I keep hitting winds. See, I'm talking and I can't even do it right. Trying to put in the winds twice. Okay. Again, not much of a change just with the wind direction, but the current statistics for Melissa will always live on the top hand side of the screen. So let's get into the discussion. And we do have the 5 o'clock discussion. So I'm going to bring this up together. And again, we can look at this. You know what? Actually, I don't want to start with the discussion. I want to start with the advisory. So this is more of what we call the public advisory, right? The headlines are Category 5 Melissa now moving northwest while warnings are issued for the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Catastrophic and life-threatening winds, flooding, and storm surge expected in Jamaica tonight and early on Tuesday. So again, the storm, as of 5 o'clock, located 140 miles to the southwest of Kingston, or about 320 miles from Guantanamo, Cuba. Sustained winds of 175, moving northwest at 3, and that minimal central pressure has plummeted and is now holding steady at 906 millibars. It is a frighteningly powerful storm in that inner core. So we do have, again, the hurricane warning. Actually, the easiest way to look at it is this. Hurricane warning in effect for Cuba, the southeast side, Jamaica, the southeast side of Cuba, and now the southeastern and central Bahamas. So if you live in the central, in the southeastern Bahamas, your hurricane watch has now been upgraded to a hurricane warning. Let me be clear, that was always likely to happen. It was just a matter of time. What that means is a hurricane warning, hurricane conditions are likely within the islands within a 36-hour time frame. So if you live southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, there is the potential for hurricane conditions within 36 hours. Tropical storm warning for Haiti, Las Tunas, the Cuban province of Las Tunas, the Turks, and the Caicos. So Bahamas upgraded to a hurricane warning. We're going to stay with a hurricane watch and tropical storm warning for Turks and Caicos. And see the definition that I just mentioned there. Again, looking at this, a slow turn to the north is expected this evening, followed by a turn to the north and to the east and a slightly faster forward speed on Tuesday. Northwest motion with a faster forward speed is expected on Wednesday and Thursday. And on that forecast track, the core of Melissa is expected to move near or over Jamaica late tonight and Tuesday, and across the southeastern Cuba Tuesday night, and the southeastern sides or the central Bahamas on Wednesday, right? So maximum sustained winds are 175 miles an hour. Some fluctuations in intensity are likely. Melissa is expected to reach Jamaica and southeast Cuba as an extremely powerful major hurricane and will still be a hurricane strength when it crosses the southeastern Bahamas. Again, hurricane force winds extend up to 30 miles from the center and 195 miles an hour from the center tropical storm force winds. The winds, again, significant. Now, the other thing that they mention about this as well, and it kind of comes into play as the storm moves over the western side of Jamaica, right? They talk about how within the eye, total structural failure is likely, especially in higher elevation, where wind speeds atop and on the windward sides of hills and mountains could be 30% higher, right? So even though maximum sustained winds are 175 right now, and hopefully will fall a little bit, but again, appreciably not much lower, you could add on 30% of that maximum sustained winds in some of the windward facing higher terrain areas of Jamaica. All right. So tropical storm conditions are expected to begin southeast Cuba Tuesday, and then hurricane conditions in the warned area on Tuesday evening. Rainfall totals again 15 to 30 inches through portions of Jamaica, and 6 to 12 additional inches in Hispaniola, giving them a storm total of around 40 inches in some areas. 10 to 20 and up to 25 inches of rain for eastern Cuba, 5 to 10 for the Bahamas. So again, it's moving faster at that point in time, 5 to 10 in the Bahamas. Storm surge again, they're going to stick with the 9 to 13 feet. So 9 to 13 feet above ground level. Significant storm surge along the southeast coast of Cuba as well, maybe 7 to 11 feet there. And then a 4 to 6 foot storm surge for the southeast side of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos on Wednesday. And the swells. So much information to pass along. And also the fact that there's just so many areas with likely very, very significant impacts, right? So now that I have that information in my head, we can continue to go along with that. First of all, not much has changed, right? And not much is expected to change. Again, when the 5 o'clock track comes in, we're going to see the center line slight shifty to the west, but it's still going to call for a landfall on Jamaica. Still going to monitor, right, the progression, just how much farther west it wants to turn before it tries to go north. Obviously, right, if this wants to try and wiggle a little bit farther to the west, let it. That is still not the overall forecast. I don't want to give our hopes up. We'll hope for the best and plan for the worst. But, you know, even if this does brush the western side of the island again, I just have to continue to reiterate we are on the bad side of the storm here through all of Jamaica then, and only the far eastern side of the island might be spared from the worst part of the storm, just far enough away, you know, mileage wise, where we may not have the sustained hurricane conditions, even Cat 1 there. If we go, of course, from one side of the island to the other, you're about 140 miles. So you're still going to get strong tropical storm force conditions. Portland, St. Thomas parishes, most of Kingston and St. Andrew parishes, St. Mary, but you might be able to avoid in that scenario the sustained, more impactful hurricane and or major hurricane force winds if it were to brush and make landfall in the Westmoreland, Hanover parish areas, you know, through Savlamar, Lucy, Negril, places like that. Okay. So that's kind of the newest information there. I haven't had a chance yet to jump into the chat, so let's do that. And again, happy to answer whatever questions I possibly can. I see we have another fan funding. I want to thank Jim for your support. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rhea Eagle Wings, another $1.99. Let's get the hearts out for our friends there, and I appreciate that so much. All right, let me get back to the chat. And again, this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Even today, right, we are likely to not get the brunt of the impacts with Melissa until early on Tuesday, especially now, right? You know, I woke up this morning and I thought, all right, we might get landfall like really early overnight. But the storm is still moving at a creeping 3 miles an hour. In any westward jog, whether that is a more sustained nudge west, or whether that's just a wobble, anything like that just puts a longer duration of time before it bends back to the north to the east. It's not the most direct route. So farther west equals a longer duration south of Jamaica and a more likelihood of a daylight landfall on Tuesday, right? So right now, based on what I'm seeing, and we'll monitor this, and there's the updated track, right? Did you guys see that that popped on? Not much of a difference. I mean, probably a couple of miles. So the center line track right now from the Hurricane Center is over the Black River area of St. Elizabeth Parish. So the landfall at this point in time from the 5 o'clock advisory is St. Elizabeth. The far western envelope of cone of uncertainty is a couple of miles offshore. So I'll grant you the brush with the island as a possibility. But again, at this point in time, the highest likelihood by a large stretch is a landfall on Jamaica. And I don't say that lightly, but we need to be prepared for what this storm is likely to bring. These are our spaghetti plots, our hurricane models that run. They're always great. Now, as I've mentioned several times, you're always going to get, you know, the dunce in the classroom that is just not picking up the storm properly, and it's going to feed it somewhere that it is extremely unlikely to go. We already looked at the Google DeepMind. All 50 ensemble members have this over the island, with one brushing the western side. But the tight cluster, and this is the newest information, and all of these data points and these spaghetti plots update live in real time in my system. So whatever we're looking at right now, I promise you, is the newest information. Just like I didn't have to touch a thing to get the new track from the Hurricane Center, I don't have to touch a thing for this. And again, unfortunately, you have an extreme tight cluster where the center line is from the Hurricane Center. Now, this is just simply for where the landfall is likely. But as I continue to state, and I will over and over again, the impacts are going to be felt island-wide. And in some areas, these are likely to be historic impacts. I hope everyone on the island is taking this storm as seriously as you've ever taken any storm, as seriously as you've ever taken any messaging about a storm moving over the island. All right, chat time. How we doing? I'm going to start back from the beginning. Let me see here. Okay. I want to make this bigger. Can I make this bigger? That didn't work. Oh, yeah. But can I still move it? Yeah, that might actually work. I want to see more chat at one time. I think this works. I'm just adjusting my screen, so I hope you guys will give me that. And let me go to live chat as well. All right. So what do we got going on here, guys? And can I move this to this side? Doesn't look like I can. Well, it's kind of weird. I don't want to use my right hand, so I have to use my left hand here. All right, here we go. Having rain now in eastern St. Andrew, Bull Bay. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate all the information. Hey, Blue Goose, how you doing? Is this starting the surge? If you mean storm surge, we're already starting to see some elevation of the tidal areas. And actually, I've got a video coming up from you guys, from Alex, who shows you some of that in the Palisades area of Kingston. Francis says, wind and rain picking up now in Spanish Town. And again, our moderators are here to help guide the chat. If I answer a question that they've audibly heard and you ask it, they're going to answer it for you so you can follow them. They're the ones where their names are in blue with the wrench. So anything you guys see from someone with a blue name with a wrench, basically they're speaking for me. They have my full support to answer those questions. We also have our administrator in the chat. You'll see him at Meteo Mundo, kind of helping again to answer some questions, but also asking some very pertinent questions, like knowing if you're in a mandatory evacuation zone. I was reading up on some of that before I came on here from one of the local newspapers in Jamaica, the Jamaican Gleaner, and up to 50,000 residents could be relocated. 180 residents evacuated from Rocky Point and Portland Cottage and Clarendon as Hurricane Melissa begins to approach. So, we're starting to hear about the practical impacts from the storm as far as preparation goes, right? What, the government is asking people to do, and those areas that are likely to be inundated with water or to likely see significant wind damage, and some residents are being evacuated out of those spots. Kingston 8 area, no breeze, only light rain. Thank you very much. Again, I know everyone asks the question of, are you sure this is where it's going? Are you positive or whatever? I'm using data. I'm using all of the model information that I have. We're obviously seeing what the Hurricane Center's thoughts are with this storm. Now, look, it is a storm of Mother Nature. They do have minds of their own. There's a lot of scientific reasoning to impart why this storm is likely to move the direction that it is. Now, again, we've, for the most part, seen this track been very much spot on. Sure, there's going to be some wobbles, and the one reason why that you guys are going to see some wobbles here and there with a storm that is this strong is because it's moving so slowly. and it's rotating around more of an elliptical center rather than this, concentric center. So as I've mentioned many, many times before, you get this more stair-step motion in the short term with the wobbles of an eye of a storm like this. But in a general sense, you get a little bit more of a smooth pattern. Again, if you look at the track plot over the last day or two from Melissa, you're going to see some wobbles back and forth. But if you were to smooth this out in a line in latitude, you're relatively straight, that due west track. And now over the last 12 hours or so, we're beginning that slow northerly turn. We do have to watch, absolutely, about how far west this goes before it turns in. But remember, unfortunately, as it turns north, we expect to do north track for a while, and then trying to turn north and east towards the end of the time frame, maybe not until very late tonight and overnight, which unfortunately, of course, puts more of Jamaica back into play. So we could see this storm, right, by longitude, get just a little bit farther west than the tip of the island, but unfortunately kind of come back north and east. That is still a little bit up in the air, but we have to prepare for direct landfall and impacts on the island. You're welcome, Dave. My pleasure. And again, I appreciate everyone asking this question. I hope that explanation gives you a little bit of clarity. And it's a situation we're going to watch together, right? Not clairvoyant. There can be some changes with this track. We're running out of time for this storm to do something completely unexpected. We would love for that to happen. If it somehow decided to pull an Aaron and just, move across all of our island areas and not have a direct landfall. But we can't hope for that. We have to prepare for the direct impact. And if that happens, we will be very blessed. Cayman Islands are safe. Yes, I expect there to be some squalls and winds picking up from time to time, but based on this track and the weaker western side of the storm, they are unlikely to even get into sustained tropical storm conditions. They will get some gusts from time to time in Little Cayman and Cayman Bracket especially, and even Grand Cayman could see some of that as well. Winfred says, I'm in Upper Clarendon and I'm in the path of the hurricane. Our thoughts are with you. Absolutely. Obviously, there's so many of you in the chat right now who are in the path of this storm. And, again, my job here is to pass along the information as we go along. And I hope that you guys are prepared for the storm. We're going to get through it together. Again, it is going to be a storm with significant impacts. There's no two ways around that. Wherever this storm wants to go, there could be potential historic impacts. When you're talking about a storm right now that has 175-mile-an-hour winds, we don't, can't take that lightly, guys, just how strong this storm is at this point in time. I want to as well, let me drop off this track. I don't think we've looked at the visible satellite imagery yet out of this storm. Just what this storm looks like on this visible imagery. I mean, look how large the storm is. Look how concentric the storm is. The outflow on all sides, right? The storm is almost pulsing in the middle. I've seen other tropical meteorologists describe that, and you can almost see it, right? It's almost kind of doing this. When these storms get to Cat 5 and they're that strong, and there's all that heat energy, right? And there's all that wind, 175 miles an hour rotating around that eye, you kind of do get this eye that does this. And the fact that we continue with this convection, the lightning near the center, is not a good sign, right? Nothing, unfortunately, that I've seen as of right now shows that this storm is weakening at any point, and there is no apparent eye wall replacement cycle occurring. Now that could begin at a moment's notice, right? In an eye wall replacement cycle, where you get an outer eye to form and collapse on the inner eye, and that basically then brings all of this central dense overcast over the center of the storm, and it raises the pressure and lowers the maximum winds to a degree, not a lot, right? But could that knock it back down to a category 4 before landfall? It's possible. Again, I don't see that occurring right now as we speak, but given the amount of time we still have left before landfall, that is a possibility. But the appreciable differences to a storm moving in with 140 or 170 is not much when we're talking about damage to infrastructure, utilities, the rain that's going to bring in all of that. Unfortunately, that's the case where we've hit that upper end of what the storm is likely to do wherever it wants to go. Okay, so I mentioned Alex, who brought us a lot of great videos yesterday. A little bit earlier today was in the Palisades area of Kingston. So I want to check in with his latest report out of that area. Alex?
Hey Rusty and guys over at Meteo Mundo. It's October 27th, it's Monday, and I'm down by Palisades. You can see the weather dome over there, that's the airport. You see that we still have the same storm surge coming in. Not sure if you can hear me with the wind. We've been getting tropical storm gusts so far. A few trees down, light poles here and there, nothing major yet.
All right, Alex, appreciate that report. We're going to hear again from Alex a little bit later on, obviously, you know, covering the storm, trying to do that in a very safe fashion for us. Jimmy sent me in this video a little bit earlier. This is from the South Field area in St. Elizabeth Parish, where again the winds are just starting to freshen up and becoming more steady and more consistent, and obviously these squalls will begin to move in throughout the rest of this Monday, and conditions across the island will just continue to go downhill. But you just see that moisture-laden air just sitting off the shoreline, just trying to roll into the island. So again, appreciate Jimmy sending in that video as well. Also keeping an eye out on other areas here. This is going to be from the See Jamaica YouTube channel, and keeping a close eye on that one for you here at this point in time as well. And again, sorry about that. Looks like we might have, might have to, you guys can see it just fine. Okay. There's a little bit of a back end issue here. But anyway, See Jamaica, a YouTube channel. You can always go to See Jamaica on YouTube for updates. Keeping an eye on some of these cameras as well, where again, it's wet at this point in time, some breeze here and there, but as someone mentioned, even in the Kingston area right now, things are fairly quiet. There's a live look to the Maypen area, again, where we've had some rain. And it's good to see there's not many cars on the roadways and there's not many folks walking out and about. Everyone on the island right now should be prepared and ready to go. Let's see here. What did I do? Uh-oh. All right, hang on. Give me just 1 second here, guys. I think we're fine. Yeah, okay. We're good. Sorry. Hit a button on the back end. You never like to hit the wrong button, but I think we're fine. All right. Let me get back to the chat. You know, a great idea as well is to secure those outside furniture and the objects around your home. Anything that is lightweight, anything that is in moderate weight is likely to be picked up with these kinds of winds, right? So anything lightweight that can be brought inside, and they're not flying objects around. We just don't want flying projectiles, because again, flying projectiles can, you know, damage your home as well if they're coming from other areas. A plastic chair that's picked up, even a metal table lifted in winds that could be well over 100 miles an hour in many locations. And again, the maximum potentially in that 160 plus range are going to take light and moderate weight objects and throw them around like beanbags, right? You can almost think of the winds associated with Melissa as a very powerful tornado. That kind of wind field is expected near this storm. Hi, Alexandra from Panama City. Good to see you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. The real GG for life, again, right now, kind of based on the forward speed being so slow and the fact that it is, at least as we speak, still moving slightly west of north and might continue that trend for a while, would now pull this storm past daybreak tomorrow morning for landfall, right? So again, any little bit of a shift west is, appreciated, right? But also going to slow down the timing of the storm if ultimately it comes back north and to the east, And if you guys have been watching the live stream since this morning, we get these shifts. I know, and a lot of people are trying to be, hey, look, it's going west, it's going west. And it is, for the short term, tumbling west. But what we have to do is, over a much longer time sample than just an hour or two, we have to see if that's just a wobble or a trend. So many times when I've been doing hurricane coverage here on Meteo Mundo or my quarter century on television in the United States, we would get to this point with a major hurricane trying to make landfall, trying to forecast exactly where it was going to go. And a lot of people be like, you see that wobble, you see that turn, it's turning. And it's, you got to give it some time to see, because again, these are not smooth storms. They're not going to go in straight lines. But of note, it is slightly west of that center line as of now. Let's see how this plays out over the next couple of hours. Again, the Hurricane Center is still calling for a very high likelihood of a direct landfall in the western side of Jamaica. And regardless of whether this storm makes that landfall on the western side or just skirts the western side of the island, again, being on the east side of this storm, you're on the worst part of that storm with the most significant wind field that expands farthest away from the center, your onshore winds, and the highest amount of rain on this northeast quadrant. The right front side of the storm is the worst part of the storm. Everyone getting tired of the storm, I hear you. Hey, Tanya, in Spalding, Manchester, are starting to experience some wind. Appreciate that. Rain in Spanish Town. Again, I apologize. I've got this touch screen, and every so often, Rusty here on the homeland start officially direct cat fire. I got you. Yeah, Panama. A little bit of, there's going to be a lot of swell action, right? And some squalls moving in, in other areas too. I mean, again, this is an expansive storm. You can clearly see that. Some of this is generating some thunderstorm activity over the Bay Islands of Honduras. The heavy rain continues for the western side of Haiti, Hispaniola in general, even into Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic, still along the DR coastline, some significant heavy rain. Again, we have a lot of friends of the channel who live in the Dominican Republic. If you guys do, and you've gotten your internet back, let me know. But it has been very quiet, very crickets from a lot of our friends in and on Hispaniola. So, it leads me to believe that the power issues and the internet issues in a lot of areas are still very significant. And again, in Haiti itself, we have had expansive flooding. What is the current speed over land? As far as winds right now, they're freshening to be pretty consistent in the 40+ mile-an-hour range over the southern side of the island, Noble Pills. And again, that's becoming steadier, and tropical storm force conditions are likely to just continue to overspread the island and will overspread the island the remainder of the day. So far, no rain in the grill. That's good, right? We need to keep the rain away as long as we possibly can, knowing what's coming. I would expect Spanish Town to be significantly impacted. Yes, look, the entire island is likely to see very significant impacts. Closer to the center, the most significant impacts could be the wind, right? When you're talking about a storm that has 175 mile-an-hour winds. But the storm surge along all of the southern coastline, and then the rainfall and even high-end tropical storm to low-end hurricane force winds, even in the eastern side of the island, will bring some significant impacts there as well. Rural Hill in East Portland, Jamaica, little rain and a breeze. Thank you very much for that report. Starting to get some tropical storm winds right now and some light rain in Santa Cruz. I appreciate that. Petro Green asks, is the storm coming or what? Again, very slow movement, but yes, that is the forecast, that the storm will be approaching Jamaica, and it's begun the north turn, right? There is still certainly a west component to its movement, but from here on out, it is going to get closer and closer to the island. It just might be agonizingly slow as it tries to do so. Rain with a light breeze in Savlamar. Art and Turks and Caicos, patiently waiting in preparations. Smart move, Art. Again, down the road, we'll be discussing your area in length and detail. Will Ocho Rios get hit? Every part of the island is going to get hit, right? Now, again, let's talk about, if we wanted to say, okay, where's the worst part? Who's going to be impacted the most? At this point in time, the hurricane force winds extend out about 30 miles. So if this ended up being the actual location, you're going to get the sustained hurricane force winds well into Mandeville. And I got to tell you something, with a storm this size, to reach a few more miles east as it expands its wind field a little bit for landfall, where Maypen and Hayes are associated with that, it's absolutely plausible. Then that 30-mile range gets you through Savlamar and begins to brush places like Negril. And that could be, again, a little bit conservative. The tropical storm force winds extend 195 miles, and you're going to see the higher end sustained tropical storm force winds, within that first 100 miles or so, in that black and white areas. That continues to kind of spread out and build and fluctuate from time to time. So high end, again, your tropical storm force winds up to 73 miles an hour, very damaging winds sustained, but gusts are likely to be much higher than that, right? And then a little bit down the road from this plot point here, again, if we go to Lucy, more within the hurricane conditions, Montego Bay would see it, obviously Cambridge, deeper into the northern sides of Manchester and maybe Clarendon, eking into northwest sides of St. Catherine, St. Anne, most of St. Anne and Trelawney, all of Trelawney would see hurricane force conditions. Ocho Rios on over towards places like Port Maria, St. Anne's Bay, close, very, very close. What I'm concerned about is with the landfall, sometimes these hurricanes, their wind fields expand a little bit as they encounter the friction of land, right? We can see that inner core winds expand a bit, and although the maximum winds come down a touch when that happens, the unfortunate circumstance of that is that the hurricane force winds extend outward in a larger area, and when we're talking about these kinds of winds, they're all going to be destructive. So it's not a good thing if that were to happen. Again, we don't want to focus so much on the highest wind speed. It's how large the wind field is and how impactful that is likely to be through a large area of the island. Again, at this point in time, I would put Portland and St. Thomas parishes, Port Antonio, Morant Bay, Yallis area, Morant Point, at the areas where it's the least likely to see sustained hurricane force winds over 74 miles an hour, but gusts over that are still likely. Yep, 175 is sustained. Well, any shift west might have some impacts down the road as to what part of the Bahamas gets hit the most, but it's a little bit too far down the road to see, right? Because this is a very short term, look in how that ridge and the weakness in it will influence the ultimate path. Still be determined. Again, that's why we have our cone of uncertainty, right? Where the ultimate path of the storm could be. Right now from the Hurricane Center, that's as far north as San Salvador, Runquillo, and the Exuma areas, passing right over those islands, a Long Island included in that, closer to the Acklands and Mayaguana, and the far eastern side of that envelope is Mayaguana, and just outside of that, you're going to have places like Anagua and Turks and Caicos. But, potentially, but we're a little bit too far away to see if a west shift continues with a farther north track overall. Jimmy saying hopefully it weakens. I hope it does as well, but again, I'm not expecting it to weaken to practically change the impacts to the island. I think that's the biggest thing, right? To practically change the impacts. You live in Southeast Cuba, you need to get ready. Absolutely. Ms. Petit says the temperature has changed in Mobe, getting really chilly. Lucy in Hanover, appreciate that. Just checking with our friends on the island here, guys. So from every so often, I see me look at the phone. It's coordinating some of that activity. Hey, Garrett, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Andrea asked 175, is that a history-making storm? I believe there has been a couple that have been slightly stronger, but not much. And, there's a difference between how strong a storm gets in the open waters and how strong a storm has been at landfall. And obviously, sometimes these storms peak prior to landfall, and hopefully that's the case with Melissa as well. But this is about as dangerous of a storm as I've ever discussed in my entire career. The impacts are about as high end as I've ever had to discuss for one location, considering that we're looking at 3 different impacts that could all be life-threatening, right? The wind impact, substantial, right? I don't know if anyone has been in a storm where the winds have even been near 100 miles an hour, right? You know what that kind of storm can bring. The fact that we could be, 1.5 times that or more, 150 plus at landfall is somewhat unfathomable, really, just to think about what that wind could do in that inner core as it moves on shore, or even if it brushes the island again. Now, the storm surge impacts 9 to 13 feet, right? Think of an average size human being, little under 6 feet. So put 2 people on top of each other, and that is the likely wall of water that is going to be coming into the shoreline along and east of the center, which again, the farther west the storm goes, that opens up more of the south coast for the onshore southerly winds to the southeast. So you have that kind of wind storm surge pushing up, and that doesn't even account for the breakers. It doesn't account for the swells and the overall wind action, which could be even more significant than that, right? Adding on top of the 9 to 13 feet, and then the 10, 20, even 30 inches of rain. Again, that amount of rain in a short amount of time, catastrophic flooding. To note, guys, I live in Central Florida. We had some 12 and 15 inch rainfall totals ourselves yesterday. It has washed out roads, okay? Good asphalt roads washed out. So any infrastructure on Jamaica that isn't as, hardened, if you will, the hardened infrastructure, roadways or buildings with that kind of wind and that kind of rain, there is likely to be a lot of devastation with the infrastructure. So again, if you live on the island, hopefully you've got your batteries powered up, ready to go. The one question I do have for you guys, because I was talking to some of our live streamers here earlier, some of them have already lost power. So let me ask you that. If you live on Jamaica, have you lost power already? So let's put that question out there. Let me know. I am MIF admin. What's the possible storm surge in Anado Bay? Can you let me know what parish that is, please? That is one area that I'm not strictly familiar with right away. Got to remember your animals, absolutely, right? We take care of ourselves, we take care of our family, our property, our animals. Hey Charles, how are you? Southeast Bahamas under order of evacuation. Okay. I will dig into that. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, first of all, I expect the forward speed to come up for anyone asking, like, okay, when is it exactly going to hit the island? But a farther west track means not a direct path towards the island. That's one thing. Secondly, we have to see how quickly this thing wants to start to pick up some forward speed, right? You know, does that happen not until tonight? You know, then that puts it even a little bit deeper into Tuesday. At this point in time, based on everything that I'm seeing and what the Hurricane Center has discussed, we're not likely to get landfall until at least daybreak tomorrow morning. So the timing is coming pushed back a little bit with the slower speed. So I'm not expecting a, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. local time landfall right now. It's still going to monitor the situation, but we're, still 80 plus miles away. We're still not directly towards the island. Hopefully that continues, right? Again, I don't want to give, we always want hope, but we have to look at the facts of the situation as well, where pretty much all the model data and the Hurricane Center track still has a direct landfall. But any farther west jog, let me put it that way, backs up the timing of the landfall in the most significant part of the storm over the island. Lulu, so we just got a 5 o'clock full update from the Hurricane Center. So all the information that you guys see on this screen is as of the 5 o'clock advisory. That was a full advisory from them. Again, if we look at the discussion with that, I never pulled up the discussion. Again, there's a lot of technical jargon with this discussion, right? But to show you this, they do expect it over the next 12 hours, so by 5 a.m., to still be a Cat 5, slightly down to 165. And then obviously at 5 o'clock tomorrow, they have this inland. So it gives you an idea that they've backed up the timing as well, right? So likely a daylight landfall, if that were to occur, and that is still the most likely scenario, and then tracking across the island during the day, and then exiting the coastline probably late afternoon or early evening tomorrow. Picking up some forward speed as it does. Excuse me, and then again, the 110-ish here, and then that 100 to 90 mile an hour potential over the Southeast Bahamas. So the reason why it's trying to turn to the north is that there is a ridge to the north of it that is beginning to weaken, right? Let me show you guys real quick, and then I'll move on to some other graphics I have. Let me bring out my telestrator. You guys know I love this thing. All right, so for a long time now, I guess I have to hit start too, huh? All right, hang on. All right. So for a long time now, we've had an area of high pressure west of the storm, counterclockwise. We've had an area of high pressure east of the storm, clockwise winds. So why has Melissa not moved much over the last several days? Remember, it's just been drifting west more than anything. Well, on the east side of this high, winds are out of the north. On the west side of this high, winds are out of the south. In between, you have Melissa, and you have very weak steering currents. These are negating each other, right? The north wind here, the south wind here negates it. And so you just have this kind of steady, subtly, slow movement to the storm. The easterly trades aren't as strong here. But eventually, if you guys see this right here, this is a trough coming in, okay, from the United States. And I believe if I bring up the fronts on this map, you'll even see that, right? So this is my system picking up on this trough here, right? Now, as this trough begins to move in, it will erode away the eastern side of this high. And as the trough comes in, the winds ahead of it are out of the southwest. I know this is sloppy. I'm not John Madden. Let me clear this real quickly here. But again, as this erodes away and this trough comes in, the winds start to pick up out of the southwest, and that should drive the storm. And as it gets under more influence, as it gets closer to it, it picks it up even more, and it goes faster and faster and faster. That's the science behind why it's expected to do so. But there's been clear science as to exactly why it hasn't moved much in the short term and why it is forecast to finally do so beginning today. You know, again, the track has been pretty spot on the last few days, right? You know, the slow progression west, the turn to the north beginning today. We've certainly seen a turn north. Now, it's still driving slightly west of north, but you can see that that turn north has certainly occurred. It is getting closer to the island. I think the only question we have right now is, you know, does it come right over the western third of the island, or is there a brush scenario with the western edge? Outside of that, there's not a lot of agreement, if you will, with any of the models trying to show something much different than that. Again, if I bring on the spaghetti plots, which are always updating in real time, just take off the satellite data so you guys can see a little bit more clearly. You have a huge cluster of those still over the same area, St. Elizabeth Parish, right? A couple over, a little bit east. You got your few stragglers west. You're never going to have 100% agreement, and we've seen that from time to time. If you guys notice, and again, I mentioned this yesterday's video, I'm not even showing the GFS. It's just been so out to lunch with the entire storm. You know, so we can start to, you know, use our brains a little bit and dismiss some of the solutions that are being presented. All right, this is our radar out of Jamaica. Clear eye still being seen in that. Again, look at all of the heavy rain on the northeast side, right? Just really significant, big wall of water, yellows, oranges, higher reflectivity, more consistent, heavier rainfall beginning to approach and spread into the island. And that will just slowly occur, but consistently occur deeper and deeper into this Monday. Just farther in time that we go throughout the rest of this late afternoon into the evening, all that heavier rain will just continue to spread into the area. Again, and I need to update this, right? We have a hurricane warning now for southern and central Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. So I will update that. The other one that I wanted to show you real quick is the Google DeepMind, right? The Google DeepMind model, and I'll continue to update this as well. Again, latest that I was able to pull before I came on is an ensemble product, just like the European and the GFS. There's 50 members running of this, 50 iterations of the model. 49 of them have a direct landfall. The farthest west one is a couple of miles west of Negril. But still, even if you brush the coastline, the inner core winds will still be over Western, Westmoreland, and Hanover parishes, even in that scenario, right? So this model has done very good during this hurricane season. It's been fairly reliable. And again, it's still showing a direct landfall. Now, could this shift a little bit farther west? You know, with the time frame that we still have with landfall not likely for another 18 hours or so, certainly a possibility, right? You know, let's say 14 to 18 hours, something like that. So I'll monitor those trends as well. This is my timing for when I do expect that. Again, you know, this afternoon, we're going to keep the sustained hurricane force winds offshore. At the earliest point, late tonight, a little bit before midnight, potentially starting to see, again, if we get a little bit more of an acceleration of the storm later today, that before midnight, it's not out of the question. It's plausible that we get some hurricane force sustained winds. That's winds of over 74 miles an hour or greater to move into the island before midnight, but especially going downhill overnight as we get into our Tuesday morning. And then just throughout the day on Tuesday, the hurricane conditions overspreading the central and the western side of the islands with some hurricane gusts on the far east side of the island and tropical storm sustained winds certainly across the entire island at that point in time. So again, you know, all of the threats that we have mentioned still are all into play, still in that catastrophic, devastating, life-threatening scenario. Anything you want to use, verbiage-wise, to understand and make sure that this information is, processed, if you will, to what we're likely to see on the island. Again, always heed local government and local officials. The most important thing that I'm doing here on this live stream is to try to spread the messaging, right? So if you know anyone who you think is going to get anything out of this, please share this with them, even if it's just a quick screen grab, or just let them know that I'm live. And if they want to tune in, that would be great. But it's more about spreading the information than anything. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation as far as, where am I here? Oh, here we go. The situation across the island. Again, we're going to check in from time to time with the Sea Camera crew there on YouTube. This is a live shot to Maypen. And again, at this point in time, a little bit of a lull in the action from time to time here. But again, live look to Maypen. And you can always check out more live cameras on the Sea Jamaica YouTube channel. Again, we'll see. This is their multi-camera view, so we'll see. But at this point in time, look, we've had some squalls move through Maypen. Not too bad there. Here's West Parade. Again, same situation. What I do like to see is there's very little activity on the roadways right now, right? I know that tolls have been suspended in some areas. I don't know if you guys know these areas, that the police are blocking off these roads, or curfew is in place. Let me know in the comments section below. But it's good to see that the streets are already quiet right now on this late Monday afternoon. Again, that's Sea Jamaica on YouTube if you want to check them out. All right, so again, we're going to continue to monitor how this storm is going to track in the short term and how quickly north it wants to turn and how quickly west it might want to jog as well. Back over to the graphics here. So again, I looked at this morning. I thought that this was probably about what we would see. Haven't changed this. Where again, wherever the center wants to move inland and east of there, if the storm, which is forecast right now to make landfall as a Cat 5, probably in the 160 to 165 range, which is, it's outrageously strong. I mean, the fact that we're talking about a storm weakening to hit those numbers wherever it goes is one of the highest end storms I've ever talked about in my career. And this is devastation, my friends. Well, we got 130 to 160 mile an hour winds. And then on the southern coastline, you've got a storm surge of 9 to 13 feet, right? 120 to 140 mile an hour winds in other areas as well. All right, sorry, just checking in with our team here. Okay. Rain 15 to 30 inches, locally up to 40. Now, I expect the majority of the eastern side, the eastern parishes from St. Catherine to Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, probably even most of St. Anne as well, to fall somewhere within that 15 to 30 inch range, right? It's significant rain. Potentially a couple of spots could go even higher than that. But when you're talking about 375 to 750 millimeters of rain for a storm total, that's just so much water on the island in such a short amount of time. So significant flash flooding, life-threatening flooding is likely to occur with the storm as it begins to move inland. And again, a storm surge of 9 to 13 feet. So a wall of water 9 to 13 feet high, not even talking about the waves or the storm surge on top of that, as far as the swells and the breakers pushing on with that wall of water. Western side of the island, and again, depending on the track, I might have to up these numbers for St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes. We'll see how that track ultimately plays out. But on the west side of the storm, we're still expecting winds close to the core to be 120 to 140 miles an hour, 90 to 120 in the northwest side of the island. And again, those numbers might have to be raised. So ultimately, I might raise the western side of the island's winds a little bit. I might lower the far eastern side of the island's winds a touch. All of these winds are destructive to a lot of buildings, to a lot of infrastructure. Again, island-wide, those kind of impacts are likely. 10 to 20 inch rainfall totals, locally 25, and that storm surge on the west side of the island of about 6 to 9 feet. Rainfall totals, again, maximum likely to be 25 inches or higher. It's good, if you will, to see the European model has come down a little bit at a maximum of 25, but still A couple of spots here or there could brush the 30-inch total, 750 millimeters. That kind of rain, certainly flash flooding of all sorts in the southeast sides of Cuba is likely as well. 10, 20, 25 inches of rain near Santiago de Cuba, in the Guantanamo area, and then 4 to 8, maybe 5 to 10 inches of rain, central, southeast Bahamas, maybe not as far south as Turks and Caicos, but it'll be close. That could lead to some flooding concerns there as well, although with the, again, increased forward speed of Melissa by then, we're not likely to have the feet of rain in the Bahamas like we are likely to see in Jamaica, southeast Cuba, and what we are already seeing in Haiti. Again, the flooding coming out of Haiti right now is so significant. And again, your storm surge, as I've mentioned several times, should be clear at this point. Hurricanes are areas of low pressure. That means winds wrap counterclockwise around the storm. So if the center is here, all of the winds on the east side will be out of the south, which is going to push all of that wall of water right on shore. That's the problem with having a storm farther west, is more of the southern coastline now gets into the highest storm surge possibility, which again, in some areas is likely to be 9 to 13 feet and locally even higher. Hi, from Guantanamo City. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're prepared. Appreciate you tuning in from Cuba. It's my understanding that the airport has been closed for quite some time. Yeah, no flights in or out for sure by now, but that it's been closed for a while there. Key cities is just a little rain in Kingston. No curfew, okay. And Otto Bay is in St. Mary. All right, so again, you know, if we're looking at the northeast side, it is a little bit harder to forecast, right? Because it is going to depend on exactly where the storm goes. So let's talk about that real quick. Anyone who lives on the northern side of the island, right? So let me double check, St. Mary Parish, right? Okay. So kind of in this area, right? I'm gonna assume you're a little bit east of Port Maria, somewhere in this area, right? Orientation of the shoreline will matter, but here's what's gonna happen with that area. Let me bring up my telestration. Boy, this is always gonna be fun. All right, so we have to assume that the storm is going to go here now. Again, subject change, we know that, right? So initially, to begin with, all of the winds on the east side of the island are going to be like this, okay? Which means for that area, there could be a little bit of paralleling, or depending on the orientation of the shoreline, pushing some of that in. As the storm progresses offshore, right? Now all of these winds are here, and the winds actually start to turn out of the southwest and eventually out of the south, and it pulls all the water back out, right? So the water will begin to recede in these areas as the storm pulls away. Ultimately, a pretty good average is that we would see about half of the storm surge to what the southern coastline would see out of the storm, but it is a little bit harder to forecast. Again, there's no high resolution tools as far as the storm surge products available in the United States, unfortunately. But with that orientation of the shoreline that kind of juts up like this, I am a little bit concerned here, right in the Port Maria area, that it catches a little bit more water here with the easterly wind. And then that just inundates areas with a little bit higher storm surge there. Whereas if the winds are more parallel with the shoreline, right, a lot of the highest wave action and storm surge might likely just skirt the coastline. But still significant storm surges possible in the northern coast. They're just not going to have the wall of water that the south coastline has. So I would say at least several feet. Little downpour in Kingston. Yep, always a good idea to know where the nearest shelter are. We talked about in yesterday's video that a lot of the schools were being used as shelters. Again, I've been kind of keeping up with some of the local press on the island as well. See if there's any, sometimes they do like little headlines here. Port Royal is urged to evacuate. And we talked about Port Royal in yesterday's live stream as well, where again, you know, I thought that there wasn't, you know, that Port Royal area was likely to be flooded, right? The airport as well. I mean, just that wall of water coming in. And again, this offshore, just offshore buoy there, picking up those sustained winds of around 40 to 45 at this point in time. So again, back over to, you know, what's been happening with the center here, right? Certainly a little bit of a turn west over the last hour or two. It's still gaining latitude, so it's still going to the north. And again, we have to watch this over, you know, a long duration time as to whether this is just a bit of a wobble or whether it really wants to continue to track a little bit more to the west. That would, of course, be good news for some areas of the island, but western sides of the island still likely to feel the full brunt of the storm, even if, and I think right now this is best case scenario, the eye skirts the island on the western side. Got my Lean Law tumbler, got my diet green tea. Raining off and on here in Clarendon, I appreciate that. Little breeze in Savlamar as well. So the next update from the Hurricane Center will come our way at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time or 7 o'clock local time in Jamaica. Dean says winds and rain picking up now in Mandeville. Yep, so Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft, there are all different forms of them, and the Navy is involved in this as well. They'll be interrogating this storm almost consistently, right? And again, as you guys know, I have access to the live aircraft reconnaissance data if they want to transmit and if I can pick it up. The latest that we're seeing is way out here. And let's see if we get a time fix on that. And that is current. So there is a reconnaissance aircraft on the far southeast flank of this storm. I mean, far away, but it is beginning to move in. So remind me, and from time to time, I'll check in on that data and we'll see what the newest information is. Again, the fact that we continue to have lightning being observed near the center is not a good sign, you know, for any weakening of the storm. Let's look at our visible satellite imagery here before we lose that. I mean, look at this monster. Again, visible satellite imagery has to have daylight, so it starts to fade, but you get these shadows right at the end of the day that really show you where that deeper convection and those higher cloud tops are. Just take the lightning off so you can see that. Can you see the depth of that eye, my friends? With these cloud tops at about minus 80 to minus 85 degrees Celsius, that's how high up in the atmosphere they are. But that eye is something. The depth of it is quite amazing. Concentric, about 10 nautical miles wide. Very classic storm, unfortunately. again, coordinating with our live streamers on the island. So I apologize if from time to time I'm going to stop and focus on them and give them direction and information. I mean, obviously, the most important thing, and they're just doing this because they want to help tell the story on Jamaica, is to stay safe. We're not asking them to do anything in particular. If they just feel like they can safely go out and shoot some video for us or go live, they're going to do so. But it's important to help tell the story on Jamaica, both before the storm, as much as we possibly can during the storm, and of course after the storm as well. Yeah, there's multiple planes that'll be in and out. Again, my system will pick up the one that's transmitting, and we can follow that in real time. But it's not a complete look at all of the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft and where all of them are at this point in time. I would say I can pull in the recon data, and we can look at that on a graphic as well. What would you like to know about Montego Bay? I mean, again, Montego Bay, northwest side of the island. Obviously, the center track is likely to come very close to that area. So even on the northwest side, based on the track from the hurricane center right now, Montego Bay would experience the inner core winds. Right now, they might be weakening a touch as they get to the northern side of the island, but more than likely, and I showed you the graphic earlier for the northwest side of the island, more than likely at least 90 to 120 mile an hour winds sustained in Montego Bay with higher gusts. But if the track of the storm even nudges a little bit farther to the west, the core of the storm has an even higher possibility of going directly over Montego Bay, where those wind, that range of wind would be too low. And I'd have to up that as well. So significant hurricane conditions are likely in Montego Bay starting early tomorrow, potentially as early as the daybreak hour, and then spreading closer to Montego Bay and being more consistent in that area as we go through the remainder of Tuesday. Again, if you live on Jamaica and you're watching right now, all of the island has significant impacts likely to move into your area here as we get into the daybreak hours of Tuesday, and then spreading across the island the remainder of the day, with tropical storm conditions moving in the deeper into this Monday that we go. Storm surge wise, again, just like, that was asked of me of St. Mary Parish, because Montego Bay is on the north side of the island. It's going to be interesting too, because if the storm tracks east of you with the eye, you're going to have the north winds to begin with, which would really limit the potential storm surge eventually. And then as the storm pulls away, you would actually get a little bit of a southwest wind. So behind the storm, you could get a little bit of water piling up, especially again in the Montego Bay area, because if there is a southwest wind, it's going to skirt the kind of Lucy area, and then based on the orientation of the shoreline here, maybe have a couple of areas where we could see some feet of rain. Now that's, or excuse me, some feet of storm surge, and not even accounting the rainfall that's out there. Obviously, if we're going to get some swells moving in as well, we're just not expecting the most significant storm surge on the north side of the island. But feet of storm surge for places like Negril and Montego Bay are absolutely still in the forecast based on the intensity of this storm. Brownstown and St. Anne, tropical storm force winds have moved in. Okay, thank you very much for that. Linstead again here, central side of the island. Again, based on this track, we would likely get right on the edge of hurricane force winds sustained over 74 miles an hour or greater, but gusts that could be much higher than that, well over 100 miles an hour. So significant wind impacts would still be felt even as far east as Linstead. And I would put Kingston in this as well, Spanish Town, Portmore, Halfway Tree, Old Harbor, Hayes, Maypen, anywhere within this cluster. Even if you're just slightly more than 30 miles away from that center, we're still likely to get some sustained hurricane force winds, certainly gusts that will be over 100 miles an hour from time to time. Again, very destructive winds, rainfall, higher elevations that could produce significant amounts of ice, of flooding, especially into the low-lying areas, catastrophic flooding, guys. Feet of rain likely in these areas, 12, 15, 20 inches of rain, maybe locally up to 25 and 30, 500 millimeters of rain, 675 millimeters of rain as a storm total in some of these areas. If the storm were to track slightly farther west, potentially, we could be talking about lowering the maximum wind here in the Lindstedt area. But, at this point in time, we're close enough to where that core is going to be where, we are likely to see at least some borderline hurricane force sustained winds of over 74 miles an hour, and certainly gusts that would likely still go above 100. One second here, guys. As I said, we're working with our friends behind the scenes. Okay. Savlamar, again, unfortunately, the southwest side of the island at this point in time would be the part of the island that would experience the most direct impacts from the storm. With the track trying to come back into the southwest side of the island, so Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth parishes, would likely get the brunt. Obviously, Savlamar being near the coast, on the coast, would likely also get a lot of storm surge as well. There will be a difference in some ways as to the strength of the winds with the storm, right? If it's right over Savlamar, east of Savlamar, or off towards the west. Again, a east track from Savlamar is slightly better because you're on the weaker side, but with these kinds of winds, as I've mentioned many times, and I will continue to do so to make sure that the messaging is out there, guys, with these kinds of winds, they're destructive throughout the entire hurricane force environment, right? 30 miles west, 30 miles east, all of those winds are going to be destructive. Sure, the inner core winds near the center of circulation within that 10-mile radius will be the strongest, but the impacts from a Category 5 hurricane, wind-wise, will be felt far and wide. With the storm surge, again, if the storm tracks east of you, you're likely to get a 6 to 9 foot storm surge in Savlamar. If it tracks west, if it wants to try and brush the coast of the island towards the Grill or any areas there, Savlamar area would have more of a south wind and more direct storm surge impacts. In the short term, there's absolutely been a little bit of jog west, right? But again, these storms, they bobble, right? And I've been watching this all day, if you guys have as well. We've had bobbles and turns and twists because the storm is moving so slowly. Erratic movement in the short term is expected, right? We don't expect this storm to go in a straight line when it has 175 mile an hour winds and it's moving at 3 miles an hour. It would be great if the track west continues, but that's not what is forecast right now, okay? Now again, farther west track, even in the short term, will do a couple of things. Sure, the Hurricane Center may look at this and the newer model information that's coming in, and I'll keep an eye on it, and maybe they do see enough of an appreciable shift where they want to take this line and move it a little bit farther west. But the question is, given the fact that we're 14 to 18 hours away from landfall, how much farther west do they expect it to go, with still the vast majority of the model data showing a direct landfall to the island? Okay, that's number one. Number two is, again, the appreciable differences that it's going to make on the island, which could not be very significant, and in some areas even more impactful if the storm stays just slightly off towards the west. Remember, the right front quadrant, or the northeast side of a storm like this, is the most dangerous part of the hurricane, and unfortunately that is the quadrant of the storm that will sit over the island for the longest duration. Hi, Fiona. Thank you so much for your $1.99 super thanks. Big friend of the channel, moderator, is always here helping things out. Let's get the hearts out for Fiona, for Rhea Eagle Wings, who also went nuts with the super stickers and the super thanks, and Jim as well. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate all the support of the channel. If you guys want to do me a favor and hit that like button for me, that also helps as well. The biggest thing I would ask you to do, though, is to share this information with anyone who thinks going to get anything out of it, right? You know, let them know about what we've been discussing, whether that's just letting them know or giving them a link to the channel and saying, hey, if you want to join in, you know, this is what I'm watching right now as far as coverage of the storm. So I appreciate you guys for doing so. So, you know, and I keep getting the same questions, and I absolutely understand why. And I'm going to do my best to continue to answer those. And again, our chat moderators can jump in. You know, timing wise for the storm, any jog west, right? Even if it's just a short-term jog west, is likely to back up the timing of landfall, because now it's farther west and doesn't have a direct route rather than going due north, right? So that's the shorter time frame to get to the island. A west and then turn to the east, east and northeast is a little bit longer duration. So my feeling based on what I'm seeing right now is we're likely to not have landfall until we get into the early morning hours of tomorrow morning. More than likely, landfall won't occur until daybreak tomorrow morning. You know, again, if it does, still the highest probability. But, you know, grant you that there is a plausible scenario where this brushes the west side of the island, right? You know, which again, that's better for the east side of the island, but the west side of the island would still see about the same impacts. Again, the storm is massive, guys. We'll take a look at the size coming up. I want you to understand how large and how wide the destruction is going to be with a storm of this magnitude. It's probably hard to fathom, right? Just because you're 50 and 75 miles from landfall, you are likely to see destructive impacts from this storm. But this is the arrival time for the hurricane force winds. At the very earliest, it's late tonight and more than likely during the overnight hours. Again, hurricane conditions will move in before the actual eye approaches. We are forecasting, the Hurricane Center has discussed this, an increase in forward speed to some degree starting later tonight and especially overnight. So this timing is based on the fact that it's creeping at 3 miles an hour right now, but it is likely to pick up a little bit of forward speed in the short term and especially overnight. Then traversing the island throughout the day on Tuesday and more than likely exiting the island, on the northern side sometime late Tuesday. Again, give or take a few hours here. Part of that is just based on how far west that it wants to track before it, you know, ultimately is forecast to come back to the north. I appreciate that, Stacy. Thank you very much. Listen, I understand everyone being nervous, okay? You know, I grew up on the west coast of Florida. Guys, I've been through storms. Now, I will grant you, I have not been through a Category 5, but when I was a teenager, I went through a storm, and it wasn't even a hurricane. It was the no-name storm of 1993 that flooded out our house with salt water. Completely flooded the house. Not feet of water, but enough, and it was salt water, where we had to leave the home for 6 months. So I know what it feels like to have that helpless feeling, right? And to, and to be displaced, and my heart breaks for my friends on Jamaica. My heart breaks for what's going to more than likely happen in Southeast Cuba. We'll have to really monitor the situation in the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. The flooding ongoing right now in Haiti is destructive, and it's life altering, right? The best that we can do is understand what's happening and be as prepared as we possibly can. It's the best we can do, right? To try and shelter as much as we can and to hope the impacts are as little as possible. We hope for that, but we also prepare for the worst. And this storm is of the worst magnitude when we have winds of 175 miles an hour, a storm that has a pressure as low as 906 millibars and a northwest wind at around 3. Have you guys felt that, by the way? Have you guys felt the weight of that air in Jamaica yet? You know, where that pressure begins to lower? Let me know. Roger says starting to get some tropical storm strength winds here, Brownstown and St. Anne. So there you go. Fort Myers is in the house. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is in the house. Appreciate you guys. South Florida. Oh, well, Andrew is kind of the benchmark for Florida, right? You know, we've had some since, you know, Irma, Helene, Milton of most recent. But, you know, Andrew was that first big one, you know, that a lot of folks, you know, remember. And obviously back in time, there were strong ones as well. You know, Jamaica has had their own history of significant hurricanes as well. All the numbers that you see, by the way, if you're unclear, are wind gusts in miles an hour. So just continuing to monitor that. The latest statistics from Melissa on the top of your screen. Again, this storm has gotten nothing but stronger and stronger and stronger, right? Now, certainly, again, in the short term, there has absolutely been a jog west. No doubt about it. So if we look at, and this is a 6-hour loop, right? So at noon today, Eastern time, so 11:14 a.m. on the island, we were tracking certainly in a west-northwest fashion. Then we got here, and again, it hasn't been long. You know, you might think it's been long, but just in the last 2 hours, there's been a little bit of a turn west, okay? Now, if I show you guys the track over the last several days, really since the beginning of the storm, right? But if we were to look here and draw a straight line to where the center is now, latitude-wise, it's about the same. But look at the plot points and what it took to get there, right? These storms, when they get strong and they're moving very slowly, they're big time wobblers, okay? So the thing that I will always point out in this scenario, when you're looking and hoping that a storm is moving in a direction that is not closer to you, is that we have to look at that in a longer term trend. A couple of hours of a storm moving, you know, 75, 90 degrees on the compass west or in a different direction than what the forecast is, doesn't ultimately mean that that's where it's going to keep going. It has to be over a much longer duration. But I'll continue to monitor the trends of the models as well. As a matter of fact here, real quickly, just behind the scenes, I'm going to bring up the latest Google DeepMind and see if we got a new update there. We do have the 12, okay. Perfect. Now I can show you guys this. It'll take a second. So I'll show you guys this as soon as I can get it on the air. But the Google DeepMind, just so you know, the latest forecast has all 50 members with a direct landfall to Jamaica, okay? It shows this west jog and then a turn north and a turn northeast, very similar to the Hurricane Center. So again, it's the newest one, you know. Obviously, it's a little old because it takes some time to get the data in, but there hasn't been an appreciable shift west on the Google DeepMind. And I will effort to get that up to you guys here shortly. I'm going to one thing I do want to look at here real quickly. You know, just real quick for my friends in the Bahamas, the consensus central line here would be like between Long Island and the Acklands, which I think is about where the Hurricane Center has it right now as well. All right, so I'll effort to get that up to you. Hey, Discovery Bay having light rains. Appreciate that. Good evening, Lockums. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, welcome to anyone just tuning in. Appreciate you guys. You know, we're here for you guys in the long term. We're on right now. We'll talk about our coverage coming up, but you know, obviously we're going to be on for a significant time as the storm approaches, and we'll discuss that. Part of how I'm going to play when I'm on live is going to be dependent on just how slowly this thing wants to churn, right? You know, but we're on for you right now. Portmore with some light rain. I'm very sorry to hear about your father. Wishing the best for him. Yeah, well, the temperature drops a bit as the extra cloud coverage and the rain begins to move in. So sure, I mean, it is, it is part of the situation with these storms because there's just a lot of moisture coming in, and things will be a little bit cool from time to time. That breeze can be on the chillier side as well. All right, I want to try and get you guys this latest Google DeepMind here. It won't take too long, I don't believe. I will be answering chat as we move along too. Sweet Sugar City in St. Kitts. Well, appreciate the thoughts. Thank you, Keith. Love to hear from all of my Meteo Mundo community as well. I mean, obviously this channel is dedicated for forecasts across the Caribbean and the Bahamas, times of impactful weather. I'm going to go on live and cover this. Hopefully you guys on Jamaica remember me from Barrow last year. If you tuned in for that coverage and you're tuning back in again this year, first of all, welcome. Please join us at quieter times as well. We generally have a lot of fun on the channel, so we hate to do, only just the worst times. Come join us during the daily forecast updates and drop some comments as well. But appreciate all of those who have found the channel either previously or very recently during this storm. Again, we're going to get you covered here. We've got some live reports on the island to come your way, monitoring the situation for Jamaica and other areas down the road, including Cuba and portions of Hispaniola, Turks and Caicos, and the Bahamas as well. Yeah, throw those hearts out in chat. I appreciate that. All right. Give me just one more second here. I'm going to throw that into my system. Now you guys are seeing our moderators and our administrator dropping some questions into chat. A couple of things first. If you want to answer those questions, that's great because, we love to get an idea of what's happening. But they're also heads up, right? Things you should be thinking about, right? Do you know where your nearest shelter is? Do you have an evacuation plan? Have you secured the objects in your yard? Things like that. Maybe you weren't exactly thinking about them or they weren't top of mind, but you're seeing them ask us questions here. Maybe that's a nice reminder. So use that as kind of a checklist, if you will. You can go back and look at our admin questions that you guys have seen, and it gives you an idea of the things you should be preparing for. I mentioned this in yesterday's video as well. I hope that everyone who is on daily medication has a good supply of that, right? Because again, when this storm hits, right, we're going to lose communication, we're going to lose internet, we're going to lose power, we're going to have roads that might be impassable for days, right? Depending on the amount of water that floods those areas, the debris that could be over some of those areas, and even some roadways that could be washed out. So traveling could be impeded or not even possible for days and days and days. And, businesses could continue to be closed. Without power, we're not pumping gas. So you get the idea that the infrastructure problems that a storm like this can cause can have appreciable impacts to your life. And if you're on a medication that is very important to you on a daily basis, you want to make sure you have a supply to get you through this storm. All right, hopefully we'll get that in just a second. Let's check back in with See Jamaica. Again, you can find them on YouTube. Just looking at a quick shot of what they've got. This is from Flatbridge. Now this is, again, an area where we'll start to see the water level rise and debris that could, clog up underneath that flat bridge, and certainly the water level could go over that bridge and there could be debris and the bridge could be closed, and all that is, a possible scenario here. This is a live look to Halfway Tree, I believe, and again, quiet right now as far as the winds go. Not much of a breeze there at this point in time. Obviously, things are wet, but we don't really have a significant squall right now. And, you know, some folks on the roadways, hopefully things will be, you know, okay there in the short term. A little bit quieter overall, but not a lot of activity on the streets, was what I like to see, because even though things are quiet right now, we want to be sheltering in place, right? We don't want to have a lot of active, you know, activity outside, because, you know, we just don't know when that next squall might want to be approaching. So the Halfway Tree Transport Center there. Again, see Jamaica on YouTube if you guys want to check out a little bit more of live cameras there across the island. All right, so let's see if we got our new Google DeepMind up here. All right, I'm actually looking at the old one here. Try and force it in. All right, I'll bring it to you as soon as I possibly can, I promise. Let me get back over to the chat. Watching from the Cayman Islands. Melissa is still drifting westward. Can you say anything on that? Well, again, I've talked about it for a while because everyone is noticing it, and I am too, right? There's absolutely a turn to the west in the short term. It looks like it might even be bobbling south, you know. But again, when you have a storm, okay, when you have a storm that has 175-mile-an-hour winds and the steering currents are still very light, bobbles, shifts in the track in the short term is expected, right? So it is interesting, to say the least, that has turned west for the last 2 hours. But is that a little bit of a bobble, or is that really a trend? Again, you know, the overall outlook of the wind profile around this storm as far as steering currents go, let me just be able to do this one more time. Bring up the telestration here, but I also want to bring up this trough. So why is it expected to do the turn to the north and eventually to the north and to the east, right? Great question. Well, I can't. All right. I'm going to get one of those little pins is what I'm going to get. What I wanted to do here is I wanted to give you a little bit broader view first. All right. We got a trough coming in through the eastern side of the United States. Okay? Let me show you the surface winds associated with that. So I'm going to bring on surface winds. Okay? We'll walk through this together. Understanding, right? Understanding that, you know, funky things can happen. But do you notice that in the Gulf, the winds are beginning to turn out of the north now, right? And that you notice that we had an area of high pressure here, but now the wind field is beginning to get a little bit more muddied on the east side as this trough moves in. There is here, and if I go over to, you have to give me a little bit here. Do this. I am working on the fly here. Right. You go away. Let's go to 500 millibars. Okay. So do you guys see how at 500 millibars, mid-levels of the atmosphere, right? We'll get a little bit scientific, that's fine. You guys see how these winds are beginning to turn out of the southwest, okay? And you notice that the other 500 millibar winds are here with Melissa because Melissa is so vertically stacked, right? It's showing up in the models because of its wind field. But ultimately what that's happening is it's allowing a weakness to form in the ridge and should give this a bit of an escape route to the north, right? So the ridge is breaking down here, and all of these southwest winds are going to be dropping in, likely to pick up the storm and push it along, right? That's the forecast after sitting in between two areas of high pressure for the last 5 days. You know, the eroding of the ridge, the weakness to the north, the trough coming in, and the pickup of the storm. If I clear this off, again, there's like 2 steps that I have to do every time, and I'm gonna have a word with the Chris. But if I just zoom in again, right, and I come over here to the discussion. So this is the scientific part of what the Hurricane Center puts out every 6 hours. Okay, so let me find this here. All right, and you guys can read this paragraph with me if you want to, but let me read this. Melissa is starting its north turn, and the initial motion is now northwest at 315 degrees at 3 knots. The mid-level ridge north of Melissa continues to weaken as a deep layer mid-latitude trough moves eastward through the southeast United States into the southwest Atlantic. This should cause the hurricane to turn northward during the next 6 to 12 hours at a continued slow forward speed after 18 hours. So as we get into early on Tuesday morning, Melissa should turn northeast with a slight increase in forward speed as the mid-latitude westerly flow becomes the dominant steering mechanism. A continued northeast motion with a significant increase in forward speed is expected from 36 hours through the end of the forecast period. Okay, so on the forecast track, the center of Melissa will be near or over Jamaica late tonight or Tuesday, eastern sides of Cuba Tuesday night and early Wednesday, and then move through the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos on Wednesday. So that's the discussion of what we just talked about, right? So that's what the models are picking up on. Again, why are the spaghetti plots of the hurricane models showing the track that it has? Why is the Google DeepMind still showing all 50 members over the island? Because that is the scenario in the atmosphere that they feel like is steering this storm. Can things change? Can there be features that are stronger or weaker than what is forecast in the models? Absolutely. That's why it's not an exact science. Right? It's not. But we have a very narrow window of time for this storm to do something outrageously different than what the models are showing. As you guys know, the cone of uncertainty widens over time. The forecast error widens over time because the models aren't as skillful deeper in time. That being said, they've gotten a lot better. They've gotten a lot better. Intensity-wise, they're still struggling with these storms, but track-wise, they really have gotten a lot better. Now, we'll see how this plays out. Okay, we'll see if this west turn continues. We would have to get this storm to be at least 30 miles west of Jamaica to really have significant differences in what the central and the eastern side of the island would see. But even a track 30 miles to the west, and that is allowing for a big swing west at this point in time when your storm, right, is very generously, as far as I could keep going with this, 350 miles wide, double the size of Jamaica. The tropical storm force inner core winds, which are likely over 100 miles an hour, are 157 miles wide, right? So you get your sustained hurricane force winds, hurricane force winds out 30. You get your 50 to 74 mile an hour winds, probably in this 150 mile an hour range, right? 150 mile range. That's basically the width of the island. So you would have to have a storm that really goes much farther west for us to be talking about lower impacts out east, and even in the central or the western side of the island, still very significant impacts. Unfortunately, this storm is just that powerful. It's just that strong. It's just that big. Does that make sense to everyone? Let me know. If that explanation, was understood, please let me know. I'm happy to continue to talk about it. Hey, Vancouver, how you doing? Obviously, there's all kinds of structural infrastructure on Jamaica, concrete buildings. We do have some wooden frames. We have metal frames, metal roofs. there are different varieties of infrastructure, but even the most significant infrastructure with a storm of this magnitude is subject to extreme damage, right? Whether that's complete structural failure or not, with some of the strongest, hardened infrastructure, that's not likely, but a lot of the other areas it is. It's as mature as it gets, guys. On pure satellite imagery, it is about as intense of a storm that has ever been seen, right? Pure satellite imagery. That's just, looking at things like the Dvorak and other satellite-based intensity derivatives. It's about as powerful a storm that's ever been out here. Thank you, Farah. Now again, look, there is room for error here. And that would be fantastic. But, there's the science behind why it is likely to do what it's forecast to do. But these storms have certainly done things that we don't expect. I am interested in this west movement with you guys as well. I'm curious to see how long it will go. It does look like you almost see it here. You see these purples? It does look like the eye is contracting just a little bit, and even deeper convection is developing along it. So it is a very interesting look to the storm in like the last hour and a half. Again, even a slight wobble south, but nothing that I've seen has this trying to turn to the south. Again, wobbles. If you look at this last 6 hours, even just a little bit on the drunk side. But again, 3-mile-an-hour motion. There's nothing consistent about the storm with its motion right now. Just so weak. The eye just looks like it's shrinking a little bit. For most of this Monday, it was a very consistent, on average, about 10 nautical miles wide, which is indicative of a high-end hurricane. Consistent there. It does look like potentially a little bit of a contraction of the eye in the very short term. We'll see if that's just a little bit. And there's still a ton of lightning around this storm too, the eye. Ton of lightning. Maybe the eye is more like 8 miles wide now from 10. If I go back out here, it's probably shrunk by about 2 miles. Not a lot, but a little bit of a shrinkage in the eye. Again, fluctuations within this inner core structure happen all the time. From here, what happens, we'll have to watch, right? Does the storm... Look, we've talked about this before, guys. Hurricanes this size, this intense, they can't stay this strong forever. They kind of blow their top a little bit, right? And they are likely to fluctuate in intensity and potentially weaken some, right? So to stay of a hurricane of 175 for an extended time is not likely. This storm is likely to go under some structural changes where the maximum sustained winds reduce a bit. But again, appreciably, what impacts is that going to have on Jamaica? Is it going to really bring, winds that are much significantly less to really cause any differences? I'll continue to discuss the fact that, any structure that will fail in 160 mile an hour sustained winds is very likely to fail at 140 mile an hour sustained winds and is very likely to fail at 120 mile an hour sustained winds. And just how low do you get before you have changes to structural damage from this storm? You probably have to get a lot lower than 175. Where is that number? Again, for most structures, it's got to be a lot lower than that. And again, that's the inner core sustained winds from the hurricane. Areas east, Kingston area east, sure, a reduction in some maximum sustained winds and a little jog west, maybe a great jog west relative to what we have on the track right now would bring a slightly better scenario here. But remember, we're still seeing 9 to 13 foot storm surge. So I just don't want us to get transfixed on exactly where the center is going to go, because the impacts are just going to be felt so far and wide with a storm this big. Wish it wasn't the case, guys, but impacts are going to be felt in a tremendously wide area, and significant impacts, and a tremendous amount of rain is going to be coming along too. Starting to get some rain in Kingston. Third sounds about right. I think we've had 180. Yeah, 150 again. Still 906. 906. The only thing that changed from the 2 o'clock to the 5 o'clock was that they changed the direction from west-northwest to northwest. But honestly, it really is still going more west-northwest than anything. And really, over the last hour, it's been going a little bit due west. So we'll see how that goes. Again, this all, in my opinion, right now is a very short-term bobble more than anything. The longer-term atmospheric steering currents, the steering flow, are likely to play out as we just discussed, where the storm does and is forced to turn north, slightly north of east potentially before it either, again, we'll plausibly say slightly west of Jamaica or over Jamaica, and then accelerating from there. Still a high chance of landfall. Yes, indeed. It is forecast right now to make landfall as either a low-end Cat 5 or high-end Cat 4. I believe we are still in that 155 to 160, which would make it, the 160 would make it a Cat 5, okay? Again, that will just be for the record books. The difference to what we're going to see on the island is not going to matter. 155, 160, heck, 140. It's just, unfortunately, it's just not going to matter. If you guys just tuning in, this is some video that Jimmy sent me earlier. This is from the Southfield area of St. Elizabeth Parish. And again, it's a very common sight along the southern parishes here where the winds are just picking up in a more consistent fashion. We've had some squalls and there's been some decent rain here, but at this point in time, you can just see that wind, even at 30, 40 miles an hour, whatever this might end up being, it's still dancing these power lines. These power lines aren't going to hold up for much longer, unfortunately, here. And I was talking with Justin, who has been sending us the videos out of the Treasure Beach area. They lost power probably around noontime, maybe even slightly earlier than that, which is why I was asking, and let me ask it again, if you are on Jamaica, do you still have power? Thank you, PCPA. Says, love the more detailed explanation and technical side of it. Just found your channel. Did the Melissa subbed? Well, I appreciate that. And I appreciate y'all taking a quick second hitting that subscribe button. Again, we've been doing this for a couple of years, but we're a growing channel. We love your support. The biggest thing, the reason why we're on, is to get this information out, right? To pass this information on so that those who are in harm's way can take this information and make the best decisions that they possibly can. Thank you, Vincent. Super dedication, no drama, just facts. That's what we try and do, Feeder bands start to roll on and off with some wind gusts. Power is in and out on White House, Westmoreland. Okay, so far western side of the island there. Power in and out. Yes, Hayes and Clarendon still have power in St. Catherine. Mandeville still have power, but it's been flickering. Some parts of Mandeville are out. Power in Kingston. No power wherever Orion is. Again, would love, just a reminder, my friends, let us know exactly where you are, because I really want to know, right? It's going to matter because, we're going to start getting into that situation where, certain areas of the island are going to start losing power first. And having that and understanding that is going to help me in the forecasting as well. Because again, when you lose power, you start losing communication abilities too, right? And obviously, as we get to nighttime, if you've lost power, I want to make sure that you guys understand what's going on. If you still have battery backups or you're watching on your phone, you still have some power with that, it's going to help me out. So I do appreciate it. Power in and out in Hanover, power in Mobay. The power company said it will not turn off the power, which is an interesting fact because some power companies will turn the power off before a landfalling storm like this to try and save some of the power lines from having live electricity on them if they go down during the storm. Still have power in Brompton South, St. Elizabeth, appreciate it. Power in Westmoreland, power in and out in Clarendon, power in Portland on the east side of the island. Is it starting an eye wall replacement cycle? I reserve judgment is what I would say. It is interesting that the inner eye wall has contracted by about 2 miles, and that could be a plausible explanation for the erratic movement in the last hour or two, but we'll wait and see. But that is a plausible scenario. And again, these storms, they just can't stay this strong forever. I've seen storms like Irma, and we saw it with Helene in Milton. They reach this upper echelon, and then they do kind of blow their top for a bit. And by blow their top, I mean they lose some wind, and they lose a little bit of the deepest pressure, but they're still extremely strong, powerful, destructive hurricanes. Westmoreland power gone and a lot of rain, so there you go. Starting to get bad in Westmoreland. Power in Planters Hill District of St. Catherine. No power in some parts of the north central sides of Clarendon. Appreciate it, guys. This has helped me out a lot. Power in St. James. Mandeville still has power. We could check out that recon. Yep. Trinidad in the house. Reyes Eagle Wings. Power in Freetown, Clarendon. And we're going to start to see that Emerald Darts where, depending on what grid, right? Some of you might be without power, some of you could be, Where I live in Florida, just happenstance, we happen to be under a hospital grid. So we are priority, right? Even during Hurricane Milton last year, and I did that live coverage for my Central Florida channel, we didn't lose power because we were under the hospital grid, and a lot of other areas did. Again, just happen chance. I will take the fortunate circumstances, but it will be grid dependent for sure. We'll see the Lorenzo. I mean, that could explain the erratic movement in the last hour and the slight contraction of the eye. So it could be beginning an eye wall replacement cycle. And it has been very erratic the last couple of hours, with a little bit of even a wobble south of due west. The structure on the outside is still very concentric. Potentially this little area here could be the beginning of your outer eye wall trying to form. Again, what we would see with an eye wall replacement cycle is you get like this 20 nautical mile wide outer eye begin to form, and then it contracts down on the inner eye, which is already beginning to shrink just a little bit. And then all of this white, which is your central dense overcast, actually comes right over the eye and it collapses in on itself, right? So then you actually have this monster hurricane without an eye. You just have all of that white in the middle, and it looks really freaky. But eye wall replacement cycles are a part of a life cycle, if you will, of a hurricane, especially in the strongest ones. And while in the short term, it could lower the maximum winds, some hurricanes, and more than likely with Melissa being one of the highest on record, so probably not for Melissa, but some hurricanes which are still evolving and developing and moving can actually come out of an eye wall replacement cycle even stronger, right? Once the inner eye wall forms again, they can actually have an increase in winds compared to before the eye wall replacement cycle, all right? Don't expect that with Melissa. But again, you know, what number does this knock this down to? Let's say it knocks it down, you know, 10, 15%. Okay, we're down to 145, 150. You know, practically, what difference does that make wherever this wants to go? Not much. We got power at Savlamar. St. James still have lights. We got power at Falmouth. It's good. It's good to have many of you still saying you have power. Okay, Lucy has power. Now the water is gone. That's another thing, right? Thank you, Marlon, for that. Water gone in Unity Hills, St. James. You know, power is obviously one of the major utilities, but we've got, you know, water. We've got internet service as well. We'll see how sporadic that goes. You know, Justin, you know, he's got Starlink where he's at, you know, so luckily for us, he might still be able to send us some updates, even though he's lost power and even if the internet goes down in the Treasure Beach area. Power in Sandy Bay, power in Southwest Westmoreland as well. All right, let me see here real quick, guys, while we're just having a nice chat. Again, just going to check if we've got the... Fortunately, all right. Houston is in the house. Eduardo from Belize, good to see you as well. Power in Santa Cruz. Still a Cat 5. By the way, the numbers that you see are the latest update from the Hurricane Center. That was a full update at 5 o'clock. Winds are 175 right now, okay? An impressive monster hurricane. Pressure's down to 906. The official movement at 5 o'clock was northwest at 3, but we can all see with our eyes that there has been a big wobble with this storm to the west and even slightly south of west as we've gotten into the 6 and 7 o'clock hours here, Eastern Daylight Time, 5 and 6 o'clock hours during the Jamaica time as well, so an hour behind Eastern Daylight Time. Old Harbor is in the house. Clouds starting to get really dark out there in St. James, I hear you. Again, we're keeping an eye out on all of our friends of the channel who are over the island. Want to take you again and show you that latest report from Justin in the Treasure Beach area here. Again, here's what was happening on Treasure Beach in the southwest side of the island just a little bit ago.
Okay, Monday, October 27th, Great Bay Treasure Beach. The time is 8 a.m. It's definitely getting loud outside now. The waves are definitely much bigger. More frequent waves as well. I would say about an extra 2 feet of sand has been brought up the beach and dumped. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, the frequency of the waves are definitely picking up here.
So our time to leave now, guys. Watch out, the water reach in at the HQ. And we are leave now. We are take the warning.
The white house never real, guys.
You see, we take a video, come, make we go on home, go lock up. Better be safe than sorry. So guys, the water reaching the HQ already, so we are leave and go to higher ground. We're going at the Airbnb. Watch ya. Watch ya. Come here, boy. You what? How what? Me not looking at. I barely left them out there. We are leave now, guys. No joke. The breeze and the rain are coming here now. It's not a good look. So guys, stay tuned. We've come to the end of this wonderful video. Stay tuned and big up on yourself as always.
Hey, Rusty and guys over at Meteo Mundo. It's October 27th. It's Monday. And I'm down by Palisados. You can see the weather dome over there. That's the airport. You see that we still have the same storm surge coming in. Not sure if you can hear me with the wind. We've been getting tropical storm gusts so far. A few trees down, light poles here and there. Nothing major yet.
Okay, I appreciate Justin, the Cameron family, and Alex for telling the stories there on Jamaica. Again, Justin in the Treasure Beach area, the Cameron family, the Old Harbor Bay area, and Alex for that video, he was in the Palisades area of Kingston there on the shoreline, just kind of giving you guys the flavor of what's happening. Again, you know, we're reaching out to those, trying to get additional live streams and updates. And obviously, again, you know, communication, even at this point in time, is a little bit spottier, but we're going to have some more from those three, and we appreciate that. And again, just trying to tell the story of what's happening right now, and obviously as the storm begins to move a little bit more closer to the island, and obviously if we do have direct impacts, which again is the extremely likely scenario with this powerful hurricane just offshore, you know, the aftermath of the storm as well. We're not just gonna, you know, leave our friends here in Jamaica. I mean, obviously this channel is dedicated to Caribbean and Bahamas forecasting, and you know, we certainly discuss the aftermath of the storm. If you guys lived through Beryl last year, you know, a lot of the updates that we did from, you know, again, you know, how the recovery efforts were going there. I remember we did that in the Windward Islands as well. So we got you covered beginning, during, and even after the storm. And I do want to make note of this, that again, if you're just tuning in, we'll continue to monitor what's happening with Beryl in the short term and this, you know, wobble west, we'll just call it that for now. But down the road, the fact that Southeast Cuba is under a hurricane warning, with likely major hurricane impacts and a storm surge of over 10 feet in some spots of Southeast Cuba, and rainfall totals that could be 10 to 20 inches and locally up to 25 for places like Santiago de Cuba, Holguin, and the Guantanamo area, and then moving into the islands here, where we, again, just to double check, I believe this has been upgraded to hurricane warning, right? I don't want to... Yeah, okay, so it has been. So again, hurricane warning now for the central and the southeast sides of the Bahamas, and that is still going to be a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning for Turks and Caicos. So the hurricane warning now for Cat Island and Exuma and Long Island and Rumkey and San Salvador, the Acklins and Mayaguana and Nagua, and then Turks and Caicos, it's going to be a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning. And again, these areas are already picking up 35, 40 mile an hour winds, even some gusts there in Grand Turk right around 30. The inundation of water and the flooding continues for the western sides of Hispaniola. They're under a tropical storm warning at this point in time. Port-au-Prince, every day this week, well, what I mean by week is like over the last 5 days, late last week, over the weekend, and on this Monday, they've just had this consistent 25, 30 mile an hour wind with all of this onshore flow and the significant rain, feet of rain for the peninsula, Torres Lacai, for the southern sides of the DR as well, Azua, Bajarona, Santo Domingo, La Romana, San Pedro de Macorís, Punta Cana. Very significant rain here. Multiple areas of significant flooding, catastrophic flooding, and life-threatening flooding as well. If you want to send me a video, the easiest way to do that is mymeteomundo@gmail.com. We might be able to provide you guys with a direct link as well. Hopefully our administrator can do that, because we have procured, if you will, a direct link for you guys to send the videos. So right now, send it to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. And again, if we have this direct link to share with you guys, we will. Again, winds are just becoming very steady right now in Kingston, 35 to 45 miles an hour, right? These are gusts, but when the number doesn't go away, that means there's been very persistent winds as well. And this storm is doing a little funky business right now. Again, I expect this to fully be only in the short term, but it has almost done a slight loop. Certainly the inner eye structure is becoming a little bit more elliptical and shrinking. So again, this was 6 hours ago, right at 1 o'clock Eastern time, noon on Jamaica. And just over the last, especially a couple of hours, I mean, even 4 o'clock hour, it looked very concentric. And then we've lost a little bit of this. So more than likely, we're beginning an eye wall replacement cycle. You notice how there's much more of an elliptical look to the eye? Still completely cleared out. Now, east to west, it's still nearly 9-10 miles. But instead of being completely concentric, now north to south, it's only about 6. So there is some structural changes going on within this storm right now. But all of that's fairly, all of that is understood to occur at some point in time. These storms can't stay at 175. They're going to go under eye wall replacement cycles every few days. Melissa has yet to do so. So we could be seeing that as we speak. And again, this very erratic motion over the last couple of hours could be a sign of that as well. Now, ultimately, again, how does this affect the overall track down the road? We'll have to see how that plays out, keeping an eye on the models and what the Hurricane Center wants to say. But one thing I can tell you is that, it's agonizingly creeping to the west right now at a couple of miles an hour, which puts the time frame for landfall or wherever the storm wants to go in proximity to Jamaica just deeper in time on Tuesday, right? If this storm is not making any closer approach right now, we're going to have to keep backing up this time frame a little bit. I certainly believe now landfall is likely to not occur until after daybreak tomorrow, but being on the northeast side of the storm, we'll get the strongest winds and the highest rainfall totals lashing the island, continuing to see the weather go downhill tonight and as we go overnight as well. All right. Friends, I'm going to take my first quick break of the live stream. I'm going to load up a couple of new things for you guys here, but stick around because I've got a lot of different facts for you guys to take a look at here as I take this quick break. And I've got that fantastic music for you guys as well. So I'll be back in just a second. Okay, friends, back live. Appreciate you hanging with me here, working on a little bit of technical stuff in the background. Just want to make sure that we've got to bring you guys the best experience as we possibly can. You know, we're going to reset the scene here now that I took a quick break. Again, Meteo Mundo is sponsored by the Lean Law Firm of Central Florida. We want to welcome them as our sponsor. You can go to leanombilaw.com if you guys would like more information. We're to continue our coverage here of Major Hurricane Melissa. Again, this storm, agonizingly slow right now, about 80 miles southwest of the southwest side of Jamaica. And over the last couple of hours here has really begun an erratic movement. So we'll be monitoring that together as far as exactly where this storm wants to move in a very slow fashion for the remainder of this Monday. The official track from the Hurricane Center does have this storm continuing to work its way up towards the north, and then with a turn to the northeast with landfall likely after daybreak tomorrow now on the western side of the island. But again, you know, there's always still some play when it comes to the exact timing of the landfall, especially when we're talking about a storm that has very little forward speed at this point in time. Melissa is, you know, again, basically drifting to the west right now. And the very interesting thing is that in the last couple of hours, we've almost see a spin and a stall just to the west of this center line. Now, again, taking a look at everything that goes along with the steering currents of the storm, Melissa at some point in time later today, and again, tonight, overnight, expected to pick up some forward speed and turn north with a turn to the northeast. This is a substantial storm. This is one of the highest recorded storms on record, 175 mile an hour winds, pressure at 906. We will get an 8 p.m. intermediate advisory. We won't get the full discussion from the Hurricane Center, so we're not going to really get some of the nuts and bolts of some of their thinking here, but we'll see how they want to factor in the slow and erratic movement of Melissa over the past couple of hours. And again, the eye has shrunk a little bit here, and the potential that we could be beginning an inner eye wall replacement cycle. That being said, Melissa still forecast to move onshore on the western side of Jamaica as either a low-end Cat 5, and that is the official forecast, and winds of around 160 miles an hour, or very high-end Cat 4, early on Tuesday, traversing the island throughout the day on Tuesday, exiting by Tuesday afternoon or evening, and then headed directly to southeast Cuba, which is now also under hurricane warnings as well. And then the hurricane warnings have been extended to include the central and the southeast Bahamas and the western side of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. So Hispaniola, the Haitian side, is going to be under a tropical storm warning at this point. The numbers that you see are wind gusts in miles an hour. So we continue to see the winds just freshen up across the island at this point in time. And that will be the case as we move through the remainder of this late afternoon and into the evening hours here. Now 6:15 local time on Jamaica. So we're getting closer to sunset and things like that. And, it's going to be kind of an eerie night, right? Potentially we won't have landfall until the daylight hours of our Tuesday. If that does occur, and I'll give you the plausible option of a storm that might move slightly west, but again, that's not what the models are hinting at, and that's not what the Hurricane Center has. We can hope for the best, that there is a slight turn west with this storm before it moves north. But we have to plan for the worst, and that is a direct landfall from a Category 5 hurricane over the island. This is what it looks like on the radar out of Jamaica right now as well. Again, the eye clearly visible at this point in time. Also note as well, and this is a big problem with this storm, is that because it's tracking west of the island and it's south of Jamaica, the strongest part of the storm with the strongest and largest wind field, the heaviest rain, and the extension of that rain is farthest to the north and east of the center, which is exactly where we are in relation to Melissa on the island of Jamaica. So for duration of time to see the most impactful conditions, that's what the island is going to end up getting here, right? And again, just a slow movement of that storm, but hurricane force winds extend 30 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend nearly 200 miles from the center, mainly on the eastern and the northeast quadrants. And of course, again, that is where we are with this storm. So quite impactful and on the wrong side of the storm when it comes to trying to lessen the impacts across the island. Also note again that even a west turn of this storm will keep the island on the bad eastern side for the longest time. So should this track be a little bit more right on the western edge of the island, all of the island is now east of the center or near those core winds. And that's going to be where we have the most significant storm surge with the onshore wind. And that's where the wind profile is going to be most extensive as well. Now, obviously, a little bit farther track west, if that ends up being the case, would be slightly better news for areas from Kingston east, including Portland and St. Thomas parishes. I think the one area of the island I could plausibly see that if the track brushes the western coastline of Hanover and Westmoreland parishes, that the east side of the island doesn't get sustained hurricane winds. They would still get some hurricane gusts, and they would have tropical storm sustained winds up to 73 miles an hour, but there is a opportunity for the eastern side of the island to avoid the most as far as the wind goes. Now, the interesting thing about that, of course, is that the rainfall totals in these areas could be extremely significant, right? To where we could have 15, 25, even 30 plus inches of rain. So you could have 375, 500 millimeters, 675 millimeters of rain during the life of this storm. And it almost looks like now it wants to complete a nice little 360 loop. And just look at that eye right now. How we doing, guys? Everyone doing well? Again, a hurricane warning obviously is still in effect. We know that. Hurricane warning, again, for Cuba. Hurricane warning, Central and Southeast Bahamas. Hurricane watch, tropical storm warning for Turks and Caicos. So hurricane conditions are likely in Cuba late tomorrow and especially on Wednesday. And then hurricane conditions are likely in the Bahamas as we get into later Wednesday and potentially through early on Thursday. Now, Melissa is forecast to accelerate as it moves in that direction, so the timing is going to be accelerated as well through those islands, and the rainfall totals won't be as significant in the Bahamas once it gets into the Atlantic, but we are still looking at 10 to 20 inches of rain in the southeast sides of Cuba with this storm, and maybe even locally up to 25. Evening, guys. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you tuning in. So slow, agonizingly slow. No movement whatsoever in the last couple of hours. I think this pushes the time frame back even more now, wherever it wants to end up kind of slipping. Now, again, someone was asking about the reconnaissance aircraft. Well, here they are. They are close to the island right now. Let me bring back up our winds too. We'll take a look at that. Again, I'm keeping in constant contact with some of our contacts on the island, making sure that, we understand what they want to try and do, making we understand that, what's plausible and, keeping them safe. We're not asking them to do anything. It's completely up to them. But we want to try, of course, to bring you guys, live pictures or timely video updates from some of these areas. So this is where the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are right now. Again, it's 7:21 Eastern Daylight Time. So we're watching them on the far northeast side of this storm, right? Winds right now, 30, 35 miles an hour, about 40 here. No strong gust in the Montego Bay area yet. So they're on the northeast side of the storm. That's what those little purple dots are right now. And there's multiple reconnaissance aircraft that'll be investigating this almost consistently. But that's the one we can see their live data from. Power in Port Maria. Okay, that's good. Eating all the emergency snacks. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. We got to save that. Don't be fooled, guys. Okay. Look, again, the messaging still needs to be one of, you've got yourself one of the largest, strongest hurricanes about 80 miles from the island. And while in the short term, it's doing a little curlicue with its movement, everything still points to this storm approaching the island starting later tonight and overnight and into Tuesday. It's sobering to talk in that regard because I know the kind of damage that this storm is likely to provide. I would love to sit here and say, hey guys, the things that I'm seeing, this storm is moving away. You know, at the 11th hour, at the last minute, something has changed and it's going away. But looking at the scientific data that we can do, knowing that these things can do things that are unexpected, but when we look at the science behind it, we're still looking at most of the data telling us this is a north track later tonight and then a turn north into the east. Now, there is still wiggle room within this, right? That's what your cone of uncertainty is. It's the model error built in from east to west with a storm that's going north, right? So the Hurricane Center is saying, look, we feel like as it approaches Jamaica, we could just miss the island to the west by a couple of miles. But again, let me be very clear about this. In a plausible scenario stance, if we talk about, first of all, I mean, that's like 6-7 miles, right? On the west side. Now they could shift a little bit farther west than that. But anyway, about 30 to 35 miles is where the core hurricane force winds would still go, even if it just brushes the western side of the island. So pretty much all of Hanover and Westmoreland parishes would see significant major hurricane winds based on that track, even if it just goes a couple miles away. We would need this storm to make a turn west and stay west that is just not in the models right now, right? And even now, after this slight westerly jog, it's spinning back on itself. Again, potentially the beginning of an eye wall replacement cycle from a very concentric 10 nautical mile eye to a little bit more elliptical shape. Still a lot of lightning embedded with that as well. I want to test something real quick here. If I so that's kind of the western side of the outer eye. If we do this, so that's about 4 or 5 o'clock. There really hasn't been much track west in the last 2 hours. It's almost stalled out. There's just so little movement with the storm. You know, again, when you have a storm that is this large and is in a very weak steering flow, a lot of bobbles with the storm is likely, right? So we'll see how this goes. You know, is this the beginning of an eye wall replacement cycle? And what that is, by the way, is what would happen is a secondary larger outer eye wall would begin to form. You would just see this band of more like blacks and a little bit lower on the higher cloud top begin to encompass this about 20 nautical miles wide, that would then enclose on the inner eye itself and collapse it, right? So then you would actually get this powerful Category 5 hurricane without an eye. It would, for the short term, lower the maximum sustained winds, right? But in the long term, these storms tend to come right back up and do just fine after we have an eye wall replacement cycle. What you would like to see is an eye wall replacement cycle just before landfall, and so you at least get the storm to move in at a lower intensity. But as I continue to message to my friends here on the channel, that when we're talking about a hurricane of this magnitude, 175 mile an hour winds, pressure of 906, even a reduction of 15 to 20 mile an hour sustained winds down to a Cat 4 is not going to have a practical difference in the impacts that are likely across the island where the core winds go. Again, if the structure is damaged and destroyed by 160 mile an hour winds, it's likely to happen in 140, likely to happen in 120. You get the idea, right? You get to a point where the same damage is going to occur regardless of where that number ends up being. Hey, Sir Dead Life Better, how you doing, my friend? Good evening to you. I hope you're doing well. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Sir Dead Life Better, who graced us yesterday with plenty of super chats and whatnot. And thank you again, my friend. I hope you're doing well. The wobble is crazy, guys. It is, you know, but to be expected to a degree, right? Not that we can sit here and anticipate this storm to basically stall out and just do a 360 wobble. But when the steering currents are this weak and a storm is moving this slowly and it's this strong and it's rotating around a more of an elliptical center rather than a concentric center, you know, these variations in the short term are plausible. It's the ultimate, you know, longer duration as to what goes on with this storm, you know? And someone pointed it out in chat, and I fully agree, right? If we're not going to kick this storm farther west, the only thing that this is going to end up doing is just keeping it over water for longer. And if this is the beginning of the ERC, you know, if it's moving this slowly, it could fully emerge from that eye wall replacement cycle before it wants to move closer to Jamaica. So I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but we have to just, you know, understand what's truly happening with the mechanics of the storm. Again, you know, this is wild, guys. How far into Tuesday is this potential landfall going to be now? Because this is, where do we get here? 3:50. So about 3.5 hours ago, we were about 90 miles from St. Elizabeth Parish. It is farther away. In 3.5 hours, it has done nothing but creep a couple more miles south and west, but only a couple of miles. So even though we've seen this, you know, quote unquote jog west, it's been by miles, and that's it. It's just that the storm is moving so slowly. We grasp for, you know, these subtle changes in structure. Sir, Dead of Life Better, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you wanting to help us get over that super chat goal. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate all the support of the channel. You guys can always simply hit that like button for me if you haven't subscribed. Again, you know, we're trying to shoot towards 100,000 subscribers. Would love to have you guys be a part of that. The most important thing you guys can do, though, is share this channel with your family and friends. Anyone you can think get anything out of this. That's what we really want to do here, is spread this messaging, to do it in a very calm way, you know, so everyone fully understands, you know, what is happening, and in a very realistic way as well. Look, guys, this is a Cat 5 storm with 175 mile an hour winds. You don't have to go crazy to talk about the catastrophic, the life-threatening, and the devastating impacts that are likely to occur across the island. Of course, we're going to keep an eye out on what's going to be happening across the island. This is from the See Jamaica YouTube channel. And again, we have some of those squalls beginning to work their way into the Maypen area. And again, this is an area that was a little bit quieter earlier in the day. one of those squalls, a little bit of a break in the action right now in West Parade, but again, it's good to see that things are quiet on the streets right now in Jamaica. Again, a little bit of, water on the roads, but nothing significant. We've just had, inconsistent squalls moving through these areas so far, but likely to continue to see those pick up, obviously, as we go deeper into this Monday evening. Hey, Rhea, thank you very much. No, you're the best, and I appreciate you. This is an area that will always be interesting to monitor, the flat bridge here. Obviously, again, as the water begins to move into the island, we're likely to see that water overtop the flat bridge, and a lot of debris flow can happen along flat bridge as well. That was the case during Barrel, where passage across flat bridge was hindered for a while, and the debris had to be cleared from underneath the span there. But again, that's an area where we're going to likely see a lot of water level rise as Melissa begins to approach. This is going to be from the halfway tree area. And again, just the rain continuing to batter down. The winds haven't been too fresh, at least so far, but, expecting that to just get worse over time as well. All right. Hey, Gaming with Jamie. 1 Meteo Mundo membership gifted. Blue Goose gets it. All right. Congratulations, Blue Goose. You are now a member of Meteo Mundo. By the way, Blue Goose is a big supporter of both of my channels in Central Florida and here on Meteo Mundo. So that's fantastic. I appreciate that. Guys, we hit the goal. All right. Thank you very much for that, guys. And I appreciate those who helped get us to our goal. So let's get the hearts out for everyone and the thumbs up. I do appreciate it, guys. Dead Life Better and Rhea Wings, Eagle Wings coming through in the clutch. Gaming with Jamie as well with the 1 gifted membership to Blue Goose. All right. Appreciate you guys. And again, in the path of this storm, it's about 40 yes, 60 no. So a lot of you viewing aren't directly in the path. And that's one reason why I love our Meteo Mundo weather community, right? You guys are here to support in times of need for others. I can tell you what, this storm, the structure here in the last frames, that wind field looks like it's beginning to expand again. And sometimes when we go under an ERC, we see that wind field expand out a bit. So it's not going to surprise me if shortly the southwest side of the island gets into sustained tropical storm force winds. You guys see that band here, farther north and east from the center? That band is going to try and work its way up towards southern Clarendon and Manchester, and probably even St. Elizabeth, maybe as far east as St. Catherine. So structurally, I'm seeing this storm trying to elongate itself a little bit as well. Let's go over some of the graphics that we haven't looked at in a while. Again, that one is wrong, so I apologize for that. Just one more time real quickly. Hey, it came. All right. It took forever in a day and a half, but we got the newest Google DeepMind. And I only am happy because you don't know the struggle behind the scenes. That was one reason why it took a couple extra minutes to come back on. I didn't want to break a hand, but I was getting frustrated, I'll put you that way. Because, again, one of the things we like to do here at Meteo Mundo is we want to bring you a unique experience, right? We want to show you guys things that you don't see anywhere else, including live coverage of the channel and just really in-depth live streams here. So, we pride ourselves on this and our technology because that is something that separates ourselves. But this is the latest Google DeepMind, all right? Cat 5, so again, the latest run. And if you don't know about the Google DeepMind, it is an ensemble member just like the GFS and the European. There are 50 different ensemble members that are running on this storm right now, okay? Earlier today, 49 of the 50 had a direct landfall over Jamaica, right? Unfortunately, with this newest run, all 50 members, including the farthest west one, brushed the coast. So I want to be clear. Even though we're seeing this stall of the storm, and even though it's gone a little bit farther west than north over the last 3 hours, the models are still showing an eventual turn north and even northeast. You can even see on the Google DeepMind the west track, even as far as longitude to get close and parallel to the far western side of Jamaica before it starts that turn north and northeast. Now, I'm looking at it right now. We'll go back on it. It is slightly west of there right now. But again, unfortunately, we pull the storm with a bit of a northeast movement by the end back over the island. Now, still just lines on maps. It's not gospel, but we got to talk about, what the information is showing us here and plan accordingly, right? And the information as of 6:37 local time in Jamaica is still showing a direct landfall tomorrow. This is the time of arrivals that I made when I came on, and I gotta be honest, probably a little too quick now, right? So let me be clear, based on this and the fact that it's still 90 miles away, there is growing likelihood that landfall will not occur until after at least daybreak tomorrow morning. And we'll just see how long this storm is going to meander before it likely picks up that northerly turn. So, we're pushing the landfall deeper into Tuesday. We're pushing the stronger impacts deeper into Tuesday as well. Still, for some areas, we're likely to begin to see the potential for hurricane force winds of over 74 miles an hour, especially on the southwest side of the island, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, and coastal areas a little bit after midnight tonight. That is probably still accelerated than what will happen, but for earliest plausible arrival time, that's what I would go with right now. Then the weather just going downhill through the rest of Tuesday, and the storm, again, picking up some forward speed and moving across the island through Tuesday afternoon, maybe even into the early evening hours before exiting off, right? So again, this red is going to be your earliest arrival of the hurricane force conditions. Tropical storm conditions, those are sustained winds, and I mean sustained, meaning consistent, of over 39 miles an hour is likely beginning shortly in some of the southern parishes. So again, this is a sobering graphic to have to type up, right? I've been through a lot of these storms, I've forecasted a lot of these storms, guys, and you guys have been with me. Even in the last couple of years, we've had, at least 3 Cat 5s that we've tracked together, Beryl, Helene, Milton, and this is probably the worst write-up I've ever had to write, right? This storm is likely to bring catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding to Jamaica. It's also likely to bring catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding to southeast Cuba. Life-threatening storm surge of at least 9 to 13 feet is likely along the southern coast, anywhere near where the center of circulation moves inland and to the east of that. When we're talking about winds that will be sustained anywhere between 150 and 160, again, that doesn't really matter much, and gusts that will be higher. The infrastructure damage from those kinds of winds is going to be extensive, if not outright total, in some areas, right? Where we have infrastructure, right? Not concrete, not cement, roofs aren't secured, wood, metal structures will not be able to survive, these kinds of winds. Again, hard to talk about, but it is the sobering truth as this storm approaches. Long duration power and communication outages, right? So utilities, some lost power. I'm glad that a lot of you still have power. That's good, because you can continue to get this live information, right? Whatever batteries you have, you want to make sure you're charged. You want to put yourself in the best position you possibly can to deal with the aftermath of this storm, which could be long and arduous, right? With loss of power, loss of internet, the inability to pump gas, the inability to go to stores and to get groceries, right? So having non-perishable and bottled water for days. Remember your pets, important documents you might want to put in a Ziploc, right? So they don't get wet. Remember your medication. I know it's too late now, but I hope that everyone heeded the advice to make sure that you had several days supply of the important medication that you might take on a daily basis. Because again, being able to get to a pharmacy and refill that prescription sometimes can be impossible for days and even longer after a storm like this. Again, the magnitude of this storm as a possibility is of the historic level, even for Jamaica, which has been impacted by some of the strongest storms on record. Landslides and mudslides with significant rainfall. I mean, feet of rain in some areas are likely to fall. Roads that will be washed away. And unfortunately, that will also cause some isolation of communities, right? Some of these areas will be cut off from others with some of the roads and some of the debris that we could see. So even if a road survives, as far as structurally, the amount of debris that could be coming over the island could be significant and take a long time to remove. So again, this is based off of the latest track from the Hurricane Center. A couple things I'll say about this. If we see a little bit more of a jog west, these numbers, especially in the Kingston area, will likely come down. Now, I'm not expecting the 160 in Kingston, but as we get west of Maypen and Hayes, closer to the inner core winds, we could. But it is plausible to see triple-digit mile-an-hour winds in the Kingston area. Portmore, Halfway Tree, Spanish Town, Old Harbor, Hayes, Linstead, northern side of the island, St. Anne, St. Mary, 120, maybe a maximum of 140. Hopefully just under those numbers for Portland and St. Thomas parishes. Again, one small part of the island with a west potential shift. And again, potential, even if it just goes 5-10 more miles west, might allow Portland and St. Thomas parishes to avoid the hurricane winds. The problem is that this is the area with the most amount of rain. 15 to 30 inches of rain in the forecast, guys. 375 to do the math, 750 inches of rain. I put locally up to 40 because the Hurricane Center had mentioned potentially up to 40 inches of rain. I think that is the peak maximum, but most areas are in that 15 to 30. And maybe we can keep it 15 to 25, but dear Lord, that is still so much water. So much water. And then I haven't even talked about the worst part for the coast. Southern coastline storm surge east of the center is likely to be 9 to 13 feet. Friends, if you haven't experienced a storm surge, it is literally a wall of water that bubbles up because the pressure of the storm is so low, it literally lifts the ocean. It lifts it by 10, by 15 feet. Some of the major storms in the United States have had 20 and 25-foot storm surges. But forecast right now for Jamaica, for their southern coastal areas, including the Kingston area, Port Royal, which again, residents had been urged to evacuate Port Royal and other areas around there, 9 to 13 feet, and that's not even talking about wave and swells that will also accompany this. So the inundation of water, or the water from the ocean that is just going to push inland, could be significant and deep inland in some areas, especially those areas that are low-lying, right? The water is just going to easily flow farther inland from those spots. On the west side of the island, again, Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth parishes. Unfortunately, if the storm wants to go a little bit farther west, that means you're under the direct core winds, and these numbers might be too low, right? Same situation for Hanover and St. James and Trelawney parishes. 90 to 120 might be too low. Remember, the island is very skinny here. So there's very little land for the 150 to 160 to track over. There will be very little loss of maximum winds if this were to take a Savile-Lamar to Montego Bay direct track. Obviously, a little bit wider part of the island here, right? Where we might lose a little bit more intensity if it's coming up this way. But if it brushes the western side of the island, there's going to be very little to reduce that wind, whatever it's going to end up being. And again, there's still a significant storm surge west of the eye. It's not as prominent as east, but average man height of around 6 feet. Think of that water just like a wall moving towards your area with waves and with swells that'll be even higher than that on top of that storm surge. Mentioned the rainfall totals, the latest European model, the maximum is about 25 inches. Yesterday was about 35, 36, so it has come down a little bit. Great news. Hopefully that's the case. Bad news is that's still a crap ton of rain. That is still life-threatening flooding. And again, you know, some of the higher terrain areas, the western hills of Jamaica, not only will have to deal with potentially winds that are even stronger on the windward side of the higher elevations as the storm arrives, but then you have all of that water coming down to some of the lower lying areas, and the fast moving water in the flooding could be extensive. You can see the same kind of rainfall totals are likely in southeast Cuba as well. So Santiago de Cuba and Guantanamo likely to see significant flooding in those areas. Now, once the storm accelerates faster and is forecast to move over the central and southeast Bahamas, where it could still get a lot of flooding, 5 to 10 inches in some spots. Turks and Caicos may be a little bit lower, but the storm won't be sitting over the same area for as of long, so we're not expecting then there to be the 12, 15, 20 inches of rain in the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. And we'll wrap up this portion real quick with just what's been happening with the waves. And again, this is just a snapshot of tonight. Now, the storm is a little bit farther south and west from where this probably initialized it. But you get the idea, and the point that I want to make with this graphic more than anything is with the storm being about here, counterclockwise winds around your storm, that means anywhere east of there has a due south wind. And that's just going to take all of that water and push it directly onto the southern shoreline. That's why the maximum storm surge is likely to be as high as it's forecast to be, and in my opinion, could be conservatively low in a couple of spots. Okay. Let's go back over to the radar out of Jamaica. Again, just checking in with our friends, making sure everyone's okay. And how are you guys doing, by the way? I'm hanging in there. You know, it's a change mic and charge that one. Are we losing the mic? Power's still good, but I'll change it. It's fine. Is that better, guys? Let me know. Power level was still just fine, so I'm slightly concerned. But just let me know if you guys can hear me better now. I appreciate it, Farrah. Thank you very much. And Reyes says, yes, thumbs up. Raining in Ocho Rios. Hey, Westmoreland, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Watching from Mandeville, Manchester, not really as bad. Breezy, not plenty of rain from the morning. Gotcha. We'll check back in with See Jamaica again. Again, keeping an eye out on just, you know, what's happening across the island right now. A little bit of rain coming in from time to time. You know, there's been some breezy conditions, but again, with this storm stalling out a bit, you know, it might be a little bit deeper into this late Monday and early Tuesday that we start to see the more appreciable rain coming in. Again, you get as far east as Halfway Tree. And again, the roads are wet. We've had some squalls moving through, but not a lot of wind shaking that camera around, at least at this point in time. Better, yes? Okay. Old Harbor on and off. Heavy rains and strong winds now lashing Bamboo and St. Anne. All right. So again, you can check out See Jamaica for more live cameras as well. Let's get back over to this storm. You know, this is the real-time analysis, guys, where we're taking a look at what's going on as we speak. I'm going to pause this real quick. I'm going to bring on, let's see where the hurricane reconnaissance are. Okay, so they're just beginning. These purple dots are their track. So they're just beginning to get into some of the more significant winds. And I am very interested in the wind field here because this is the closest to the southern part of the island where I do expect within this area of white and purple, we have sustained tropical storm force winds, which are trying to spiral inland. So let's see what they've got going on here. They got a surface wind, and let me get my butt out of the way. They got a surface wind of 39. That is a tropical storm force winds, sustained. So there you go. So this tells me that my thinking is correct, that within this area of white and purple, you have sustained tropical storm conditions. And again, that is spreading north and coming inland. So now for St. Elizabeth and Manchester and Clarendon parishes, likely to see sustained tropical storm force winds along the coast approaching in the next hour or so, right? Potentially already brushing, Black River up towards Saville-Lamar. It would be kind of right on that end, but you can see the storm has actually, their wind field has widened a bit. And even though this storm spun around, the last couple of frames, the eye still looks pretty healthy. Let's see how wide it is. About 8.5, maybe slightly bigger than what it was about an hour ago. About 8.5 by 8.5, right? So it's a little bit more concentric. But what a monster, golly. Again, I think all this is doing, for the most part, is just continuing the agony here. Just watching this storm spin like a top in these extremely warm 30, 31 degrees Celsius waters. All of the heat energy, the lightning near the center, very indicative of a very powerful storm. No sun the whole day, I can imagine. Yeah, several of you have mentioned the cooler wind coming in with the storm, right? A little bit of a lower pressure drop, the cooler wind coming in as well. It's interesting. Now, you guys, it's a little bit cruel to be talking about all the, great things you guys are eating and drinking, right? I'm fine with it, but just throwing that out there. So Tian wants to know, can the storm move west and turn after it passes Jamaica? That's been a lot of the conversation we've had on the channel here, over the last couple of hours with the very slow, erratic movement. And that's really what it has been. About 3 hours ago, a lot of you in the chat were like, it's moving west. And it was in the short term. And now guess what? It's moving a little bit south. Now it's coming back east, and now it's stationary. When a storm is of this magnitude, which is historically one of the strongest storms on record, with winds of 175 miles an hour. Again, I've said that number so many times, I'm almost numb to it, but it's hard to fathom that within this storm, there are sustained winds of 175 and a pressure down to 906. If you joined me for yesterday's live stream, we looked at some of the models where the HAFS A was the strongest near landfall at 913. Remember, a lower number pressure is a deeper, stronger storm, and it blew through that this morning and into the afternoon hours to get down to 906. Some of the models had the storm in the 930 range for landfall, which was still a really powerful hurricane, right? Still a low Cat 4 high Cat 4, low Cat 5. But the fact that this storm's stats are 175, 906 is historic in many ways, like just right up there with some of the deepest, strongest storms that we've seen. And there's not a lot of change in its structure, at least at this point in time. So the answer to your question is, of course, there is at least a low chance that this thing wants to try and do something that we're not expecting. But again, we follow the science, we follow the model data, which is good lately. Now, again, I'll get an update with these plots coming up, and they'll update in real time. You can see they initialized here. And the tracks for all of our spaghetti, some of those who just aren't handling the storm well, You always have a few rogue outliers, but you got to look at the consensus. And there is a very solid consensus here of that storm still moving inland with a direct landfall. I showed you not that long ago the Google DeepMind models from the latest run that we were able to pull, which again had all 50 members, all 50 iterations of the model still had a north track to a northeast and then landfall. All right, now we're going to get into the nitty gritty, because you know why? The hurricane hunters are in the eye. This is interesting. All right. What do you think they find? Let me know in chat. Well, pressure wouldn't be down to 909. Pressure was down to 906 earlier. All right. They just are moving through the southwest inner eye right now. What do you guys think they're going to find? I'll give it a couple of minutes here. Mainly winds more than anything. We got stream health errors again. Well, let me double check. Literally, my kids are downstairs and who knows what they're doing. Hang on. Yeah, they had some choice words for me, so I just backed off. All right, 899. Well, it would be a derived wind. I'm more interested in the wind. So let's see. We'll start off here. Now, again, this is aircraft pressure altitude at 2,400 meters, right? The wind speed there was 83. So you get a derived 97 mile an hour wind there. They're obviously beginning to enter the eye here because the pressure or the winds drop to 37, then 24, and then we pick up a little gust there to 68, and then you've got 159. So, you know, we know that this storm is still extremely strong. Extremely strong. You know, again, this is just one data point, but the fact that, you know, we still know it's at least a Cat 5. 7:44, about 15 minutes ago. The drop zone data is not as readily available to me, but again, oh, we do have the 8 o'clock update, don't we? Sitting here looking at all this because I'm so geeked out about it and I forgot that we had the 8 o'clock update. All right. Again, let's see. I think the easiest way to do this, and I'll update the stats here in just a second. Let me zoom out. I thought you guys were just guessing, and then I realized you were trying to tell me what the newest advisory was. I just lost track of time. I was so invested in what the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft were bringing. All right, so here we go. We'll look at the advisory together. This is your intermediate advisory. Again, friends, this will not come with a track update from the Hurricane Center. We'll discuss how my system will pick up the Navy's intermediate update in just a minute, but let's begin with these details. Melissa is expected to bring catastrophic and life-threatening winds, flooding, and storm surge to Jamaica later tonight and on Tuesday. Right now, 155 miles to the southwest of Jamaica, or 335 miles to the southwest of Guantanamo, Cuba. Maximum sustained winds are still being held at 175 miles an hour. Movement is northwest at 2. And let's be honest, we've been watching this appreciably. The movement has been basically nothing over the last couple of hours. It has somewhat spun on its top. Pressure is at 909, so it's actually come up a couple of millibars. Not much, but just a little. So no changes to the watches and the warnings. Hurricane warning obviously continues for Jamaica, portions of southeast Cuba, and the central and the southeastern side of the Bahamas. We've got a hurricane watch for Turks and Caicos and a tropical storm warning for Turks and Caicos. The tropical storm warning also includes Haiti and the Cuban province of Las Tunas. So no changes to the watches and the warnings there. Again, the Hurricane Center is still going with, what we've discussed for the last few hours, that a slow turn towards the north is expected tonight, followed by a turn towards the northeast and a slightly faster forward speed on Tuesday. A northeast motion with a faster forward speed is expected on Wednesday and Thursday. On the forecast track, the core of Melissa is expected to move near or over Jamaica early on Tuesday. Yes, in the wording, they give the scenario for a brush of the island, but again, they are talking about catastrophic, life-threatening impacts regardless of that exact track. And then into the southeastern sides of Cuba Tuesday night and across the southern and central sides of the Bahamas on Wednesday. Again, maximum winds are 175. Cat 5, fluctuations in intensity are likely before landfall, and Melissa is expected to reach Jamaica and southeastern Cuba as an extremely powerful hurricane and still be hurricane strength when it moves over the Bahamas. Maximum winds still extend 30 miles from the center as far as hurricane force, and 195 tropical storm. Again, minimal central pressure from a drop zone, drop from the bottom of that aircraft reconnaissance plane, goes through the atmosphere, splashes down in the sea, and they just pick up the data as it transmits, 909 millibars. I don't expect there to be any changes to this, right? Now, this is one thing I wanted to point out, and let's be clear about this. Read this paragraph with me, okay? Within the eye wall, total structural failure is likely, all right? That is a very dire, but certainly warranted phrase. When you're talking about a storm of this magnitude, winds that could, even if they drop to 150, it's a total structural failure, especially in higher elevations. And again, on Jamaica, we do have some higher elevations where the wind speeds atop and on the windward sides of the hills and mountains could be 30% stronger. Could you imagine that? So let me give you a scenario. We have sustained winds of 150, right? 30% higher, if my math is correct, you add another 45. Are we really talking about potentially on some higher elevation windward areas, 195 mile an hour winds? It's unbelievable, but a 30% increase would bring that. Total devastation and destruction wherever this storm is going to go with those kinds of winds, right? Still the 15 to 30 inches of rain, the maximum of 40, likely over Haiti, potentially in eastern sides of Jamaica. And again, catastrophic rainfall potentially for Cuba, 10 to 20, and locally up to 25, and then the 5 to 10 for southeast Bahamas. So that's your intermediate advisory from the Hurricane Center. And again, very little movement. And I can tell you this right now, based on this situation in wobble, we are going to have to just slowly watch this storm do what it's going to do. It's not moving anywhere fast right now. The storm appreciably hasn't begun to move north yet. Over the day, it has a bit, right? A bit, but not much. And again, storms never go in a straight line path, okay? They're wobbling along an elliptical center, all right? And so they stair step over time as they kind of wobble around. But we just draw this nice straight line path over time to make it easier to understand, okay? The other thing is when a storm is of this magnitude, the steering currents are weak and the movement is basically nothing. All kinds of fluctuations in its forward movement is likely. Now, it's hard to forecast exactly how it's going to wobble and turn in the short term, right? But those kinds of fluctuations with its track are very likely in a much higher probability than with a storm that has more forward speed, okay? The other thing about this too is that, even though it's gone a little bit west lately, it's also basically spun around itself in the last 2 hours. Has not moved much at all. But we're still likely to see a bit of forward north motion before the end of the day. Again, excuse me again while I'm just checking in with our friends here. Something I want to look at real quick too, guys. And then I'll get back to the chat as well. I don't want to forget you all. I want to make sure I answer all your questions. Okay. So my thoughts on this storm is that it's going to be a while before the hurricane conditions begin to move over the island. Again, tropical storm conditions are embedded within this right here. So if you guys are in the chat and you are viewing us from Clarendon, Manchester, St. Elizabeth parishes, let me know in the comments section below here if over the next hour you start to get more sustained tropical storm conditions in that variety. Getting rain in the south. No threat right now for the Cayman Islands, right? Squalls from time to time on the far western edge. All the numbers that you see are wind gusts in miles an hour, but nothing again really has this pulling in a very far fashion west. Now, there is something I want to remind you guys of if you're new to the channel. So the hurricane, and by the way, before I even move on, let's just change this update here. I want to make sure anyone tuning in sees the latest information, and then we'll move on. All right. So winds are 170. Winds are 175. It's almost crazy to type. 909 in northwest at 2. Might as well just say spinning on top of itself. All right, so there you go. That's the 8 o'clock intermediate. So now back to what I was going to say. So the National Hurricane Center issues 4 full advisories a day on storms like this. 5 a.m., now this is all going to be Eastern Daylight Time. So back it up an hour for Jamaica. 5 a.m., 11 a.m., 5 p.m., and 11 p.m. In between, they do the 3-hour intermediate advisories in between the 6-hour window. So that's 8 a.m., 2 p.m., 8 p.m., 2 a.m. You do not get a track update from the Hurricane Center in the intermediate advisories. However, my data is actually being pulled from the United States Navy, where they do have a track update, and you notice that it just went away, right? And that's not me doing anything, but they do a track update during the intermediate. Now they're coordinating with the Hurricane Center, and I'm telling you right now, typically speaking, this is just a preview of what the Hurricane Center will do for the next full advisory. So in some ways, we kind of get an idea 3 hours early as to where the next track and cone of uncertainty could be. There is always a little bit of wiggle room. Sometimes they're spot on. Other times the Hurricane Center might shift it a little bit more. But again, we get this intermediate update of the track. So we'll see if, this intermediate has any big difference with the track or not once that decides to come back on. But just wanted to give you guys a heads up that if you see this shift, that's the reason why. And if you look back at the Hurricane Center and the 5 o'clock advisory, it might be slightly different than what you're going to see on the weather system. bring back on the reconnaissance aircraft. And again, you know, where are they transmitting? Are they transmitting? We'll see if I can hit the button correctly. All right, so now they're over here. Kind of on the outer, you know, we would expect probably, you know, upper tropical storm, low hurricane here before I even look. 65, 70, maybe up to 80. We'll see on the southwest side. Ooh, they're way weaker than that. That's interesting. Probably because they're a little bit farther away than I actually expected here. I just thought under this overcast they would have a little bit stronger winds. Now, they could be pushing into some stronger winds, and the southwest side is a weaker side. I think they're a little bit farther away than I expected here. Oh yeah, my bad. I thought we were a little bit closer to 30 miles away, but we're about 55, 60. Still expect there to be slightly stronger winds than that, but not as much as I theorized. Again, the southwest side is going to be a little bit weaker. Well, Fiona, messaging is important, right? You know, Fiona talks about how the longer it's stopped, more Jamaicans may not think it's coming to them. And I can understand that, right? That's probably human nature. Hey, you know, this thing, it's not moving as quick as what they said it would. It hasn't really gotten closer to me as of yet. Obviously, I think what we want to do is make sure that we continue to just reiterate that all of the impacts that we've been discussing for the last couple of days are still absolutely on the table. It just might be a later time frame, right? That's the messaging that I would get out right now, that we're still looking at a storm that is still forecast to move directly over the island with catastrophic Category 5 impacts, but the timing of that might be just a little bit deeper. Now, you know, if it does occur, at least it might occur more in the daylight hours. You know, it was going to be exceptionally difficult if this storm came in 2, 3 in the morning, but potentially now this is backed up into the daylight hours of Tuesday. But it's not moving very much right now. We know that for a fact. All right. Let's check in with the cameras here from See Jamaica and just see. You know, Maypen was actually earlier, had a pretty good squall, but again, it's not consistent yet, right? So we just don't have the consistent tropical storm conditions on the island yet. And if you guys saw from the last time I measured it, in the last 3 hours, the storm has actually dropped about 2 miles south. It's no closer to the island than what it was in the mid-afternoon hours, right? It's going to be a west parade. Again, it's good to see no one out. You know, even though conditions aren't appreciably horrible right now, you know, the weather is still likely to go downhill throughout the rest of the evening hours and overnight, and in some areas could go downhill in a hurry. So good to see everyone kind of heeding that and just staying off the roads. No reason to right now. And of course, the flat bridge camera here, be very interested to see, and unfortunately, just how high this water level is going to end up going. We know over Barrel, it was over the flat bridge. We know that there was a lot of debris flow here that clogged up the road, clogged up the span as well, and just took a long time to, you know, allow that to be passable again. And that kind of debris flow and some of the fast-moving water is likely over many of the areas as well. And a look to Halfway Tree at this point in time. And again, you know, still relatively still as we pass the 7 o'clock hour here in Jamaica. And again, you want more cameras, you can check out See Jamaica there on YouTube. Okay. So back over to the weather computer here. I'm going to see if there's been any change. All right. So no cone yet out of them. I'm going to monitor that. So we're just, you know, what's happening is we're just starting a new cycle. You guys see how I only have one forecast model right now? It's going due west. That's hilarious. But we're just starting to get some new information coming in. Hurricane reconnaissance aircraft still investigating this part of the storm. Let's check them out. So very little wind overall here on the southwest side. 43. But these surface-based winds are pretty paltry. Again, southwest side is going to be your weakest side, about 55, 60 miles away from the center, right? So that's the side of the storm we would really want the island to be impacted by, is that far southwest side. Appreciate all the support, guys. I hope you're doing well. Good night, Miss Island Countess. Turks and Caicos, you got it. Again, keeping an eye on Turks and Caicos. Still expecting there to be potential tropical storm conditions, but hurricane conditions in the Turks and Caicos beginning on Wednesday. Obviously, again, this is a marathon, not a sprint with this storm. I'm going to be doing a lot of live coverage between now and when this storm moves over the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. But for my friends there, I promise you I got you covered. It is larger than Jamaica. Yeah, the storm is bigger than Jamaica, right? And that's why I'm trying to have folks not focus solely on where the eye is. I mean, obviously, it's human nature, and we gravitate to this impressive storm on our imagery, but the impacts are going to be felt so far and wide from the center as well. Houston is in the house. Bahamas in the house. Anyone asking the questions about direction, again, there are scenarios where this might try and skirt slightly west of the island, but everything that we've been looking at so far still has this north to northeast turn. Now, again, I don't have the new track yet at the 8 o'clock advisory, but that should come up pretty shortly as well. Again, one more time real quickly here. To say that should have been video, and it is. Jimmy there in Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Just wanted to show you his video again. Recorded a little bit a while ago, but you kind of get the idea of just, again, southwest side of the island, even earlier today, the breeze more significant. The other thing that concerns me is I see those power lines just dancing in this 30, 35, maybe at most 40-mile-an-hour wind. And I'm frightfully concerned about what that ends up looking like when the stronger winds come in, right? What ends up happening there? Again, taking a look at the radar out of Jamaica. On the northern and the eastern side of the storm is where we're going to have the most expansive wind field. We're going to have the heaviest rainfall. And unfortunately, again, that front right quadrant is the part of the storm that is going to be sitting over the island the longest. That's the biggest issue here, right? Is that all of that moisture, especially with a slow creeping storm, I can't overstate the flash flooding impacts that is likely to befall Jamaica from this storm. Again, south and west of the storm of the island, all of that heavier rain spreading inland throughout the rest of this evening and overnight, and just becoming heavier and steadier with some gusty winds even outside and well away from the center of circulation. So this is a good indication of, again, the fact that we are going to have impacts that will be felt much farther away from the center, and anywhere east of the center, the winds are out of the south, which means the storm surge is going to be appreciably high in these areas. with the storm. In addition to all of the rain, in addition to all of the swell action as well. Thank you for the prayers from the UK. Appreciate that. Raining hard now in Kingston, so we're beginning to get some of those squalls beginning to kind of, work their way in. Now, again, I want to be clear. It shouldn't be a persistent rain yet, but it is likely to pick up in that variety deeper into this Monday and on Tuesday. And again, it's just moving so slowly right now. Simple as that. So we'll get some bands coming in, but until the storm wants to go a little bit farther north, if that's what it ultimately does, we're not going to have the most persistent bands beginning to impact the island until it does so, whatever length of time that ends up being, right? All right, so now we have, again, this update. Not much of a change, if any. Again, unfortunately, Cat 5 here, still a Cat 4 here. So that's low Cat 5, high Cat 4 across the western side of the island. Hasn't been really much of a shift at all in that cone of uncertainty. Again, your far western edge brushes the island, but that still brings the inner core winds over to Grill. And we're still looking at the center line, St. Elizabeth Parish. Black River up to Falmouth, which would put Savile Lamar, Cambridge, Montego Bay, Falmouth, Mandeville, Negril, even Lucy, all under the inner core winds with the, maximum major hurricane force winds moving through those areas. Oh, you lost me, okay. Am I back now? You guys got me? Everyone good? Might have had a little bit of a stream health issue there. I think I'm back up doing fine. Well, again, I don't want to be talking about direct hit areas at this point in time, right? I think we're still just a little bit too far away, ultimately, okay? But all of Jamaica, because of the width of this storm, how big it is, everyone will see significant impacts. Some are just likely to get more wind impacts closer to the center. Others along the southern coastline are likely to see more storm surge impacts, right? And even eastern parishes, even if this storm meanders just a little bit more west, are still likely to see significant rainfall impacts, okay? Again, this loop over the last 6 hours is nuts, right? This storm has literally turned on itself. Okay, appreciate it. No one is safe, unfortunately. Again, this is a very sobering storm, guys. I wish I could be sitting here and talking about that, hey, if this happens, the impacts for this area are likely to not be significant. But because we're talking about a storm that has 175-mile-an-hour winds, because it's hundreds of miles wide relative to the size of Jamaica, and the tropical storm force winds extend out 200 miles from the center, right? And already in this white area, I'm telling you right now, anyone who lives Southern Clarendon, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, you guys let me know. These are your tropical storm force sustained winds beginning to brush the island in a little bit more consistent fashion. That's what you're seeing at the hour, which extends well more than 100 miles from the actual center, okay? The only way we avoid significant, if not catastrophic impacts to part of Jamaica is if this thing does something that is not expected, right? Which you always put in as a plausible but very low-end scenario, right? Again, these are acts of Mother Nature. Sometimes the track, the forecast, and all of that can be awry. Haven't seen anything that makes me point to that being the case. It is still just being influenced by very erratic steering flow, but that is likely to change. And we went over all of that a little bit earlier in the live stream, and I'm happy to go over that again in a minute. But all of the atmospheric conditions that is surrounding Melissa should ultimately pull this storm north and northeast, right? Now, some of the atmospheric conditions can be a little bit stronger than what the models are showing, a little bit weaker than what the models are showing, can have less influence, can have more influence, and that's why you can get shifts in the track, right? You know, again, it's just a line on the map, but when we look at it in whole, in totality, right, the data is telling us that this is the most likely track with a direct landfall over Jamaica tomorrow. Winds beginning to pick up there in Montego Bay. Highest wind speeds are always going to be on the near the eye and east of the eye. Okay, the strongest part of the storm is always going to be in the right front quadrant with a storm that is moving north. So let me show you guys this. Back when I was on television, I made this really cool graphic. I don't have that available to me anymore, but that's fine. All right, so let me pause this real quick. Let me bring on the surface winds. So these are going to be your surface-based winds, right? Okay. Now, these are color-coded for intensity. So whites are over 40 miles an hour and beyond. But we can clearly see, right, that this is a counterclockwise spin in the northern hemisphere. You guys are making me break out this telestrator. Let me divide this storm into 4 quadrants, okay? Which way is the storm moving? Well, it's not moving anywhere right now, Rusty. Which way is the storm likely to move? In a general north direction, okay? So, on the right front quadrant of a storm moving north, and the winds spinning around it, okay? The storm motion and the winds of the storm are going in the same direction, okay? They are in the same direction, aiding each other, adding to the wind speeds on the northeast side, okay? The winds on the northwest side are more parallel or negating it a little bit. So you have a little bit of a weaker component here on the northwest side. The winds here are more out of the northwest, okay, and are going against the motion of the storm. So this typically is your weakest side of your storm. But the right front quadrant has the strongest winds, the most expansive wind field, and ultimately as well, more than likely the heaviest rain, okay? That's with a forward motion this way, and all the winds on the east side of the storm pushing it along. Whereas on the west side, we're negating that because the winds around the storm are going in the opposite direction of the storm movement. So that's the general gist of that. Now again, worst case scenario for Jamaica. It is, because the right front quadrant of the storm is the quadrant that is over the island the longest. This is why way back 5 days ago, when we were talking about Melissa as a piddling little thing just north of the ABC Islands, I said for Jamaica, if it does develop, your best case scenario is that it is east of you here, because you're on the weaker western side, a la the Cayman Islands right now, right? Again, you know, my friends in the Cayman Islands know I'm keeping a very vigilant watch for you guys, but because you are on the west side of the storm, the wind field is not as expansive. It's not as prominent. It gets cut off quicker. Drier air is trying to come back in on the western side a little bit more with a northerly wind, right? And the wind field is not as significant here because, again, the wind motion is going in the opposite direction of the direction of the storm where they're butting heads. And it's a net negative, right? Net negative there. me just reset the shot here. So it's 8:30. You know, we won't get the next update from the Hurricane Center until about 11 o'clock. Getting rain on and off heavy right now in St. James, southeast of Montego Bay. All right, I appreciate that. St. James Parish in the house. Is it Catadupa? Hope I'm pronouncing that right. That would be a new one for me. St. James on the northwest side of the island. So the winds, so my system color coats the winds to colors for the arrows. That's all that is. If I believe, and I went higher register there, didn't I? Believe? Really kicked it up a notch. I can go here and I might be able to change these for you guys. Yeah. Do those barbs have numbers? They don't. Okay, now they do. So now you can see the winds. I don't know if that's easy to see or not, though. Here's the text version of that. And again, I want to be clear. These are just estimated surface winds, right? They're just estimated, right? So you got some 40s estimated here, some 30s, a little bit lighter, and they have it stronger again here. But it's just estimated. The numbers aren't as significant to me as just looking at the overall field of wind, right? Because sometimes that estimate can be fairly wrong. That icon is spinning very quickly. Let me get that off the screen. It's almost giving me a headache. Will Nassau, Bahamas experience any tropical storm conditions? I would say Nassau is the farthest north I could plausibly see being any kind of tropical storm conditions. And even then, it is likely to be not sustained. If you live as far north as New Providence in the Bahamas, you're likely to be fine. Now, let me be clear. I'm monitoring the situation very closely. Down the road, tomorrow and Wednesday, especially on Wednesday, a lot more about the impacts of Melissa over the Bahamas. But again, not expecting at this point sustained tropical storm conditions in New Providence with this storm. And again, what a loop over the last 6 hours. Now it's just not moving. So I think it's very clear that Melissa has no signs of wanting to go anywhere soon, which means that we're not going to have landfall anytime soon. Okay? Again, if that is to happen, which is still by far and away the most likely scenario with this storm, is a direct landfall to Jamaica, but it's not likely to happen soon. So hurricane fatigue, which is easy for me to say, is real. And it can be something that, you know, when we follow these storms and we have expectations, right? You know, the talk was, okay, crap, this thing is coming in tonight and early tomorrow with the hurricane conditions. Well, now it's likely that that time frame will be pushed back some. You know, maybe even just 3 to 6 hours, but some. So that anticipation builds, and some folks might say, okay, well, look, you know, it's not coming right away or when they expect it, so it may never happen, right? But we don't want to have that in our heads. We have to, you know, take a sobering look at the storm that is less than 100 miles from southwest Jamaica and note where we're still expecting that track to go. You know, again, we hope for the best, but we, you know, certainly prepare for the worst. But this worst might just take a little bit longer to get to Jamaica than what we initially thought today. But this is still one of the highest storms on record, 175, 909 pressure. I haven't seen a lot of structural difference in the eye. It shrunk a little bit. We're losing a little bit of the lightning. You know, I don't see much in the way of any outer eye in that 20 nautical mile range trying to develop. So structurally, it's definitely undergoing some changes, but again, the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are in and out of this storm, and it is wide. It is a monster. They're down here now. So again, we're just going to get, they're down here now. So we're just going to get light winds out of this. Nothing is going to be outrageous here, guys, at all. Now remember that the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft, and especially when there's multiple investigating, they all have flight plans. They're all doing preset cuts through the storm at different altitudes and different locations, right? Doing these Z cuts and coming in and out of the storm. Some of them flying through the eye, others doing outer side, some of them doing drop zones ahead of where the storm is going to go, so they get a better idea of atmospheric conditions, where the storm is expected to move, right? So all of that is pre-planned, so they have plans for all of these flights. So they're not just going to be in this eye all the time. They'll probably interrogate it more with a storm this strong, but they will be in and out of the storm in all four quadrants throughout the entire life of this storm right now. No eye wall replacement cycle yet, no. Yes, Brad Sherwood, 1930, if that is your name. Apparently the NOAA aircraft took a wild ride this afternoon, 1,000-foot sudden climb, and then heading home early. Yes, they experienced such great turbulence that they cut the mission short. I don't know if I've ever heard of that before. These hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are like tanks, and it takes a lot for them to call off a mission. So no eye wall replacement cycle yet. Wait, you beat me to a Fiona. Can this thing move northwest towards the Caymans? Not again expecting that far of a northwesterly turn. Again, for those of you who are just tuning in, and first of all, I appreciate everyone tuning in. Thank you for joining me. Take a quick second, hit that like button. Take a quick second in the chat. Let me know where you're viewing from, okay? Again, we've had the poll up. Are you within this storm's path? About 40, 60, no. Oh, well, we're going to have all different kinds of people here. It's always fun. I always chuckle more than anything. So let's talk about why this storm is forecast to move the way it is, right? And I've talked about this once before, but I think it's worth pointing up again. And by the way, before I do that, remember I told you the spaghetti plots were beginning to paste back on? Well, here they are. So these are the brand new hurricane plots. So let me bring these on. Okay. Again, we have the dummies in the back of class here, right, which just aren't initializing the storm properly. All right. I'll even drop off the light data. But this is, just to bring back on, this is where the storm is now. Okay? Because it hasn't moved. My loop was 3 hours old, and I can still have the same point. The same. This is unbelievable. All right, let me drop that off. You guys see what the latest high-resolution tropical models are still showing you guys, right? Still this turn north and eventually northeast. I think it's just timing still. My intuition, everything that I've seen, read, looked at with you guys live, while it's bobbled west, while it's stalled out now, unfortunately, I think it's just timing, right? The timing of this is slightly off. It's meandering a little bit more, but we still have this large cluster with this track over the island, with this track directly over southeast Cuba, with the track somewhere between Long Island and the Acklands here in the Bahamas. Again, hurricane warning now as far north as Cat Island. And you guys know we have our live cameras here at Meteo Mundo in the Bahamas, and we'll be watching those very closely. Tropical storm warning for Turks and Caicos. But you can see that center line track. There's been no shift overall in the model thinking, okay? No shift overall in the model thinking. Even with this bobble west and stall out in the last 3 hours. All right. Let's drop off the models. So why is this storm supposed to track north and east, right? What's the science behind it? Let's go to our handy dandy model and bring up the mid-level winds. And let's go out, actually single frame this. Okay, so the first thing you're going to see is that, and now by the way, this is 11 a.m. on the model. I could back it up, but it's not going to pick up the trough as much. This is also the GFS, so as I've mentioned, we haven't really even been looking at this model very much. It's a little bit more in line, right? But the storm is so vertically stacked that at 500 millibars, we're picking up the winds. That's how high that storm is, right? How deep that storm is. Cloud top's about minus 85 degrees Celsius. But here comes a trough moving through the southeast United States. Here it is, right? Oh my goodness, let me make sure I got this in the right spot, because here comes telestration guy. Okay. Appreciably, we've had an area of high pressure here. We've had an area of high pressure somewhere around here, give or take, right? Clockwise winds around a high. They go like this. Melissa has been stuck in between these two areas of high pressure for the last several days. The steering flow has been weak or negligible the entire time, because on the west side of this high, you have winds from south to north. On the east side of this high, you have winds from north to south. They negate each other, right? Nothing has been steering this storm more than a little bit of an easterly push in the mid-levels of the atmosphere just to kind of meander it west. But what's ultimately to pull this storm north and to accelerate it is this trough. Notice the winds ahead of it are out of the southwest, right? So the winds ahead of it are here. What's going to happen is, as this trough comes down, it breaks down the eastern side of this ridge, okay? And now the storm is no longer influenced by that blocking high. And as the winds pick up out of the southwest, the biggest influence to the storm is that trough. There's other influences. It's not just one thing. But then the storm goes, okay, I'm coming along with those southwest winds, and I'm going to get pulled to the northeast as well. And the wind field gets stronger and stronger as you get into the Atlantic. So now the storm accelerates faster and faster. That's the reasoning behind why the models are showing where the storm is likely to go. Sure, there are always scenarios that don't pan out, scenarios that completely are awry. But remember, we're not talking about a storm that's 3 days away from Jamaica. We're talking about a storm that's probably 14 to 18 hours from landfall. So your time to have something completely different than what the models are showing is really narrowing, right? We've had storms that have done things like that in the past, but I don't want to give anyone hopes up that this stationary movement is a precursor to this doing something that is unexpected, all right? So I hope that clarifies it for everyone who's watching now, why the models are showing the track that it's showing. And again, to go back to one of the models here, I'm just going to check. To go back to one of the models, newest update so far, and I'll continue to monitor for further updates from the Google DeepMind, right? This is an ensemble member, new. It's done really well this hurricane season. It's an ensemble product like the European and the GFS, meaning there are multiple iterations or members of the model that run, and you get those spaghetti plots, just like you saw on the tropical model and like you would see when I'd show you the GFS or the European. Unfortunately, and again, initialized as a Cat 5, unfortunately, all 50 members still have this as a landfall over Jamaica. It even clearly shows the push west before the turn north. Now, I will grant you that the storm is slightly west of this area as of now, but it is still showing a north to a northeast turn eventually, okay? So, you know, even one of the better models all hurricane season doesn't have something, you know, different, much different than what we've been talking about the entire time the last couple of days. Let's check back in what's happening across the island. It's going to be the West Parade area. Again, this is from See Jamaica on YouTube. You can see, you know, again, good solid rain. You know, don't see sheets of rain yet, so we don't have the sustained tropical storm conditions in that area for sure. You know, Flatbridge again, you know, an area, you know, as the storm begins to pick up and as the water begins to flow in, you know, it'll become faster moving water underneath Flatbridge. And, you know, with Barrow, we had a significant debris flow, and that really clogged everything up. And then we had a lot of debris on top of Flatbridge as well, because all of that debris flowed over. You know, obviously, you know, without being a humpback bridge here, there's not a lot of clearance between bridge level and where we have the water right now. And so it's not going to take much. Halfway Tree, probably the most active we've seen it, but still, again, it's just passing squalls at this point in time, just some showers. And it's more about, you know, the accumulation of what's going to be than what's happening at this point in time. And again, if you guys want to check out additional cameras, you can go to See Jamaica there on YouTube. Okay. Before I move on, I would like to thank Joshua for becoming a Team MM member. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Joshua for becoming a Team MM member. Again, our memberships are open if you would like to become a member for as little as 99 cents a month. It's just a really small way to support the channel, and I appreciate all of the members of the channel. I appreciate all the new members of the channel. There are two different tiers, if you will. There is the subscriber or the member level, 99 cents a month. You get access to custom badges and emojis during the live streams. Your names are in different colors, so I see you guys like Reyes Eagle Wings is in, well, she's a moderator, so she's in blue, but if you guys are members of the channel, you guys will show up in green. Shout you guys out, appreciate that. You want to kick it up a notch like Joshua did, you can become a Team MM member. For $2.99 a month, you get access to exclusive member shorts. You know, so during this storm, from time to time, I'll grab my phone. I'll do quick updates for our Team MM members, kind of some of my behind-the-scenes thoughts. Again, small ways to support the channel, but all of it is very significant as we continue to grow. And I appreciate all the ways that you guys are finding ways to support the channel, the super things, the super chats, the super stickers, direct ways via the description of the channel below as well. And simply hitting that like button and subscribing helps out the channel more than you think. And talking in the chat as well. It's all called interactions. And YouTube says, hey, look, basically, if enough people are watching and they're liking and they're subscribing, something about this channel must be worthy of that. And we're going to recommend this to other people on their home pages that don't even know the channel exists. You know, that's how our reach expands. Your impressions is what it's called, helps us. The likes and the subscriptions and the chat as well. All of that goes into the broader reach of the channel. So I appreciate all of you guys doing that for us. Keep us going. And we're giving some memberships away. I love it. So DJ, oh my God, I don't want to get your name wrong, my friend. Is it Espinchel? I'm going to go with that. 5 Meteo Mundo gift memberships, 5 each, a total of 10. Thank you very much. Let's get the hearts out for DJ. Can I just call you DJ? Is that okay? Thank you so much, my friend. That's awesome. 10 of you just became members because of DJ. How about that? So thank you very much for your gifted membership. That's what I also love to see as well, right? Folks jump in and go, hey, I got you. Here's a membership. So if you became a member now because of DJ, give them a thumbs up. Gracie Lou Thompson says, raining steadily now in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now we're starting to see some of you guys who live on Jamaica beginning to talk about a little bit more impact. A little bit, right? You know, again, the winds in Kingston have been relatively steady the last couple of hours. Our storm is still spinning like a top. Let's be clear. Whatever little west jog it's done has stopped, at least in the short term. Remember, we want to look at longer duration movement with storms like this. Bobbles in the short term over a few hours, very much expected, okay? Watching from Cat Island, you got it, Sylvia. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Sharon. Hi, Andrew. How are you? It has not moved much at all. On the heat content map of the Atlantic, there's a very large cold blob where the hurricane currently is. Could the direction and intensity of the hurricane be impacted by this? It's trying to gain energy. So obviously over a storm, you have what's called cold water upwelling, right? This storm is literally taking the latent heat energy of the ocean and is driving itself because of that. And it is actually pulling cooler air to the surface of the water as it does so. But it's like a heat engine. Now, it could suppress another storm moving in that same area, but it's feeding off of that as we speak. Now, if this storm were to stay in the same location for days, could that cold water upwelling begin to diminish the intensity of the storm? Yes, but with a storm that has moved so slowly already, and it's gone from 45-mile-an-hour winds a few days ago up to 175, there's been nothing but gain with the 30 to 31 degrees Celsius sea surface temperatures. And by the way, the depth of the quality of that kind of very high temperatures is exceptional. So it's not just, you know, the shallowest 100 feet of the Caribbean that has 30, 31 degrees Celsius sea surface temperatures. There's a depth to that 30 and 31 degrees sea surface temperature that the storm is feeding off of right now. So cold water upwelling can limit a storm on the heels. If there were, let's say, another storm progressing in the same direction as Melissa, could limit that storm, but not this storm unless it sat over the same area for days. But great question. Thank you, Christopher. Hope you're doing well in Spanish Town. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you, man. Hi, Jennifer. How are you? Appreciate you providing one of the most reliable and accurate information tracking. Thank you so much. So starting to get more of you guys in the Kingston area talking about that rain picking up. You know, and again, I mentioned how this band is likely our first scenario of a little bit more sustained tropical storm conditions, right? Nothing crazy yet, but this is all anticipated. This is all expected where, you know, deeper into this Monday, it just gets steadier and just gets heavier over time. Now, if the storm's not moving much, that's still going to be in a very slow way, right? You know, for us to really start to see the significant impacts, the storm has to get closer, right? Again, that is what it's forecast to do. It might be doing so in a very slow fashion, but everything we still look at has this north, you know, progression as the most likely scenario. Jackie J says, in Kingston, the rain and wind really picking up now. Well, potentially, Logan, as far as the eyewall replacement cycle, but, you know, I thought about 2 hours ago we might have seen that, and what we would typically see with an ERC is a secondary outer eye developing about 20 nautical miles around the eye, and then it begins to collapse in on itself. And while the eye has shrunk a little bit, it hasn't shrunk much, and the structure of it still looks pretty good. So if it is beginning an ERC, it is doing it in a really slow way, right? And again, the fact that this is a 6-hour loop. This is a 6-hour loop, guys. That storm is not moving. This is a 3-hour loop from here. But again, not moving west either. Longitudinal wise, slightly west or directly in line with the western side of the island. So there does have to be a slight east turn to the storm if it is to get back over fully Jamaica. The east component has to be there because we are basically right longitudinal wise on the west side of the storm. Hey Tracy, how you doing? Hi to you as well. Hope you're well. $1.99 super thanks. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Tracy. Appreciate you very much. There are all different plausible scenarios to the storm not moving as anticipated, right? Again, we grant this, right? These are still just lines on maps. These are models taking into account the atmosphere both near the storm and away from the storm, and the likely biggest players and factors on the storm. A lot of you are sitting here and asking, the questions of could it do this, could it do that? Of course, those are all still possibilities. But the largest percentile chance, based on all the data that we're seeing, despite the fact that the storm isn't moving very quickly right now, is that eventually a north motion picks up and there's a slight turn back to the north and to the east. And until I see something that really shakes me and makes me want to change that, and I got to tell you something right now, even though this loop is interesting, this loop over the last 6 hours is not making me change my mind as to the likelihood of where this storm is going to go. Until that happens, this, in my mind, is still the most likely scenario. And for all of Jamaica, we still have to prepare for a major hurricane and life-threatening impacts to move over the island tomorrow. Now, the timing of this certainly is going to be backed up a little bit because the storm isn't moving very quickly. And I will be very interested to see what the Hurricane Center wants to talk about in their 11 p.m. update, 10 o'clock local time in Jamaica, 2 hours from now, as to their thoughts with the structure of the storm and why the storm has had very little motion over the last 6 hours. Hurricane reconnaissance aircraft continue to be in the southern part of the storm, so we're going to get relatively low winds here, guys. They're pretty far away. Just a couple of these dots here and there. I'll pop them up for you. Move it over a little bit here so you guys can see. 30, 35 mile an hour surface winds, nothing big at all. But we're not expecting it to be significant on this side of the storm and this far away from the center. A great idea to be wearing shoes, to know where your shoes are and to have them on during the storm. And the reason why is that the debris, the cut glass from windows breaking, absolutely, right? It's a great idea to be wearing shoes during this because you don't want to be barefoot and having to walk in, if your home has broken windows or you go outside and there's all kinds of sharp debris on the ground and maybe there's feet of debris, which is likely to happen in some areas, piling up debris, and you're trying to walk through that in bare feet. So that's a great suggestion. Mandeville starting to get some rain and heavy winds. So I appreciate that. Again, Mandeville was one of the areas that I pointed out that as this area in white and purple begins to move in, it's the first sign to me that sustained tropical storm conditions are moving in. Now, they may not ultimately stay sustained. We might still have some breaks in the action. But remember, the storm isn't getting any closer here. We're just seeing a little bit of an opening on the northeast side. Again, the worst part of the storm, and we're getting that south flow coming in. and some heavier rain and wind. Now, you got to also understand too that this south wind is going to be battering the coast, and it's going to be pushing some water inland from there. You guys saw the video from Justin earlier today, and I can play that again for you guys as well, of just, again, the fact that he was talking about the waves had already transported a lot of the sand farther up the beach than what he typically sees there in Treasure Beach. Yeah, wear shoes, batteries, batteries as fully charged as you possibly can. If you're concerned about the winds and concerned about things, if you have a bike helmet, you can put that on. Same thing for the kids. Quick note about messaging for kids real quick as well. Obviously, they're going to take their cue from you and how you are, presenting yourself with this storm. We're all anxious. I am too. I'm anxious for what this storm is going to bring. I'm concerned as much as humanly possible for anyone in the impact in the path of this storm, knowing what this storm could bring to whoever it wants to make landfall or pass by, and the fact that this storm is so large, the other additional impacts of significant rainfall and storm surge. I'm highly concerned. We've been very clear with the messaging here in the channel about these are some life-threatening conditions. The best thing that you can do for your children is just have as relaxed and calm of a voice as you can for them. You don't want to sugarcoat the scenario. You don't want to lie to them, right? But you want to let them know that you're going to get through it together, right? Make them aware of what is likely to come, and that the fact that this storm is going to bring extremely heavy rain and it's going to be very noisy. If this storm does move over the island, it does look like now it's more to be like during the daylight hours of Tuesday. So if we do have to contend with a storm that makes landfall, at least we're not talking about a nighttime storm, because that adds to the anxiety of everyone to not be able to see what's happening outside. But you need to be that clear, calm, consistent voice for your children, right? And just, they're going to carry this memory for their lifetimes as well, right? And there's not much we can do about what this storm is going to bring, but we can try and keep them as calm as humanly possible as this storm arrives. I do that with my children as well. Again, we had, 80, 85 mile-an-hour winds with Hurricane Milton last year where I live in Florida. Now, that's not as significant as what we're going to see on Jamaica and other areas, but it was a very noisy storm that hit at night. And I gathered them together and I said, look, this is what I'm expecting. This is probably what you're going to hear. It's okay. We're going to get to it together. Got a question, ask me. I'll try and answer it for you. By the way, I got to get back on my YouTube live stream, but please let me know. But I checked in with them a lot. When I took a quick break, I was always going over saying, you okay? You guys understand what's happening? And we got through it. Hard rain in Hanover now, hard winds. Now we're starting to get some winds over 50 now. Hey, St. Lucia, how are you? Just going over the chat. What I'll certainly say to the comment of only the two western parishes will get the serious winds is that wherever this storm is going to go, that obviously is where the inner core hurricane force winds of a major variety are to go as well. But let's be clear, the hurricane force winds extend right now more than 30 miles from the center on the eastern side. So the central and the eastern parishes are likely to experience hurricane conditions even if this were to just brush the western side of the island. You can't downplay the wind impacts when your maximum wind is 175 right now, because you could still have hurricane force winds that get into Manchester and even Clarendon and maybe even the western sides of St. Anne parishes. Yes, and I mentioned this before, this would be better for Kingston and especially St. Thomas and Portland parishes where the major wind impacts wouldn't impact the eastern side of the island as much. But what does impact them? The heavy rain, the flooding rains, and that storm surge on the southern coastline, which could be 9 to 13 feet. So not all of the island will have the same wind impacts. A lot of the southern coast will have the same storm surge impacts, and the eastern side of the island is the area that is likely to get more in the 15 to 30 mile an hour, or 15 to 30 inch rainfall totals. Yeah, it's the size of the storm that is the most concerning, right? You know, we can't just focus on the center here, guys. Unfortunately, it is a very large storm. Okay. I'm going to be back in just a second. I want you guys to take a look at all of the different live shots that we've had on the stream so far, and I will be back in just 1 second. Hopefully this works just fine. Now I should be back. What a disaster. Sorry about that. Had a sequence set up where you would see some of our, from our live streams from earlier in the day, and that just kind of crapped out. And, you know, technology, man. You know, sometimes you try and make advancements and you take 2 steps back. I swear, sometimes, you know, the latest updates aren't the latest and greatest indeed. But we're back, 9:17 Eastern Daylight Time. That's 8:17 on the island. Did you guys have fun? Oh, we got the lightning emoji too. Nice. Again, those who are members of the channel have access to custom badges. Those mentioned 99-cent option, and I see 149 or 399. That would be new to me, but I will look into that. If that has changed, that has been very recently, and something I'm not aware of. Great work, bro. Appreciate what you're doing from Montego Bay. Just a little rain where you are. You got it. Appreciate you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll put that break behind us here. So first of all, again, I got to tell you something. I woke up this morning and I was like, oh boy, my voice, not great. And so I am actually very grateful and thankful that the voice is held up today as well. So I will take that as an appreciation. We'll get the 11 o'clock advisory in about an hour and 40 minutes. We're going to be very interested to see what the Hurricane Center wants to say about what is happening with this storm at this point in time, right? Obviously, there are some very interesting things happening right now. First of all, the storm is not moving, right? So we have basically put a brake on the storm in any forward speed whatsoever. And that has been the case really over the last 6 hours. This is a full 6-hour loop where we have very little movement at all with this storm. We've lost a little bit of the lightning, although there's still some, right? The core of the storm still looks to be very much intact, potentially maybe just a little bit, right, of it not being as concentric, but this is still an absolutely monster storm, okay? And on the eastern side, on the northeast side, we're beginning to flare up some deeper convection. That's the blacks and the whites that you guys see. If you notice, there's now some lightning embedded within this as well. And all of this, because it's rotating counterclockwise around the storm, is likely to push into the southern parishes late tonight and overnight, right? And many of you in the chat coming in, talking about now how you live in those areas, and the weather is beginning to pick up a little bit. The winds are freshening up a little bit. The rainfall is a little bit steadier and heavier as well. This is what it looks like at this point in time from some of the cameras around Jamaica. Again, this is from Sea Jamaica. We'll just keep a quick eye on this camera network from time to time. This is the West Parade area. And you can see again, you know, the winds are a little bit fresher, but they're nothing crazy. 20-mile-an-hour winds there, nothing more than that. Rain continues to fall. Obviously, flat bridge, which got the one lone light to let us see there, but notice that water flow again from left to right on your screen. After Beryl, the debris flow was so significant that it went up and over flat bridge, where the entire bridge was just covered in debris from hurricane barrels. So, again, if this storm tracks up to Jamaica, which is still expected, we would anticipate that kind of situation over Flat Bridge as well. This is halfway tree. And again, bit of a breeze, bit of a squall from time to time. And I love to hear from you guys as well. And then again, you can always get more of that live stuff there on See Jamaica. But I love to hear from you guys as well, right? Let me know in the comments section below exactly what you're seeing in your area. It really does help tell the weather story. Montego Bay in the house as well. Okay, good news. Light came back on. Bad news is going to take out Western Jamaica. Well, at least you're staying informed. And that's one reason why I'm very happy that for most of you in Jamaica, your power is still on. I mean, I know it is grid specific and some areas have lost power or it's been intermittent, but the longer we can keep the power on in the island, the closer to the storm that you guys will have this kind of information, right? Which is always good. And that's why we're doing this, right? Pass along this information. So I appreciate you guys, and supporting the channel is always important in all the ways you guys do it. I love you guys so much for doing so. Also, please make sure you share this channel with anyone you think could get anything out of it, right? That's the most important thing with this storm, which again, right now it is basically stationary. It was always forecast to move very slowly today, but by now we would have expected a little bit of a northerly turn to begin that progression north. Certainly now, if this storm does do what we're still showing here from the National Hurricane Center and the majority of our model guidance, landfall now will be after sunrise tomorrow. And how deep into Tuesday we might end up getting with the landfall might be very dependent on when this begins to move to the north. All right, we're good, right? Everyone can see me, everyone can hear me. I'm watching myself on YouTube. All right, just want to make sure. Got a message that said otherwise, but I see myself yapping away, so I'm sure you guys can probably see and hear me as well. Okay. Again, down the road, this storm is going to bring major impacts to southeast Cuba as a major hurricane. They are under a hurricane warning for the southeast side of Cuba. Then you have a tropical storm warning for the province of Las Tunas, right? Hurricane warning is now in effect for the central and the southeast Bahamas, Cat Island, San Salvador, the Long Island, Exuma, Rum Key, the Acklins, Maiguana, Inagua, Turks and Caicos. You guys are going to be under a tropical storm warning. Tropical storm conditions are likely there. Now again, this is down the road into Wednesday, maybe early Thursday. The forecast is for Melissa to accelerate in that direction, all right? So we'll keep an eye out for that. The rainfall totals could be 5 to 10 inches there, but we're not expecting the hefty rainfall totals as we are on Jamaica because of the faster forward speed. Hi, Jennifer. Appreciate you becoming a supporter. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Jennifer and say welcome to her, all of our Team MM members, the great weather community we have here. We welcome you. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for that support. We got rain in eastern sides of St. Thomas, in Clarendon, strong winds, rain on and off. Do you think Jamaica will lose all power and electricity? That is a plausible scenario, meaning that if this storm moves over the island as is forecast right now, significant infrastructure failure, including power and internet for the vast majority of the island is likely. Yes. When you have these kinds of winds and what it can do to not only the power lines, but substations and all different infrastructure of power, water, obviously you need electricity to pump gas, so all kind of those everyday things in life that we take for granted sometimes, yes, they could all be severely impacted, and in some instances, not just for days, but for weeks. okay? This is the severity that this storm could bring to the island. And again, we're still going off of the information that we have right now that this storm is likely to track that direction. Again, the newest tropical models are still very clustered in that variety, in that area. So even though we've had a stalled out storm right now, and it is moving slower and more erratically than the Hurricane Center expected at this point in time, there hasn't been a lot of change in the overall thinking from the models or anything we saw from the 8 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center, right? We read that together, that this storm is still likely to pick up that forward speed in motion. Again, at this point in time, it is still about 90 miles off the southern coast of Jamaica. So it hasn't moved very much over the last 6 hours. So, you know, a growing, if not near or complete certainty that this storm will not arrive until after daybreak tomorrow. It is a torment. It is agony. It's agony for all of us, right? But I'm sure the anxiety levels on the island are understandably very high. And I wish the scenario was different. You know, I wish there was, you know, clarity as to when exactly this was going to start picking up forward speed and exactly where it's going to go. But, you know, again, you know, we're using, you know, all of the available tools in the tool belt, right? All of the high resolution models, which have done very well with this storm. Again, you know, you go back 4 or 5 days and, you know, I was discussing the fact that this storm could become a very significant hurricane. And, you know, a lot of folks, you know, in the comments said, oh, there's no way it's going to happen. You know, it's a 45-mile-an-hour elongated tropical storm. But, you know, we knew that once the wind shear weakened with this storm, that it was going to strengthen and potentially in a hurry. But from the historical track, you guys can see the very erratic movement of this storm over the past several days. These storms never go in straight lines, right? You know, and especially with a storm this size and as weak as the steering currents are, wobbles are fully expected. Now, it's hard to anticipate exactly how that is going to play out, but to see the storm meander a bit is certainly a scenario that is understood to be one of the things that can happen within this storm. So to see it wobble a bit in the last 6 hours is not, you know, the thing that perks my eyebrows a bit. It's the fact that the storm has basically stalled out at this point in time. But if we look at the track over the last 2 days, we were talking about basically a due west track before it made the turn north, whenever that was going to happen, right? You notice on the plot points, look how erratic the movement is. And this is even smoothed out a bit. But if we look at a latitude line from this point here, and we basically go due west, we're on about the same latitude. Very little difference. So in a general sense, the storm has moved due west in the past 2.5 days. It just took the roundabout way to get there, right? And now the question is down the road, right? This is the forecast. Does it do it in a straighter line like this, or does it take a more roundabout way to eventually get there? Or, again, given the plausible scenarios out there, does it do something unexpected? That is always something that you would put into the scenarios, but it is certainly not the highest probability. The highest probability is still, based on all the available data, a direct landfall into Jamaica tomorrow. Yeah, Denver's still about Cat 4 and 5, the new normal. You know, they're certainly more prominent, right? Out of the 5 hurricanes this year, 4 have become major. Can the eye get bigger before landfall? Probably not much, right? The eye of a major hurricane like this typically is somewhere around 10 nautical miles wide. But it, you know, again, not just because the eye is small, the maximum winds could be in a little bit larger area from where the eye even is, right? So sure, I mean, you know, that east eye wall is probably the strongest, but there may not be an appreciable drop in the wind speeds for miles, especially east of the center. All right. But no, I wouldn't expect this to have an expanded eye as long as it can hold together. And again, even though it's been sitting like a top, we still have good outflow in all four quadrants. Nothing is getting into the interior side of the storm, no dry air whatsoever. Look at all the moisture feeding on the south side. Even the western side of the storm is a buzzsaw right now. This is water vapor imagery, upper levels of the atmosphere, extremely moisture-laden air. All of the dry air is getting pushed. Now you guys notice, you see how all of that at the upper levels is already beginning to move southwest? This is the flow that's going to try and start to pick up the storm. There's the trough. That red is that drier air. Southwest winds ahead of it. Southwest winds are already picking up in the Northwest Caribbean. That's the thing that's going to try and grab this storm and pull it northeast, okay? Whether that starts to happen as we speak or might take a while, that is what the models are picking up on. If we look at the mid-levels of the atmosphere in that regard, so this is going to be your mid-level moisture, right? You can still see at the mid-levels a little bit of pull from southwest to northeast. The trough and the drier air associated with it are much more prominent at the mid-levels. And remember, you know, the lower in the atmosphere, you know, that this is going to get with this trough and how dominant it is, the greater the influence it's likely to have on the storm. It's not all of the influence, right? And you got a ridge of high pressure out here, you got a small ridge here, but it's the more dominant feature. You know, very rarely do we have one feature in the atmosphere being the sole driving mechanism for the movement of a hurricane. But this trough digging in and moving southeast closer to the storm is likely to one. And let me be clear, it's just going to begin to influence the storm. Again, I am basing this discussion on the Hurricane Center's track. It's going to only begin to influence the storm starting tonight and tomorrow, right? The influence from this trough grows and grows the later into the week that we go, as the trough gets closer to the storm in the western Atlantic and really picks it up and then accelerates it north and east. And yes, it could even be a hurricane or a hybrid storm, subtropical in nature, with hurricane force winds over Bermuda late this week or early in the weekend, right? But a much faster forward speed here. Remember, your plots are going to be time frames here, right? So, you know, the plots as they get wider in time, and as you get to the end of this, these are 24-hour plots. So the Hurricane Center feels like this storm is going to go from here to here in a 24-hour time frame, racing potentially through Bermuda. Whereas in Jamaica, and again, these are 12s, much slower movement of the storm. But again, this is the mid-level moisture and still extremely impressive at the mid-levels of the storm. And then low levels, again, so we can see this trough here. Notice it not nearly as prominent at the lower levels. It's more of a mid-level trough, but it still has an influence with a hurricane that's so vertically stacked. But even at the low levels of the atmosphere, we're picking up a little bit of a southwest wind there as well. So it all comes together. That's the reasoning behind, you know, why the models are trying to pull the storm closer to Jamaica. How are we doing, by the way? Sasha, my answer to how many hours it's going to hit Jamaica, and again, you know, this is me giving the best guess based on the fact that the storm isn't moving right now, is certainly likely to occur after daybreak tomorrow. I mean, at the very earliest, but 14 to 18 hours, probably something like that. So, you know, it could be late morning. It could even be into the afternoon hours, but it's going to be hard to estimate until this storm wants to begin some forward movement, right? How long is it going to sit in that particular location? We'll have to wait and see. We'll go back over to our cameras here from Jamaica, halfway tree. Again, good, solid sheets of rain, right? Roads are wet. Wind isn't too significant. But the problem is, guys, is that, you know, we've got a lot more rain to come, right? And so with this rain, whatever is already dropping right now, man, oh man, you know, just adding on to once the storm really starts to move in. That's the transport center there, halfway tree. Again, that intersection lit up, and, you know, the steady rain continues. So the rain has picked up a bit, still breezy along the coastline as well. Take a look at that. Again, good to see folks off the roads. For the most part, again, unless it's official business, probably a good idea just to stay off the roads and let those who need to do a job do the job, and you guys are sheltered in place. A pretty good breeze there in Maypen. If you look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a sheeting action to some of that rain. Still nothing outrageous though. Again, this is a little bit of a sloped street there, so that water, of course, piles up in the lower elevations of that. And you guys can find more cameras there at the Jamaica channel as well if you want to. Okay. Thank you, Ava. I appreciate that. What causes it to basically stop? Again, the storm doesn't have a mind of its own. It is driven by the steering currents in the atmosphere. The steering currents are just so darn weak right now, nothing is trying to influence the storm for the most part, okay? Now let's be clear. If I pause this, yeah, it is really not doing anything. It hasn't moved out of this narrow cone area since 6 o'clock. It was right there at 5:45, you know, which is pushing 4 hours Eastern Daylight Time. In the last 4 hours, it has not moved. Again, if you notice though, there's an expansion of the wind field on the northeast side of the storm, which is why we're beginning to get a little bit breezier conditions into the island. So we've had 44-mile-an-hour winds and a little bit more from time to time as well. Again, all of this should be east to southeast winds, just depending on your exact location, but it's all going to be an easterly component to the wind at this point in time, right? So when we look at that station, it's got an east to a southeast wind. So because we're on the northeast side of the storm, the entire island will get east to southeast winds at this point in time. It's only once the storm begins to approach closer that the wind directions are going to start to turn a bit. And again, the problem with that is that now in the southern coastal areas, the winds turn out of the south and you get the storm surge inundation coming in with the south winds pulling all of that water inland. It has been in the same spot. It is a fascinating storm for a variety of reasons. It is like a frightening, fascinating storm, right? The fact that, we all should be aware of the damage that this storm could cause wherever it wants to go. That's the frightening part about it. Just looking at this storm to see how impressive it is something. But knowing what it can cause damage-wise certainly cuts deep. I'm still very, very concerned. My thinking is still it's more about time, right? More than anything. While we're talking about that, I'm going to go back in the background here real quick. I'll see if the Google DeepMind has the newest run here from even something that we haven't seen. It's going to be the same run still. Okay. Again, all 50 members of the Google DeepMind still have landfall on Jamaica. All right, newest run. Now, again, I grant you that it is slightly west of here. Basically, in latitude, it's right on the west coast of Jamaica if we were to draw a straight line. So the Google DeepMind still has a bit of a turn northeast. So you've got to get the east turn to get back into the west central side of the island, right? If it's a due north, it's scraping the island in the Westmoreland and Hanover parishes. But all 50 members still have this scenario. And again, Google DeepMind has done very well this hurricane season. With the track of Melissa, it has done very well so far as well. We'll see if there starts to be anything that I see that pops up that says this storm might be doing something different than what we've been talking about. I'll bring to your attention right away. But, you know, again, down the road, whether that starts tonight or overnight, this track north and northeast is still what the models are showing throughout their ensemble members, right? And, you know, again, just a little bit of movement early in this with the Jamaica radar, and now it's becoming very stationary. Northeast side of the storm, all of that heavy rain and lashing winds beginning to become a little bit steadier. It will take some time, and it's not going to be as persistent because the storm is still 90 miles away, but that wind field and that moisture field is expanding north as we've gone through this Monday. Again, I think my timing is probably a little bit too fast now, right? So this would be when the hurricane force winds arrive. I want to be clear. I think this is likely just a, you know, it's a Tuesday storm on the island based on what we're looking at this point in time. So pushing this time frame back, likely most of the impacts, at least as of now, and again, this is still subject to change timing wise, would be during the daylight hours of Tuesday, right? And again, you know, is there a bit of a northeast turn with this, or is it more north where, you know, certainly St. Elizabeth, St. James, and Westmoreland and Hanover parishes get the brunt of the major hurricane force winds, or does it bend a little bit east and you start to get Trelawney and Manchester and maybe the western sides of St. Anne as being some of those under those core winds? You know, that is where the highest wind impacts are likely to be. But again, you know, this is, you know, as high of a scenario as I've ever written, I believe, but it's all in line with the Hurricane Center and what your local government and local officials on Jamaica are talking about, right? Catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding, life-threatening storm surge, extensive infrastructure damage, and again, that can be to buildings, to homes, to any kind of utilities as well. Long-duration power communication outages, so we lose power, we lose internet. This could be for days, if not even for weeks. We can lose water. You know, obviously you need gas, you need electricity to pump the gas. So, you know, all those kinds of things start to go into play when you think about it, right? And then we see the landslides and the mudslides, and that can be significant in some of the higher elevation areas of Jamaica. All that water rushing down to the lower elevations with some fast moving water with, again, potentially feet of rain in some spots. And you get significant landslides and mudslides out of the storm, roads washed away, and of course that can lead to isolation of communities. So you really want to make sure that you are prepared not only for as this storm arrives in your area, but what is the aftermath of the storm as well, right? You know, how long, you know, do I need water and non-perishables? You know, do I have my medicine? You know, have I secured everything? There are things you can do before the storm as far as securing property and making sure pets and everyone are okay. But no, it's the aftermath of the storm as well, right? Am I prepared to be able to be isolated and self-sufficient for some length of time? And that could vary wildly across Jamaica. So hopefully everyone is prepared for that, because unfortunately, if this storm does make a direct landfall on Jamaica, we are likely to see not only a few areas, but a vast majority of Jamaica fall under a lot of this, right? You know, not everyone will have the same impacts. Not everyone will have the same high intensity impacts, but all these are very likely scenarios in some parts of the island if the storm makes landfall. Charge your batteries. Take your important documents and put them in a Ziploc. so you don't, you don't have any water damage, all that kind of stuff. If you guys got any helpful tips, put it in the comment section. Someone mentioned the shoes. It's a great idea. If you're worried about, windows being blown out, first of all, you're going to stay away in your home from the windows that are closest to where the winds are approaching from, and that will be different directions for different sides of the islands, but you don't want that glass breaking and blowing in on you. You want to stay away from those windward facing parts of your house. Obviously too, if you have a bike helmet or the kids have a bike helmet, they want to feel a little bit more comfortable putting that on, right? And hopefully you've secured any loose, lightweight objects in your yard as much as you possibly can. With these kinds of winds, they just become projectiles, right? And you wouldn't want anything in your home or property, hitting your neighbor in any way, and vice versa. You wouldn't want some unsecured loose objects impacting your property from a neighbor as well. So keep that in mind. Katrina was always in the Gulf, at least forecast to move towards Louisiana. Beyond that, I've lost, couldn't tell you exactly. But Katrina was one, where the storm surge on the east side was about 28 feet. If you guys can imagine that. Portions of southeast Louisiana and coastal Mississippi had a 28-foot storm surge, and some of the casinos along the coastline in the Biloxi area of Mississippi had that water mark. And remember, they were floating barges right there on the Mississippi Sound in the Gulf, and 28, 29-foot storm surge with that. And we're talking about half of that and how significant even half of that is likely to be. Again, 2 men high, 9 to 13-foot storm surge in a lot of these areas. Let's get into that as well. Oh yeah, you can go look up some photos online if you want, just not right now. On the eastern side of the storm, for the eastern parishes, again, this is my estimated rain, wind, and storm surge totals. Again, this will be dependent wind-wise on where this storm moves in. Obviously, if it's a little bit farther west, the wind impacts for places like Kingston, Portmore, Spanish Town, Old Harbor, Hayes, and Maypen, Linstead area as well, will be lower than this. Not expecting the 160 regardless in Kingston, but on the west side of this map, it's not out of the question. Because if the storm were to arrive more into St. Elizabeth Parish, then you are looking at some of these core winds brushing portions of Manchester and Clarendon parishes, just depending on where this moves, okay? So the 130 is more east, the 160 is farther west, right? Now again, based on a more of a northeast track, even into St. Anne and St. Mary parishes, you're getting, core winds of 120 to 140, right? And then the lower wind totals for portions of Portland and St. Thomas parishes. Now, if the storm were to track right along the western edge of the island, or even a little bit west, these numbers would be lower than that. And then it would be likely that the eastern parishes would not have sustained hurricane force winds. It would be strong tropical storm force winds, which can still cause a lot of problems, but certainly the wind profile on the eastern side of the island would be diminished by a storm farther west. We can't bake that into the scenario right now because that's not where the Hurricane Center is talking about. We can talk about plausible possibilities, and if that were to ultimately be the case, then we would have less wind in all of these areas, and especially in the far eastern parishes. The problem is the other two things are a little bit more concrete as far as likelihood, right? The rainfall totals in our eastern parishes of 15 to 30 inches, 375 to 750 millimeters. Not out of the question to get close to 40 to a couple of spots. I think that opportunity is lower than what it was yesterday, but there was still messaging from the Hurricane Center early this morning. But they've gone more in that 15 to 30, but I still can't reiterate how much rain that really is. feet of rain in this area. Whether you want to measure it in inches, feet, millimeters, it's a heck of a lot. The landslides, the mudslides, the flash flooding could be historic, okay? And then the storm surge, and again, especially towards Port Royal and the Old Harbor area, because of the shoreline, how the shoreline, sticks out here with these southeast winds, the orientation of the shoreline is what I'm trying to say, drives that water directly into these areas, okay? Port Royal, obviously, we talked about earlier how residents were urged to evacuate in that spot. And I hope all of our friends here along coastal areas are understanding of the amount of water that could be pulled into the southeast side of the island, even if the storm is far away, because that's all south wind with that dome of water coming in. And the storm surge, if you've never experienced, basically a wall of water. It builds, but it ends up very quickly getting into that peak of that 9 to 13. And by the way, you put wave action, you put some swells on top of that, and that might not even be the highest that this ends up getting, and that can push a lot of water inland as it does so, okay? And that doesn't account for all of the flooding that'll be ongoing from all the heavier rain that's also in these spots as well. Eastern side of the island, 120 to 140 mile an hour winds here. And again, this will be dependent on where the center goes, right? This is taking into account that the center is slightly west of areas like Western St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes, obviously Hanover and St. James as well. If the center is more over Negril or just west, again, as scenarios we're playing out here, these numbers are too low. They're too low. They would have to be elevated because you would be in the core winds on the east side of the storm. But we'll go with the most likely scenario right now, and we'll change and we'll adjust as we need to. Storm surge, western side, southern coastline, about 6 to 9 feet. Could be higher in a couple of spots, could be lower in a few areas as well. But again, even when the winds are out of the north on the west side, you've still got that big push of water. The north winds will negate some of that, but not most of it. And the rainfall totals are likely to be significant in the western parishes as well, 10 to 20 inches, locally up to 25. The Hurricane Center talked about how higher elevation windward areas could see wind as high as 30% above the sustained winds of the storm, wherever, whatever strength that moves in. So think about that, 30% higher in some of the windward higher elevations in the western side of the island. Cat 5 is the highest, 157 and higher. I really hope no one said it was a Cat 6, especially on the news. Y'all know better on the news. There was someone, though, who I have a lot of respect for in the meteorology community who said, maybe it is time to make a Cat 6 and Cat 7 because there is a difference between, a Cat 5 low end and a Cat, 160 and 175, 180. Not so much for appreciable differences, but just what it looks like, So I don't know if I agree with that, but there was some discussion in the weather community of, maybe we should make a Cat 6. I don't believe we should make a Cat 6. I think this is a storm that is a good example of why you shouldn't. Because when you get to a certain threshold of wind, the damage is going to be about the same in most areas, right? Where, again, a storm that's coming in with 160 is going to cause about the same amount of damage as a storm that has 140 mile an hour winds and even less in some areas, right? Obviously, infrastructure and how hardened, we use that term, how hardened the infrastructure is of an area will play a role in that. But you get up to 160 or even higher, and the damage is going to be about the same, practically. Rainfall totals, over 2 feet of rain on the European model over Jamaica, 10 to 20, up to 25, southeast Cuba. There is forecast to be significant flooding in southeast Cuba, from the Santiago de Cuba area to Guantanamo. So all of the southeast sides of Cuba need to be prepared for significant flash flooding. Storm will still be, it'll be picking up some forward speed by then. Again, if it stays on this forecast track, and then should begin to accelerate north and to the east, where we get to the 5 to 10 inch range for the central and southeast Bahamas. That is still significant rain that could still lead to some flash flooding. I think overall, though, if I'm weighing what could be the most impactful part of the storm over the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos with Melissa, it will more than likely be the wind, because it's still forecast to be a Category 2 and just coming under Category 3 strength as it moves through those areas. And again, you know, looking at the wave height and direction, now the model is too far north, closer to landfall tonight on this than what it actually is. But more than anything, you can see the south winds here, right, on the east side of the storm. That's the problem. Storm ends up over here. We're all on the eastern side of Jamaica. That means you all get the onshore winds across the entire southern coast. So I don't care if you're in Yawlis or you're in Kingston or Old Harbor or Treasure Beach or Black River or Sav Lamar, you all get the south winds. And so that storm surge becomes more significant as a whole in the southern side of the island with a westward track of the storm. If the storm moves more like this, western side of the island stays with the north winds, we mitigate the storm surge potential at least a little bit. Let's check in with our cameras. All looks to be nice and quiet in Maypen. West Parade, rain still beating down. You know, you guys are talking about the wind, and, you know, when you get into, you know, these more urban areas, you know, the wind can certainly be a lot more funneled through some of these streets. And so you sometimes don't really see the wind impacts in these videos than what you can in other areas that are more out in rural areas, right? So if you just look at the treetops and all of that, you know, obviously the buildings play a big role in being wind buffers. But the wind, you know, in some of these spots isn't significant as of yet. But it is of note that more of you are talking about how the winds have freshened up and over the last hour. And a live look outside to Flatbridge as well. Again, a camera that, you know, will certainly bear some interesting watching during the lifetime of this storm to just see how much water is going to come up and over that bridge and the debris flow. If you guys remember from Barrow, there was significant debris flow on Flatbridge with some of that, you know, storm surge that came in. And this is going to be halfway tree right now. And again, same scenario here in a lot of these areas in and around the Kingston area where, you know, we got the beating rain, a little bit of a breeze from time to time, but certainly the significant weather has yet to move into those areas. And again, you want to see more live cameras there from Jamaica, you can check out See Jamaica on their YouTube channel. Okay. Hey, Panama City, how you doing? Cat 5 Michael. I remember Michael very clearly because I was still working in television at the time. I'm from Crystal River, by the way, from Panama City. So I'm from the Gulf Coast as well. And I was at Cedar Key. That's where I watched Michael. And we stayed at the hotel on Cedar Key, which is literally a little finger of islands in the Gulf, okay? If you look up near the Big Bend and the Nature Coast of Florida on the west side. And that was the highest point of the island, right? That hotel. And it was the only part of Cedar Key that didn't flood. And it had happened historically before as well, where they literally marked the road because you had to go up to get to this hotel just a little bit. And then the backside, it went down significantly. And they would mark the road as to how high it got. That was the only area that wasn't completely flooded by the end. So I remember Michael well. Strong winds, Orange Bay now in Hanover. Thank you very much. So again, guys, you know, I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you keeping up to date with this storm. It's been a very interesting evening, hasn't it? Right? The fact that this storm has really not moved. And I mean brakes on, not moved. This is a 6-hour loop. And we are full on stop it. Structurally, the storm looks still extremely impressive. Big flare-up of thunderstorms on the eastern side. Still good outflow in all four quadrants. I don't see any drier air trying to get in. I mean, potentially here right at the end. And again, these storms are going to go under structural changes from time to time. You know, there's a little bit of a void, a little bit of a crack here, but nothing anywhere near the inner core winds. The outer structure of the storm fluctuates the most, you know, because it's you know, there's drier air surrounding the storm from time to times, and you know, there can be other smaller features that influence the outer feeder bands. You know, so where I'm looking for, you know, is there structural changes? It's in this bright white here. Those are the higher cloud tops with the storms. And notice that the lightning continues as well. It's not like that has just completely gone away. It falls a little bit from time to time, but again, this is the lightning count in the last 15 minutes, and we're back up to 19 more strikes. And I want to be clear too, that this is actually filtered a little bit. I don't know if I want to unfilter it because the actual number is 50, but you notice how it starts to blur what we can see. So I put it on a filtered, and I can do that by actually the energy that the lightning strike produces. How cool is that, by the way? But the actual number is 50 lightning strikes. But I'm going to go back to the filtered version only because, again, I just don't want there to be this big blob of flashing right over the eye. We understand the fact that this eye wall is still producing lightning from that part of the storm. When will it reach Jamaica? That is the $64,000 question, right? Without a movement north or anywhere for that matter, that is a very big question that is still yet to be answered. You know, my best guess, and it simply is a guess at this point in time, would be that if we were to see, and again, putting the word if in there, if we were begin to see a movement north starting sometime soon, that would likely occur through the day tomorrow. But certainly now, I think we're looking at landfall after sunrise at the very earliest, right? So after daybreak, a storm that would make landfall during the daylight hours of your Tuesday. But could that be even too quick? We'll have to see what happens with this storm. Now, it does, I mean, again, as I have said to you, I don't like to look at short-term stuff, but if anything, potentially it might have just taken a wobble back to the north just a little bit, but not much. More appreciably, it's certainly not drifting west or south right now. It's either stalled out or slightly tilted north in the last frame. But again, you know, I'm not going to put any more weight into that north bobble as I did into the west over the last couple of hours. We'll see how the overall turn goes. It's not going into the Gulf, man. Just not happening. That trough is like a block. This trough, which is going to drive the storm, is literally like a barrier, man. It is absolutely, this trough coming in it's the close sign for the Gulf. It's the close sign for the Southeast United States. You know, one thing I'm very confident in, regardless of what happens in the short term of Melissa, it is not getting into the Gulf, and it's not getting towards Florida or anywhere else. That trough is going to pick that up and pull it away at some point in time. It's just, does this happen before it arrives to Jamaica, after, you know, how does that play out? But yep, not going that far north and west for sure. Yeah, ATL Florida Girl, I was talking about that as well. Any other storm surge compare that? I would have to look it up, but you know, I know that at least some of the casinos there in Biloxi, I think it was around 28, 29 feet. You know, maybe it was ultimately up to 35 in a couple of spots, but that kind of water is crazy. It took some of these large casinos that were on the Mississippi Sound, and I actually worked in Biloxi for 3 years, so I do have direct personal knowledge of this area. It was my second job in television way back when, but I worked at Biloxi for 3 years, and it took some of those casino barges, and it pushed them inland north of Highway 90, which is the coastal highway. Literally lifted, I have no idea how many thousands of tons, think about a casino, like a full casino, and lifted them up and over and north of the coastal highway. So it was absolutely insane. Cayman Islands is fine. Right now, based on everything, west side, weaker side of the storm, some breeze, squall from time to time. I'll be monitoring the situation. Again, Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, potentially, a little bit closer to the northwest edge where they could get brushed with some tropical storm force gusts, but I'm not expecting any sustained tropical conditions there. If they suspected that there was even a plausible scenario for the Cayman Islands to have tropical storm conditions, they would be under a tropical storm watch right now. And because they aren't, the Hurricane Center feels like this storm is still going to move too far east for that to happen. All right, we're less than an hour away from what I think is going to be an extremely interesting update from the Hurricane Center. Extremely interesting. I'll be curious to see. Now remember, the 8 o'clock messaging did not change. The Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft are on the west side of the storm. The southwest side, they're getting a little bit closer, but again, we're not hitting core winds here. 37, 36. Again, this is, 50 miles from the storm, so we're not in the hurricane force here. Too far away. (31) 24, back up top, by the way. I know you guys can't see the cursor, 37. So 37 to 24 here, but we're yes, please, thank you. We're 67 miles from the eye. So, but that just shows you how big this storm is. You're like, oh, that part of the storm is 67 miles away. I mean, what, 435 in this direction, and I'm being really conservative because not including that cluster of convection. 435 that way. Again, I'm always probably a little conservative compared to others, but deeper convection here, 550 plus miles that way with this storm. This is all a part of the storm. And by the way, again, the significant impacts to Haiti and the Dominican Republic with the storm where the moisture field is 700 miles wide west to east. Core of the storm, right? Really significant impact part of the storm, about 180. Okay? How wide is Jamaica? Give or take about 145. All right. So now that's not all hurricane force winds, right? Hurricane force winds extend 30 miles in most directions, a little bit more north and east. But we can say, if we draw a straight line, probably 50 miles across the storm, we have hurricane force winds. So you're looking at, a solid third to half of the island with the core hurricane force winds, and most of the island potentially just outside of the eastern parishes with hurricane gusts. Again, we're not even including gusts, which can be significantly higher than the sustained winds in some spots. Yeah, guys, appreciate you taking a quick second, hit that like button for me as well. Thank you for all of our friends of the channel as well. Did I miss some support here? No, we got it. Jennifer, becoming a supporter, and I appreciate you so much for doing so. Oh, here we go. Hey, Jaden, how are you? 5 gift memberships for Jaden. Oh, I love it. So Jaden, who is a great friend of the channel in Aruba, sent gift memberships, and Gaming with Jamie, who has been sending gift memberships from others, got a gift membership from Jaden. Full circle, paying it forward. I love it. Craig, Terry, Maryland, Euthanasia, all getting gift memberships from Jaden. Let's get the hearts out in the chat. Jaden is a Team MM member, and I appreciate being so. Hope you're doing well, Jaden. Thanks for joining the chat. Thanks for your gift memberships. Okay, guys. Let's go back over and check the radar again here. So obviously with a stationary storm, you know, in the last couple of frames here, we're going to see very little movement from the radar. But just to point out that the northeast side is the area with the most elongated wind and rain, right? The area farthest away from the storm that has the most impactful weather. And I mentioned this a lot in the last couple of days because I want to make sure this point gets hit home, that this track is, you know, as far as its movement, the worst case for Jamaica because it keeps the northeast side of the storm, which is the strongest quadrant, over the island for the most prolonged time, for the longest duration, okay? And that again, that's regardless of however this wants to drift west or come back north and east, the part of the storm that's going to be over the island the longest is the northeast side. So that's why the rainfall totals, when you see these that I show you and the Hurricane Center talks about, and I'm sure you've heard from local government and local officials, are astronomical, right? Feet of rain as a possibility. Not even to talk about the wind impacts that could come along for the ride and the storm surge along the southern coastline. And again, there will be some storm surge along the northern coast, but with the north winds mitigating some of that, there could still be some inundation of water, but it's just not going to be as widespread. And it's a little bit harder to forecast as well, right? A little bit more area dependent depending on the orientation of the shoreline in a lot of those spots. We'll check back out with the cameras here. Quick look to the Flatbridge area again. Things still appear to be relatively tranquil. You know, again, not as much wind in these cameras. Many of you have mentioned the winds have been freshening up a bit. I would especially say that would be true, and you know, let me know. Clarendon, Manchester, St. Elizabeth parishes, maybe sneaking into St. Catherine and Kingston as well. Again, southern coastline, you know, where we saw those brighter whites moving in, those are more than likely some sustained tropical storm conditions. You know, halfway tree, it is wet. It is wet across most of the island. Wind hasn't been too significant. There's someone with an umbrella out there braving the elements. Again, not recommended. Hopefully everyone is sheltering in place, you know, but at least at this point in time, we're not getting caught by some kind of rogue squall coming in and really causing some problems for that person. No, I would assume Flatbridge can't be washed away, but during Beryl, the debris flow that went over the island, over the bridge was significant. And again, just steady, solid rain, halfway tree. It is not significant, you know, it's not causing any problems. But what I'm more concerned about is the fact that, you know, we're already getting steady rain and we're still so far out from this storm and the ultimate impacts beginning to potentially approach the island. Now, again, I'm going to point out what I'm seeing as I've done. It certainly looks like in the last couple of frames, there's just a little shoot north. Now, this could certainly still be a curlicue in this storm, but just a little lift north in the last 30 minutes to an hour, about in the last hour. We'll see if that is a trend or just a wobble, just like we did with the west turn, right? Is that a trend or is that just a little bit of a wobble in a storm that still has no succinct steering flow to push it in a direction? Update coming out no more than 45 minutes away. Raining in Portmore, thank you very much. Yeah, give me a power check as well. Has anyone lost power? And you might think, okay, Rusty, well, they can't talk to you if they lost power. That being said, obviously a lot of you guys have battery backups as well. What's kilometers to miles an hour? Someone do the quick update for me. I can tell you millimeters to inches in a heartbeat. For every 25 millimeters, it's 1 inch, right? So you get, 10 inches of rain, it's 250 millimeters, right? So it's really easy to do that conversion. 1 mile an hour is 1.15 knots. That's right. And then the miles an hour to kilometers, great question. Jaden, what you doing, buddy? Thank you very much. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Jaden. $10 super thanks for the channel. Big friend of the channel. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Hope Aruba is well. Glad to see that you only got a little bit of the needed rain. The interesting thing is that in the ABC Islands, they only got brushed by the storm, where Jaden lives there on Aruba. And that rainfall was actually welcomed in that area, right? Again, these storms have a function, transporting warm moisture land there from equatorial regions to the mid-latitudes. If that wasn't the case, the equator would continue to get warmer and warmer, and the poles would get colder and colder, and life wouldn't exist. So these storms have a function. We just love to live and enjoy the beautiful area where sometimes these storms like to travel, and we have to deal with the circumstances surrounding that. And that's exactly what we're doing here. But that's why we have a very vigilant eye for you guys, because of obviously these storms can be extremely impactful, and this particular one happens to be as well. Hey, Fiona, how are you? You're so sweet. Let's get the hearts out for Fiona. $9.99 super stickers. I like your sticker of choice, by the way, too. Thank you very much. All right, so Lorna's in Kingston, still has power. That's good. Yeah, there's not much of an appreciable difference. If I can show you guys on the latest from the Hurricane Center, if I bring up their discussion from 5 o'clock. If we look at their projection, 150 knots, 175 miles an hour, 145 knots, 165. Obviously, this is rounded a little bit, but not much. 125 knots is 145 mile per hour winds, and you get the idea. So there is an idea from the Hurricane Center, knots and miles an hour at the same time frame, right? And again, this is their 5 o'clock full advisory. The next full advisory is going to be at 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 10 o'clock Jamaican time. We're about 40 minutes away. Super rock stars, Eddie. Absolutely. My sister and family at Royalton Blue Waters in Montego Bay. Anyone know an update? Well, that's what this stream is about, my friend, is keeping everyone apprised of the situation with this storm. Again, at this point in time, it has stalled, potentially in just the last 45 minutes or so. A slight progression north, but there have been wobbles with this storm all day long, so we're not going to, jump to conclusions as to where this storm is traveling, because wherever it's trying to go, it's doing it in a extremely slow fashion. Extremely slow. So we do have time to watch this, and this 6-hour loop just shows you. I mean, if I put my finger in one spot, the eye wall is going to be over my finger over 6 hours. Absolutely very little movement. Indeed, subscribe and turn on those notifications. Will Kingston see major hurricane force winds? It's plausible. Should the hurricane track where the forecast is right now, I think Kingston would see hurricane force wind gusts, but likely to avoid the most prominent major hurricane force winds. Again, they extend about 30 miles from the center right now. Sometimes these storms, the wind fields expand as they make landfall, especially when they're strong. But we're double that towards the Kingston area from the center line. Now, hurricane gusts over 74 miles an hour and potentially over 100 when you have a 175 mile an hour sustained storm so far. We'll see if that intensity continues. Absolutely. But the core winds of major hurricane strength are likely to miss Kingston to the west. But a lot of the central and western sides of the island would have to prepare for the core winds moving through, as large as this storm is and as wide and expansive as the wind field is as well. How are we doing on the likes for the live stream as well? I think we always set a goal of getting 1,000. That would be awesome. 100 subscribers away from 69,000. Nice. Yep, surge, 9 to 13 feet. Hanover, about the same again, you know. Westmoreland, Hanover parishes with this track, it's too close. These are core winds all moving through the western side of the island if that's the case. Again, I have made a impacts map, a couple of them. So again, you know, based on the track from the Hurricane Center. Now, this is taking into taking into the equation that the core winds are just east of our far western sides of the island. If the track is a little bit farther west into Westmoreland Parish rather than like eastern St. Elizabeth or even into Manchester Parish, you're looking at these numbers being too low, okay? Because if it's tracking up like this, it's a very small width of the island that the storm's going to go over, and there's not going to be significant depreciation in the wind. If it is tracking more north and east, the wind field on the northern side will come down a little bit, especially on the northwest quadrant. So that's why I've got the 90 to 120 right now for Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, especially St. James and Hanover. Trelawney is definitely up in the air a bit as to what the core winds would be with the track that's anticipated from the Hurricane Center. But southwest sides of the island, 120 to 140. These are sustained. Higher gusts than that. Near the center of circulation in west, a 6 to 9 foot storm surge on the southern side of the coast. Probably a few foot storm surge, but much more locally dependent on the northern side. Again, you're likely to have westerly winds here with the counterclockwise rotation that could drive a little bit of water towards Montego Bay based on the orientation of the shoreline, but it is going to be very localized, right? Hard to forecast in a wide area when we're talking about storm surge on the north side of the island at this point in time. And again, that rainfall, very widespread. The most widespread impact from Melissa is going to be the amount of rain that falls across the island. Even out west, it's 10 to 20 and locally up to 25. And again, out east, we could be driving in the 15 to 30 range. Hopefully nowhere near 40. I think the numbers have come down a little bit compared to yesterday, but 15 to 30, still outrageous. I mean, crazy, right? 750 millimeters of rain. Can you imagine, you know, if we even get half of the area with 15 inches of rain, just half, right? The amount of water that is on the island and where that's got to go and how quickly that's going to stream into some areas and the fast moving waters and that storm surge of 9 to 13 feet. So again, based on the timing, you know, we're having to basically take what we looked at from the 5 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center and kind of throw it out the window as far as timing goes, right? Because the storm hasn't moved, okay? Timing right now, look, everything is still a little bit up in the air, right? You know, we'll see if this little bobble north is going to continue over the next hour, but because the storm has moved slower, the timing is now backed up. So it's more deeper into Tuesday than anything. We're still baking into the equation that we're going to have a little bit quicker forward speed overnight and then throughout the day Tuesday, which gets you to the island during the daylight hours. Obviously, if it's slower for any reason, right, we continue to back up that potential time frame. So, again, unfortunately, this is agonizingly slow at this point in time, right? But still, based on what we're seeing, it's more of a timing thing than a if it's going to happen situation. And again, the new runs of the tropical models are in, and you can clearly see that the cluster here is still significant over the western side of the island. Very significantly clustered here, okay? Puerto Rico in the house, 3 days of rain there. Yeah, even a little bit of, isolated flooding from time to time in Puerto Rico. I know there's at least a flash flood warning in the Ponce area. So well east of the center, which is where all the moisture-laden air is, significant rainfalls. Catastrophic flooding rain in Haiti. Catastrophic flooding rain, especially in the western side, the peninsula towards Lakai. Just so much rain, and it's not stopping. Southern DR has been hit pretty hard as well. Bajarona and Azua and Santo Domingo, San Pedro de Macorís, La Romana, Punta Cana. It's no good. Again, we have a lot of friends in the channel who live in the Dominican Republic. If you do live in the DR, let me know that you're with us. But some of the familiar names I have not seen. And, tells you about some of the potential issues they could be seeing there. Yep, a little bit of a northeast wobble for sure. Power still on in Linstead. Appreciate that. North St. Catherine. Thank you very much. So again, you should expect the conditions to only go downhill or get worse. You notice that in the last frame here, we're now picking up 44-mile-an-hour winds in Kingston, right along the coast, Port Royal area. So the winds are freshening up again. Anywhere that you see these whites, we're starting to expand the wind field, and the rain is going to be coming along with it. So now we're just going to get into more consistent winds that will be of tropical storm status. That's sustained winds of over 39 miles an hour. And hasn't moved much at all over the last 6 hours. Not much at all. All right, guys, as we get into the 11 o'clock hour, I'm going to take literally a very quick break. Let's take a look at our cameras from Sea Jamaica as we do. Okay. Great to see everyone back. Hey Eddie, how you doing? I appreciate you. $5 super stickers. Let's get the hearts out for Eddie. Always someone who is giving props to others in the chat. So let's give props to Eddie with a big thank you. We salute you. Thank you very much. Great to see you guys. So again, we're approaching getting the 11 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center, right? And, you know, there are certain instances where I'm much more curious than others as to what they want to discuss. And this is going to be one of those, right? You know, how do they want to play this? While we're looking at that, I want to double check if there's not a new, okay, there is. Okay. So I have the newest run of the Google DeepMind, which again, I am going to effort to bring you guys as quickly as possible. It wasn't easy the last time. I can tell you this, the newest run of the Google DeepMind, all 50 ensemble members have landfall on Jamaica. Okay? Again, it's not gospel, it's a model, but it's been very consistent with the landfall on Jamaica. And it even had this little west bobble to begin. All right? So that is, you know, again, sobering news. I wouldn't have expected much of a change, but because there has been no different thought from the Google DeepMind model, it is just another concrete example of we are likely to get direct impacts from this storm on Jamaica. Again, every single member of the 50 have it making landfall. And I will effort to bring you that as soon as I can. For some reason, with this system right now, it's easier said than done. But I'm trying. You know I'm trying my hearts out for you guys. Again, Cyan Raptor, of course, there's a possibility, but everything that we're looking at, right, as far as why this storm would move a certain way and what the models are showing, continue to show a direct landfall. You know, always hope for the best, that somehow that ends up being the case, but we have to prepare for the worst, especially with a storm of this magnitude. Appreciate you guys letting me work behind the scenes to try and get this for you. Well, what do you mean I won't answer your question? I just haven't seen it. Rusty, some years ago, the weather people told us that once the storm reaches a level 4, they may push their own way and are not affected as much by the upper level winds. Is that true? It's the exact opposite. When a storm becomes very strong, it's more vertically stacked. It's more vertically aligned. So the mid and upper level wind fields actually have more of an influence on a stronger storm because of the vertical development and the vertical height. It's the weak storms that are only more influenced by the surface and the lower level winds. So there is a component to how vertical a storm is to what level of the wind field is going to influence it. That trough that is likely to pull the storm to the north and to the east doesn't even show up on surface imagery right now. It's all mid-level. So if this storm was really weak, that trough wouldn't even have influence, but the storm is vertically stacked and at the mid-levels of the atmosphere, pulling in a southwest wind, which is likely to drag that storm. So hopefully that does answer your question, Jimmy. How many hours can it affect us for rain and breeze when it makes landfall? Probably more than 12, maybe even longer than that. It will all depend on the forward speed, but you are on the east side of the storm here. So you are going to get the most prolonged wind and rain impacts because you guys are on the eastern side. Jamaica is. So probably 12 or longer for some areas. Okay. Give me a second. I have it, but I want to verify that that's the newest. It's not the newest one. Oh, this system is wild. Try a couple different things here real quick. All right. Hopefully we will see that soon. We can see the radar right now, though. Again, really just beginning to kind of overspread. Yeah, absolutely. Let us know what's going on in your area. And, when Denver says 2 a.m. the effects will start to occur, it is area dependent, and that is going to be the beginning of potential for sustained tropical storm conditions. Again, the hurricane impacts are not likely to be felt soon. Potentially on the north side by daybreak tomorrow, maybe a little bit later than that, depending on how the forward speed goes, but not imminently by any means. So tropical storm force winds, yes. Hurricane force winds, still got a little bit of time. Again, we don't want to focus on these little bobbles, right? It has to be kind of more of a smooth concentric, a smooth path over time. This storm is moving so slowly right now. We've had bobbles in all directions, literally in all directions on the compass in the last 8 to 9 hours. So, there has been just a little bit of a tick north in the last hour or so, right? My opinion would be when we get the 11 o'clock advisory in from the Hurricane Center, we're probably not going to get much of a change, right? They're probably not going to make a big sweeping change with this track. I don't see any reason why they would. What they will probably change is the timing, when the storm arrives, and back that up some throughout Tuesday. Just starting to rain with some small gusts here from Negril towards Sav. Appreciate that. I'm in the hills of St. Andrew. I'm getting a lot of rain and crazy winds. Just lost a tree in my yard. So there you go. Thank you, Andre. So there you go. Very early in the game and already a tree gone. Not a good sign of things to come. Alley Cat, again, you got it. First of all, respect as well. The thing about a storm like this is we don't want to focus on every little individual bobble over a brief time. It's more of what is the storm doing over a 3, 6, 12-hour period, okay? And because the steering currents are very weak at this point in time, we've seen this storm basically stall out and spin on itself over the last 6 hours. In just the last couple of frames, there appears to be a slight movement north, but we have to see if that's a bobble or a trend. Does it spin back on itself again, or does it continue to progress to the north? Now, again, the Hurricane Center's thoughts are eventually, at some point in time, it's going to have a forward direction north rather than just this bobble in rotation. This stall out wasn't forecast, right? A slow west push and a turn north was, but this, whole basically stalling out and meandering about 90 miles south of the island wasn't in the cards with the models. And so there's always some hiccups to everything, but, appreciably, after kind of a pit stop, the potential for this to pick up that north movement is still the most likely scenario, with the most likely scenario still being a direct landfall of this storm on the island just a little bit later in Tuesday. About 90. Again, give or take. But the storm right now is about 90 miles from its closest point on the southwest side of the island. Here's the confirmation of that. About 86 now-ish. Now that's the center, right? But you can clearly see the fluctuation of the storm and the re-energization of the storm. Look how this storm is getting energized on the east side, right? Your whites and your purples are your higher cloud tops, your deeper convection. Look at the lightning count beginning to come up as well. Storms are flaring up well away from the center. The problem is counterclockwise winds are going to pull all of that over the island. So, we're going to start to see, I think, heavier, steadier storms beginning to move into the island overnight, well in advance of the slow-moving core of the storm. Hey, Rusty, is it true the storm may reach winds of 175? All right, someone tell Rusty what's going on. You got it, Christopher. Right now, based on this track, Kingston would not see the inner core winds, the most powerful winds of this storm, but still likely close enough to get hurricane wind gusts. So not sustained winds of over 74, but certainly the possibility that winds could even be touching 100 miles an hour in gusts in the Kingston area, okay, based on this track. And that will matter. The wind field in your area will be most dependent on the track. The storm surge and the rainfall especially, the track won't matter nearly as much because those impacts will be felt a lot farther and wider. But again, even to be clear, with this track, you get westerly, you get the west side of the island still close to the inner core winds here, right? And Montego Bay has now had a 33-mile-an-hour wind as some of the activity begins to pick up a little bit. But even the east side of the island, even Portland and St. Thomas parishes are likely to see very consistent high-end tropical storm force winds, and not even out of the question that they could get a gust time to time over 74. They are likely to miss, or they have the highest possibility to miss the hurricane force winds on this track, but not by much. Kingston is in store for a 9 to 13 foot storm surge, which in my opinion could even be slightly conservative. Again, that south wind just rushing into that area, right? Again, at this point in time, most of the island should see pretty much east to southeast winds. If we look at this reporting station from Kingston, near the Port Royal area, it is an east to a southeast wind, almost due east the entire time. When Montego Bay picks up a wind that's probably out of the due east, it's a little bit southeast, 130. But again, all with an easterly component to the wind right now. But obviously the wind profile is going to change. And as the storm, right, as the storm gets closer to the island, the winds on the east side will be a little bit more due south. There'll be an east component to it, but a little bit more southerly, and that's just going to push all that water right to that coastline. That's the big problem east of the center. All right, what is it, 10:45? All right, we're nearing. Still got the 8. I believe my system will even have this before the Hurricane Center website. It's that fast. It pulls in local storm warnings quicker than any place I've seen. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. You know, pressure fields here. I got the winds out, so it's a little distracting. You know, the pressure fields with the storm. You notice there's a little bit of a pressure field here with that trough. Again, that's indicative of these winds picking up at a little bit of speed. Ooh. It's a solid wind there south of San Antonio, 66 miles an hour. Just happened to notice that. But again, these winds are just getting a little bit stronger here. Let me bring up the buoy data as well. Again, the last couple of frames, is this the beginning of the north push? Still a question, you know? Has to be a little bit more over time for us to keep that idea. Whew. That was frightfully close to me accidentally stopping the stream. I just slapped buttons with my hand. Interesting. So someone, our paresis, a $2 super thanks, which I thoroughly appreciate, and whatever message you sent was deleted. So thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you for the message. I don't know what it was. So, but obviously a moderator thought to delete it, and I hope that wasn't something bad. Yeah. Oh, my mistake. It's all good. Oops. Alley-Cat, what are you doing? Thank you very much. Appreciate you very much, sir. Just a token of appreciation for your time. Hit the like button for me, y'all. I love it. Thank you very much, Alley-Cat. Significant $20 super chat. So thank you very much, Alley-Cat. Let's get the hearts out, show the appreciation, show the love. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel. It means a lot. You know, we take this and we reinvest it into the technology that we're using here, and you know, all the things that we got coming. And if we can continue to do this, I promise you we have some more innovations coming in 2026 as well. So looking forward to that. All right, we'll let it slide. Hey, Rusty Shackelford, how you doing? I love it. In honor of the Bucks being 6-2, here's a $6.20 for your efforts. Thank you very much, Rusty Shackelford. A man after my own name. I don't know if he's a man after me, but I appreciate it. I grew up in Florida. I'm a big Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan for the National Football League, and they are 6-2. And I do appreciate them being 6-2, and I do appreciate the 620 from Rusty as well. So thank you very much, sir. And another from our paresis, $2. Thanks for the good work. Greetings from Curacao. Greetings to you as well, my friend, and appreciate that. Let's get the hearts out again for the second $2. You know, maybe that's a little ploy, right? You know, you delete the message and they say, oh, I got to do another super thanks. I don't want to do that again, but I could see that working. So thank you very much, guys. Appreciate all the support. You guys are awesome. Appreciate all of my Meteo Mundo community. Really and truly, this is why I do it. I love the interaction, right? It's the difference between watching a television set. You know, we can interact, right? And I did television for 25 years, okay? And I always wondered to myself, am I talking about the things people want to hear, right? You know, the other thing about it too is I've got unlimited time here, right? That's the other great thing about it is we can go on as long as we need to, as long as necessary. And as long as you guys want to keep the conversation going, we can keep that going as well. Hey, Mikey, you can thank my Saints for that win. I appreciate you, Mikey. Hey, listen, the Bucks and the Saints, man, that's our rival, right? And there have been some fantastic Buccaneers Saints games, even when the teams were horrible. You know, you go back to the Marshawn Lattimore and Mike Evans brouhahas every time. Always look forward to that. Not going to lie that I'm glad that we're on the good side of things lately here. And yeah, a lot for New Orleans to try and figure out, that's for sure. But I think you got a pretty good coach, but probably a few years away from getting that roster on the right side. But Mikey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And again, I worked in Biloxi, so very familiar with that area. Oh, I'm such an old school fan of the Buccaneers that when I was a kid, and the only thing that you could order NFL stuff from my little rural area of Crystal River was the Sears catalog, and they didn't have anything Bucks. My mom would take a white shirt and put Tampa Bay on it, and that's what I would wear. And then I had to be a Cowboys and a Dolphins fan because that was the only stuff you could buy, right? So I was wearing a Dan Marino jersey, and I was like, I don't even like the Dolphins. And then finally start to get some Bucks stuff, but it took a while. No, we're not here yet. Let me bring up the advisory here. Still the 8 o'clock. We're probably just, moments away. Look, sometimes they'll issue them even 15 minutes early. Other times, if they're really trying to hammer out scenarios, they'll take it to the edge. I'm looking at the website as well, and they've still got the 8 o'clock up. So no, we do not have the 11 o'clock as of yet. Okay, now while we're waiting on that, it took some time, but I do have that new Google DeepMind to show you guys. So this is the brand new run of the Google DeepMind model. Again, this is an ensemble member, just like the European and the GFS. I hate to tell you this, guys, but it's slightly east of where it was 6 hours ago. Remember, there were a couple of those members that were on the far west edge. Now all 50 members are directly over the island. This is still, of course, we put the weight into it as it being a very highly reliable model this year and having done very well during Melissa, but it is still just one piece of the puzzle, one tool in our tool belt. But please note that every single ensemble member of the Google DeepMind has a direct landfall on Jamaica, all right? And the colors are purple for the most part here, which gets you into that category 5. A little bit different in a couple of them, right? But still a very strong hurricane here. So this is concerning, right? We have to start getting into all right, we're starting to lose any wiggle room here of this storm not doing this direct path scenario. So seeing the Google DeepMind even a little bit east of where it was last time. Now, the center line is still in that St. Elizabeth, Manchester area for the most part. But some of the ensembles that were slightly west or on the west edge of the island have now moved back east. So it's not a good trend in the model. That's what I will say. '89 game, Bucks and Saints, Bobby Hebert. Whew. Montego Bay, a lot of rain and wind blowing now, so it's picking up. Okay. Yeah, we are moments away from getting the update here. Switch back over to the weather computer. Still the 8 o'clock advisory on my system. Get ready to change that. Ocho Rios starting to get some breeze and rain as well. Raining heavy here and a lot of strong winds in Yawlis, St. Thomas, Jamaica, southeast side of the island. Appreciate you jumping in and letting us know. Hope you're doing well. Saludos from Tunis, Cuba. Southeast side of the island under that tropical storm warning. Greetings. All right. We'll go back over to the advisory here. Nope, still the 8 o'clock. Just waiting, couple of minutes. Again, keep letting me know what's happening in your area. Now, what we do know is that the movement of this storm has been very slow and erratic all afternoon and early evening. Potentially now just beginning the north turn, unfortunately, right? You know, we're now getting about an hour and a half or so where we've had more of a due north turn than anything. As it spun around, here's 10 o'clock, and then now to about 11. So we're still about an hour and 15 more than anything actually, but last few frames here, certainly a little bit of a gain in latitude. A little bit of a north movement. So an absolutely monster storm. So big. Beginning to expand, by the way, on the eastern side. The surge of moisture coming in, right? Still the 8 o'clock advisory. Australia in the house. Wow, awesome. Welcome. You never know when you do these live streams on YouTube and when you have a channel like this, you know, who is viewing from where and why. Some are just weather geeks and nuts like, you know, I am, and they want to tune in. Some are just interested in, you know, what is happening a half a world away. Others have interests, or they've been there, they visited, they have friends and family, or they've vacationed, you know, and they're keeping track on an area that they hold dear to their hearts. So it's always interesting to see where some of the people are viewing from, because I go back and I look and there can be some areas that I would have never thought that are tuning in. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Still the 8 o'clock. Yeah, the hurricane is creeping. I'll be interested to see where they set the forward speed, because really in just the last hour, it's actually begun to lift north in a touch of a way. But right now, it would still be a very slow movement. But again, the forecast has always been for once it starts to move north, whenever that was to occur, an increase in forward speed would begin. I think we probably just got it. Okay, nope, still the 8 o'clock. Just check on the actual website. I think everyone and their mother is on the hurricane website right now. Yeah, all right. 175 and 903. So the news is not good. North-northeast at 2. Still at 2. Now they even putting it a touch east of north. It's not good. All right, So moving north-northeast at 2. Let's break this down. All right, so let's get the new stats up. Pressure is 903. So the pressure has fallen again. And the movement right now is north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. God, is that right? Yeah, north-northeast at 2, 903 and 175. If you guys want to put that in the chat, that's fine. I'll put it on top of the screen as well. Or leave it down there. All right. Let me do that again real quick. Winds are 175 miles an hour. Pressure is 903 millibars. Monster storm. Moving north-northeast at 3 miles an hour. If I was a better typer, that would be done sooner. All right, so the news isn't good. We'll look at the advisory together now. Again, I just looked at the stats. I haven't read this either, but let's keep an eye on it. The headline, Melissa expected to bring catastrophic and life-threatening winds, flooding, and storm surge to Jamaica on Tuesday. Storm located 16.6 north, 78.5 west, 150 miles southwest of Kingston, or 330 miles to the southwest of Guantanamo, Cuba. Maximum sustained winds, 175 miles an hour. Moving north-northeast at 2, pressure now 903 millibars. No changes to the watches and warnings with this storm, with this advisory. Hurricane warning remains in effect for Jamaica and the southeast side of Cuba and the southern and the central sides of the Bahamas as well. So those areas all under hurricane warnings. A hurricane watch for the Turks and Caicos and a tropical storm warning for Haiti, the Cuban province of Las Tunas, and the Turks and the Caicos. So for Turks and Caicos, you're under a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning, right? So hurricane warning conditions will impact you with potential hurricane conditions within 36 hours, right? Melissa, moving towards the north-northeast at 2, a turn to the northeast with an increase in forward speed is expected tomorrow, followed by a faster northeast motion on Wednesday and Thursday. On this track, the core of Melissa is expected to move near or over Jamaica on Tuesday. Let me be clear, it's the exact same messaging from the 5 o'clock advisory. They have not changed that wording one bit. They still expect this storm to make direct landfall or at the very best brush the western side of the island. But when they're talking about a turn north and then northeast, the highest likely scenario is for a direct impact to Jamaica tomorrow. Winds are 175. Real quickly, by the way, Melissa will move over Jamaica on Tuesday, southeastern Cuba Wednesday morning, and across southeastern or the central Bahamas later on Wednesday. Again, winds of 175. Some fluctuations in intensity are likely. However, Melissa is expected to reach Jamaica and southeast Cuba as an extremely powerful major hurricane and will still be at hurricane strength as it moves over the southeastern Bahamas. The wind profile from the Hurricane Center hasn't changed as well. 30 miles from the center, you have the hurricane force winds of over 75, and obviously it's a really tight gradient to go from 74 mile an hour winds 30-ish miles out from the eye to 175 at the center. 100 mile per hour wind speed pickup within a 30-mile distance. The core of this storm is massive. The core of this storm is extremely powerful and devastating and life-threatening. Minimal pressure, again, is down to 903. Within the eye wall, Total structural failure is likely, especially in higher elevation areas where wind speeds atop and on the windward sides of hills and mountains could be 30% stronger. Same messaging as the 5 o'clock advisory. Again, if you have a 150 mile an hour hurricane, which is 25 less than right now, higher elevation, windward facing areas could see a 30% increase in their winds. If it's 150, right, it could be 195, adding additional 45 mile per hour winds to a 150 storm, and even higher with a 175. Hopefully this storm loses some intensity, but it is now becoming more probable that this moves inland as a Cat 5, okay? Could be a higher end Cat 4, but we've already talked about that practically that doesn't make a difference in the destruction that the storm is likely to cause when it is this large and this strong with this expansive of a wind field, right? 160 mile an hour winds, 175, same kind of destruction as 150 or 140. Again, you get to a point and the wind doesn't matter for the most part as to what it's going to cause as far as infrastructure damage. Rainfall totals still 15 to 30, portions of Jamaica with 6 to 12 for southern Hispaniola through Wednesday. And again, 40 inches of rain possible in Haiti with this storm total. More than likely 15 to 30 in eastern Jamaica, potentially locally higher amounts from time to time. Eastern Cuba is 10 to 20, locally up to 25. And again, the Bahamas, especially the southern Bahamas, 5 to 10 there. So forward speed increase, lower rain totals, but still significant flooding. Jamaica, southeast sides of Cuba. Storm surge, none of this has changed, guys. 9 to 3 foot storm surge on the east, 9 to 13 foot storm surge on the east side, right? Okay, so here you go. I'm glad they mentioned this because I talked about this. I gave you my best estimate, and thankfully for me, it's within line with what the Hurricane Center is saying. On the northwest coast of Jamaica, near Montego Bay, there is the probability of a 2 to 4 foot storm surge above ground level. Remember I said I think it was probably be a couple of feet in these areas. So 9 to 13 southeast, 6 to 9 southwest if there is a west side from where the hurricane moves inland, and then 2 to 4 for Montego Bay and northwest side. So Hanover, St. James parishes, coastline, 2 to 4 feet. Peak storm surge for Cuba is 7 to 11. Storm surge of 4 to 6 above normal dry ground is possible in the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Obviously significant swells as well. A lot of information, a lot of it is still the same from 5 o'clock or worse. Nothing appears to be better with this storm. Let's go to the discussion, and as I do, please excuse me real quick. Okay, so this is the meat and the potatoes of the meteorological discussion. Again, I will try and parse this down to make it very understandable. I'm reading it for the first time. Some information I want to make sure that I understand to give you guys the best information, you know, from what the Hurricane Center is thinking and what the reconnaissance aircraft have seen since the last discussion. So I'm going to read ahead by a sentence or two and then kind of summarize it for you guys. So the Air Force and NOAA hurricane hunters continue to find Category 5 intensity. Hurricane continues to exhibit a well-defined 10 nautical mile diameter eye. Again, we saw it shrink a little bit, but it never folded. We never had the secondary outer eye wall form indicative of an eye wall replacement cycle. That never occurred. Cloud tops up to 90 degrees Celsius. That's how vertically aloft the storm is. This is an exceptionally tall storm, an exceptionally powerful storm. Although such intense tropical cyclones typically undergo eye wall replacement, radar observations from Jamaica do not show this occurring thus far. So unfortunately, we don't have an eye wall replacement cycle yet. Now again, what does that mean? An eye wall replacement cycle the inner eye collapses down for a time, okay? And typically during an ERC, we see the maximum winds come down some. Not significantly, but some. You know, maybe down to a Cat 4, but, you know, these storms, they then regenerate after an eye wall replacement cycle, and some can become even more intense than before the eye wall replacement cycle. That's not likely to happen with Melissa, but we can still see a possible scenario where we get an eye wall replacement cycle before landfall. And so the fact it hasn't happened yet is actually not a bad thing, right? The fact that the storm hasn't had the ERC so far, because maybe that happens a little bit closer to the potential landfall. And maybe we undercut the winds just a little bit. Again, not much, and maybe it doesn't ultimately matter, unfortunately, but we can hope to have a little bit of reduction in the maximum winds if there's an ERC between now and landfall. And the closer it occurs to landfall, the better off that would be. That's the better scenario if we're going to see that happen. After remaining nearly stationary the past few hours, more like 6, Melissa now appears to be moving slowly north-northeast with an initial motion just north of east on your compass. During the next few days, a mid-tropospheric trough forecast to deepen in the southern United States, as we've already mentioned. That is forecast to move Melissa north-northeast and then northeastward with increasing forward speed. The official forecast, and this is important from what we've been looking at, the official forecast is similar to the previous one and also close to the tightly clustered consensus of the Google DeepMind guidance. The Hurricane Center mentioning the Google DeepMind in their discussion means that they are putting weight or emphasis on that model. So the fact that we just looked at that model, and I'll show it again, with all 50 members having a direct landfall to Jamaica is significant, right? Their thought process behind the scenes, they realize how reliable the model has been. It has performed well during Melissa so far, and the fact that the model members have this over the island is of great weight to them in what they're putting their focus on. The only significant difference in the track forecast compared to earlier today is the slower motion during the next few days, which delays the expected arrival of the core of Melissa over Jamaica, Cuba, and the Bahamas. We're just backing up the time. If you go back to what I talked about several hours ago, my concern was this wasn't a big shift in direction, but just a shift in timing, all right? And that appears, everything the Hurricane Center is saying is their thought process as well. Some fluctuations could still occur during the short period before Melissa reaches Jamaica. The primary influence on the hurricane's intensity in the next 36 hours will be interaction with land. Some weakening is anticipated as it moves over Jamaica and Cuba. Substantial weakening is likely as it moves past Cuba and into the southwestern Atlantic, where it begins to encounter better wind shear in the western side of the Atlantic. All right. Key messages for Jamaica. Remain in your safe shelter. Catastrophic flash flooding. Numerous landslides are expected through Tuesday. The eye wall's destructive winds may cause total structural failure, particularly at higher elevations, leading to widespread infrastructure damage, prolonged power and communication outages in isolated communities. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are anticipated through Tuesday. Failure to take immediate action may result in serious injury or significant loss of life. It's as harshly worded of a discussion as you're going to get from the Hurricane Center, right? You know, using words like life-threatening, catastrophic, devastating, significant loss of life. They are, to their highest power, trying to relay the message of how impactful this storm is likely to be. And I hate to say it, you know what I mean? I hate that this is becoming more of a reality for Jamaica, but this is what we've always been trying to get prepared for the last several days, that if this ultimately does take a track over the island, that we're prepared as best as we can for the significant impacts that this storm is going to bring. For the Haiti and the Dominican Republic, again, just significant, catastrophic flash flooding. 30, 40 inches of rain, still raining there as we speak. For Cuba, this will begin to arrive late tomorrow, but especially Tuesday night and into Wednesday, where preparations need to be rushed to completion for the southeast, central Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. Hurricane conditions, life-threatening storm surge, and heavy rainfall are expected over the islands, especially east of wherever that center goes. Residents and everywhere, residents should follow the advice by local officials and be sure to have preparations completed by Tuesday night there on those islands. Tropical storm conditions, heavy rain, and significant storm surge is expected in Turks and Caicos on Wednesday. And again, you have a storm that is likely to make landfall on the island as a Cat 5. 12 hours from now, 11 a.m., still offshore, but trying to move closer, and then probably not weakening to the Cat 4 until it's on the north coast or just north of the island. And again, all officially from the Hurricane Center. So it's inland over Cuba, weakening there, and likely a Cat 2 as it moves through the central and southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Already, as I was speaking, Montego Bay has hit a 52-mile-an-hour wind. So we're starting to get a little bit more tropical storm conditions beginning to move in a more consistent way. I don't think we're 185. We're 175. All right. Well, obviously that's a sobering message, guys. Again, you know, exactly where this storm goes, still a little bit of a question, but a scenario where this completely moves away from Jamaica appears to basically be non-zero at this point. But we expected this, right? This is what we've been talking about in the last couple of days. This is the most likely scenario. So we have to get prepared for that. Now, you know, ultimately, again, where landfall ends up being, could it still be on the western edge of this cone of uncertainty? Absolutely. It's still a possible scenario. All right? But, you know, as of right now, we have to prepare for direct landfall on the island. I'm going to reset something real quickly here on my weather computer. As I do so, let's go back over to the live cams from Sea Jamaica. And again, we'll keep that up here for just a second. You can already see, in my opinion, from this flat bridge camera that the water is moving quicker from left to right on your screen underneath the bridge. Just a pickup of the movement of that water. It is sad. It is horrible. It is all those things, you know? You know, what will these cameras look like after the storm? You know, you always, you know, I think about that. I'm like, you know, what am I going to see when this storm passes by? I hope it's as similar to what I'm seeing right now as it possibly can be. But I also know that for a lot of areas, if this storm really does move in, as is forecast, it's not likely to be. It's tough messaging, you know, tough to come up here and talk about this, but I want you guys to be prepared and understand the potential very serious consequences that are likely to befall the island tomorrow. So again, that's some live cameras from Sea Jamaica. That's Halfway Tree, the transport center. Keep an eye on that and some others as well. Okay. Anyone have any questions for me based on everything that we just looked at? Again, you know, rainfall totals 15 to 30 inches, likely on the east side of the island, 10 to 20 with up to 25 on the west side. Conditions are likely to just continue to go downhill throughout the remainder of the evening and the overnight hours. Now, with the slow progression of the storm, it's still only going at 2 miles an hour, right? It's still going to take some time to move in. So this is still just the very beginning. unfortunately. Just the very beginning of this storm. Hi, Jillian. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you very much. You know, there's nowhere for you to go except to find the safest shelter place that you can. You know, residents and in the chat and those I've spoke with, schools have been open for shelter locations. You know, the government of Jamaica is doing what they can to spread the word for any areas that are likely to be inundated with water on the southern coastline from the storm surge, or those that are likely flooding, and they're beginning to try and evacuate those as well, right? So preparations have been in place to prepare the island as much as humanly possible for a storm where in some ways there's not much you can do, right, as to, you know, protecting certain areas and protecting certain structures. Obviously, it really does depend on if we're talking about concrete, if we're talking about wood or metal, you know, what is likely to survive this storm and to what degree. You know, we want to keep Jamaicans safe. That's the most important thing. Loss of life, that's what I don't want to hear about after this storm comes through. We can rebuild. Sucks to have to go through that. You know, again, you know, I grew up on the west coast of Florida. We were flooded out of our home for 6 months. Fine, we got through it, but it wasn't pleasant. But we can always rebuild, right? But loss of life is a whole different ballgame. And I hope that we get through this storm without that. And that's the ultimate goal of why I do this channel and why, you know, others provide this messaging. You know, get that word out so that we can have no loss of life. Said north-northeast, is it possible for the eyewall to affect Kingston? Well, you know, again, the Hurricane Center has it north-northeast, but it is certainly more north than east. Is it possible the eyewall affects Kingston? At this point in time, I would put that in an extremely low chance. The farthest east that the cone of uncertainty or the plausible track east is, gets you kind of into Manchester and Clarendon. Now, if it were this far east, on the far eastern edge, the core winds could brush Kingston, okay? It's a low scenario, but Spanish Town, Old Harbor for sure, if we're following this far east line. You know, when we're that far east, I'll bring up my spatial tool again here. You know, we're still western sides of Kingston, 20 miles away. So we would get sustained hurricane force winds. Probably not the core winds, but yes, they would be destructive winds in Kingston. But the actual eye moving through Kingston doesn't look to be the a high probability scenario right now, likely west of there. Yeah, there's a lot of area, you know, there's a lot of obviously inundations and different topography across the island. There are some hillier areas and there's some very low-lying areas. And I'm very concerned about low-lying areas across the entire island getting the inundation of water, right? The amount of flooding that could occur. And again, Montego Bay, you know, there's a solid 50-mile-an-hour wind and this storm is 100 miles from Montego Bay right now. It's not sustained yet, but it's going to start picking up. It's about 85 miles from the southwest side of the island and only moving at 2 miles an hour right now. Forward speed is likely to pick up some overnight, but it's going to be a while. This landfall will not occur before daybreak tomorrow. This should be a daylight landfall. Exactly when, I'm not even going to venture to guess right now. What you can know for sure is that I will be on live when it does. Okay? So however this storm and whenever it wants to move over the island, I'm going to be on live tracking it for you guys. How is the flooding going in Old Harbor after the days of water piling up? I would be very concerned about Old Harbor and the orientation of the shoreline there. with these southeast winds pushing the water deep into the Bay Area and just inundating that area. I'm very concerned about Port Royal in the Kingston area and all of the little bays here, you know, in the Old Harbor area, down towards Hayes as well. Portmore, I mean, just all those areas. Very concerned about that particular location of Jamaica, you know, getting the higher end of what the Hurricane Center is talking about, right? Hurricane Center has 9 to 13 feet, but I put the likely higher. A couple of reasons why. First of all, sometimes storm surge can be very tricky to forecast. And if a storm is really coming in at 160, 165, even if it loses a little bit of strength, you can't imagine the wall of water that it pushes with it. But on top of the storm surge, there's going to be some wave action, there's going to be some swells. So overall, the maximum height of the water moving into these areas will likely be even above 9 to 13 feet. 2 men sitting on top of each other and that wall of water coming in. That's going to inundate areas inland. And that's in addition to the significant rain that is likely to fall as well, right? 15 to 30 inches. I hope we don't get to the local of 40, right? I think we are closer now to the 15 to 30, but this storm is moving slow. So 15 up to 30. And just think about that amount of rain over a widespread area of the island. You know, that's why the catastrophic wording is used in the life-threatening flash flooding, because not only is there going to be a lot of water, but as this gets into some low-lying areas, there is going to be a lot of fast-moving water. And that fast-moving water can cause problems in a hurry. You've seen some of the street flooding in some areas where it's like a torrent of water moving through urban areas. And I am highly concerned about that evolving and playing out in portions of Jamaica in the coming day or two. You know, it's tough to say it's not the worst case scenario. I'm not really sure, based on the limits of a storm and the trajectory of the storm and the slow movement of a storm, I'm not really sure how you do get more worst case scenario if this ends up making landfall, right? You know, we'll still give a little bit of play to, we have a very narrow window for this to do something unexpected, but we can't plan for that, guys. We got to plan for the most likely scenario. And these are all of our tropical models following in with the Hurricane Center. And you heard their 11 o'clock messaging. Nothing has changed. The wording hasn't changed. It's only gotten more aggressive, as it should be, as the storm gets closer. The storm is massive in size. Look at the storms blowing up hundreds of miles east of the eye, right? 150, 200 miles east of the eye. You've got massive thunderstorms, which are all going to be rotating closer to Jamaica. Maybe they never reach the island, but everything is freshening up at this point in time as well. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Obviously, I'm going to be covering this storm significantly for you guys. You know, I'm basing my coverage on the time frame with this storm. This is going to be a daylight storm tomorrow because of the slower movement. So here's what's going to happen. Going to end this live stream in a few minutes here. I think we've been on now for probably 7 hours or something like that. That doesn't matter. But what I want to do is I want to be fresh to cover this storm for you guys as it actually makes landfall tomorrow, right? Regroup, talk to some of our live streamers, try and get you guys the most pertinent information as possible. So we'll end this live stream in a few minutes. A few minutes after that, I'm going to restart the weather computer. Take me a few minutes to reset a couple of settings for there, but this will run live for you guys overnight, okay? And we'll add in a couple of elements for you guys to keep up with the storm as well on that radar live stream. So if you're still up, you can't sleep, this will run the entire night with some additional information. Make sure you have the notifications on, because I will be coming back on tomorrow to cover the storm as it gets closer to Jamaica. You know, again, right now we're going to assume that there will be a landfall at some time, and obviously weather impacts will continue to be much more significant throughout the day on Tuesday, right? First of all, if you do live on Jamaica, our thoughts are with you guys, but try and get a little bit of sleep tonight if you can. I know that's hard to say, but you guys need to be fresh for tomorrow as well, right? You need to have your wits about you. You need to make sure that you're prepared to take action on an instant basis if something happens, you know, where you're trying to shelter, right? If something happens with that, if there's water that begins to move into these areas, you just have to be top of mind to be able to make quick decisions to help yourself and your family and your property out. So make sure you try and get a little bit of sleep. I know that's hard to do, but we still have some time, okay? It's gonna be noisy overnight in some areas. The winds are gonna be freshening up. The rain is gonna be pattering down and be heavier from time to time. This is only going to get worse. Even if this storm wants to try and jog west, ultimately, the conditions are 100% going to get worse overnight, because regardless, we're getting closer to the core winds, we're getting closer to the more sustained tropical storm conditions, right? And that will just continue to spread over the island tonight and overnight. So keep those notifications on. I'll be back on early, you know, relative to when this storm is going to make landfall, and we'll be tracking it together for you guys with all of the technology we have here at Meteo Mundo, and hopefully bringing you additional live coverage on Jamaica as well. So I appreciate all of you. I know someone, I think, in the corner of my eye, Dead or Life Better, again, should have known. I will get my rest, don't worry. Yep, I'm only human, but I think this is the best scenario for everyone as well, right? You know, we understand what's happening with the storm right now. It's creeping at 2 miles an hour. So the time to rest up and get prepared for the worst weather is now. That's what all of us should be doing. But if you can't sleep or you want to check in from time to time, we got you covered here at Meteo Mundo with our live radar stream running consistently for you guys throughout the overnight hours. Of course, early tomorrow morning, I'll jump in, keep you up to date. We'll end that live stream and start the new live stream where I'll be going live throughout landfall or whatever impacts this storm wants to bring. So I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you for everyone in the chat. I love the interaction. Love hearing from you guys. Appreciate everyone, of course, who have found ways to support the channel. We have the super thanks, the super chat, and the super stickers. Also in the video description below as well. All of the new members of the channel, all those who gifted memberships, all of that is awesome. Fantastic MM community. Appreciate the moderators, appreciate the administrators of the channel as well. All right, my friends, you guys take care. You know, I'm vigilantly watching the storm for you guys. We'll run the radar system overnight, and I'll see you back pretty early on our Tuesday. It'll be dependent on exactly when this storm wants to start to move in, but obviously during the most impactful time of the storm, I'm going to be on live for you guys. You know that. Until then, my friends, you take care, but I will see you soon.